Hello?
Yes, we are able to hear you clearly.
The screen,
We are able to see you also, madam.
okay. The screen,
We can see you very well. But we can see you very well, madam. No problem at all.
But in the screen, better. Oh, you can see me. I can't see you. It's a problem. Okay.
No problem, madam. If in case we are able to see you very, very clear and hear you very clear.
Thank you. Sound is clear. Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay. You can put it back on mute until we start, so that
okay, I'll do
we
that.
can't hear.
Okay.
Privacy reasons. Yeah.
Shyam, I just want to know whether you can hear me.
Yes. Perfect.
Okay. You can see me. Okay.
Yes.
Pranams to Shri Sadguru Swami Jnanananda Saraswati and pranams to Swami Shri Hari Prasad. And a very warm welcome to all of you for this day 3, the concluding day of this webinar on Balakrishna. We had 2 very good days of this webinar, and I'm sure that today is also going to be equally interesting and informative. Today's webinar, we are going to have plenary session number 3, which will perhaps take the most of the day today. And this will be chaired by Sri Ravi Gopalakrishnan, and we have a whole galaxy of speakers like Professor Ct Indra, Professor Rajashri Ramakrishna, Dr. Jayachandran, Sri Bhagyesh Jha, Ms. Rama Gopinathan, Sharda Vellodi, Dr. S. Gopalan, and Professor K. Srinivasan. In fact, there are 8 speakers in this plenary session. There's a small change in the sense that Professor Panir Selvam, who is sort of well known to everyone, former HOD Philosophy, University of Madras, he was to have given a talk on Kannadasan and Krishna. But unfortunately, he is not in a position to join today, and we are really going to miss him. Except for this one change, I think the program is as per what is printed in the invitation. So now we'll start the plenary session number 3. And as I said, this will be chaired by Mr. Ravi Gopalakrishnan of Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. A few words about him. Dr. Ravi Gopalakrishnan is an IT industry veteran with over 35 years of industry experience, focusing on the fintech and edtech business areas. He has held top management positions with global banking corporations like Citibank, ANZ, Dresdner Bank, etc. He is currently the CEO with Byte Academy, an edtech product company. He is based in Bangalore. He has been a devotee of Sri Sadguru Swami Jnanananda Saraswati for over 30 years. And he is continuing to try and follow the ideals and values that she has espoused and to lead a clean, good, and honest life. Now, the first speaker of this plenary session is Professor Ct Indra, a well-known professor of English, former professor of English and HOD English department at the University of Madras, where she has taught for over 30 years. She was a Fulbright postdoctoral fellow at Harvard University, an American Studies Research Fellow at University of California. Besides Australia, India Council visitor to University of Sydney and of South Australia, Adelaide. Her areas of interest include literary and cultural theories, hagiography, writings of Sri Aurobindo, and the Mother of Pondicherry. She has some written articles on Acharya Ramanuja, one published in Brahma Vidya, Ramanuja Sahasrabdi, volume 2017-18, the Theosophical Society. Her critical introduction, titled Hagiography Revisited, to Indra Parthasarthi's play Ramanuja, Oxford University Press, was made part of the study in a course on Ramanujacharya at the Harvard Divinity School in 2018 by Father Professor Francis Clooney. She has also published a few articles on Sri Aurobindo. She is an ardent devotee of her revered Sri Sadguru Ma. And recently she has brought out for Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation a book titled Hayagrivam Upasmahe, which is the proceedings of the seminar on Vedanta Deshikar held by the foundation a couple of years back. And this book has been extremely well received. So it's a pleasure always to listen to Professor Indra. And so now it's over to Professor Indra. Now she will be talking on Sri Aurobindo. And the title of her talk is Sri Aurobindo's representation of Shyam Sundar in his story Hari Mohan's Dream. Over now to Professor Indra.
Pranams to Sadguru and Gurubai. Yesterday, the dual aspect of Lord Krishna as Balakrishna was emphasized by many speakers. Saulabhya and Bharatva. The easy accessibility of boy Krishna. At the same time, the transcendental dimension of Krishna's personality. When I was listening to those presentations, it struck me that I must mention before I start my paper that this Bengali story that Sri Aurobindo wrote, which was famous, called Hari Mohan's Dream, is also a depiction, a philosophical, spiritual, and literary depiction of the dual qualities of Sri Krishna, his Saulabhya and his Bharatva. This is the 150th year of Sri Aurobindo's birth. This year's Republic Day parade witnessed a special float on him from his days as a fiery nationalist to his monumental period of existence as a yogi till he attained Mahasamadhi on 5th December 1950. Sri Aurobindo's turning to Sri Krishna is very well known, especially his mystical experience of Lord Krishna as Lord Vasudeva during his incarceration in Alipur jail on charge of terrorism. Lord Krishna revealed himself to him on 24th November 1926, his cosmic presence, his permeation of everything that is created, the prisoners, the jail wall, the trees, the cell, and later the judge, the lawyer in the court during his trial. Vasudeva assured him of his light and guidance in everything, in every movement and every moment, and commanded him to turn his thought and energy and mystical pursuit above all toward a deeper sense of nationalism and a larger idea of Indian civilization and culture, and asked him to take forward the ancient Sanatana Dharma. Sri Aurobindo went on to write the stupendous essays on the Gita, expounding his understanding of Purushottama. But Krishna was not only a stupendous figure for Sri Aurobindo, he was also a little boy floating and casting a spell on this world so that they may be rid of all illusion and see the divine as the prima mobile of this universe. Sri Aurobindo's sonnet on Sri Krishna is famous. But today, I am presenting his Bengali story, Hari Mohan's Dream, in English translation. I read it first in Tamil and I was about to translate it. Then I found, and Swamiji asked me to speak, then I found the original English translation, where Krishna appears as Shyam Sundar. The name itself is very important. Shyam Sundar, the little boy with his flute and peacock feather adorning his head, captivating the body and mind and psyche of Hari Mohan, an embittered poor man, challenging the doctrine of karma and wanting to lash Krishna black and blue. How many people wanted to lash Krishna in his boyhood, they see? Balakrishna in this story is called by the endearing name Shyam Sundar. The aged poor man addresses him in colloquial Bengali as Keshta. Keshta is colloquial for Krishna, even as in numerous Indian languages and dialects, he is variously called Khana, Khanna, Khanna in Tamil with retroflex bin, and admonishes him for deceiving the world with the doctrine of karma. Unlike Kuchela, who had nothing but unalloyed adoration, friendship, and spirit of surrender to his boyhood classmate Krishna, Hari Mohan here is not only disillusioned with the world, but angry with God for casting people in low and high situations without any logic. He wants to give a severe lashing to Shyamsundar for this when he arrives. When the boy with his flute and peacock feather and anklet bells does arrive, Harimohan is embarrassed that he thought of lashing him when the boy speaks so sweetly. He would rather keep him in his lap. Then the whole conversation begins. Krishna playfully tells him that he has been waiting to be lashed. The old man is abashed at his ungraciousness. He asks Shamsundar to explain the mystery of a very worldly man like Dinakar Sheel, prospering and happy, while a good man suffers. Little Shamsundar touches his head and rouses the Kundalini Shakti in him and takes him to perceive the different realities and different predicaments, finally to the truth of surrender and God's Leela. Now to the story. As I said, the story illustrates the dual aspects of Krishna, the Saulabhya as well as the Paratva. A poor man sat in his dark room and thought of his miserable plight under the wrongs and injustice in the kingdom of God. Overcome by Abhiman, I understand that Abhiman is a Bengali term which could not be directly translated into English. It could mean hurt, pride, sense of resentment, bitterness, etc. So, overcome by Abhiman, he spoke thus. People give the excuse of the law of karma, to save the good name of God. If my present miserable existence is the result of the sins of my last life, if I was really such a great sinner, then the current of evil thoughts would still flow in my mind. And the mind of a great sinner cannot become pure in a day. And take the case of Dinakar Sheel. If the law of karma was true, then considering his wealth, treasure, gold, silver, retinue of servants, he would have been in his previous incarnation a world-famous holy saint. But one doesn't see the slightest indication of that now in his present life. There is no one in the world who is more cruel and wicked and evil. No, the law of karma is the rules of God. It's a doctrine to dupe the minds of men. Shamsundar is the cleverest of the clever. He is safe because he does not come anywhere near me. Otherwise, I would have taught him a good lesson and exposed all his tricks. No sooner had the poor man said these words than he saw his dark room flooded with waves of very bright light. A moment later, the waves of light disappeared in the darkness. He saw a very beautiful, dark-hued boy standing in front of him with a lamp in his hand, smiling gently, but not saying anything. As he saw peacock feathers on his head and bells on his feet, the poor man realized that Shamsundar himself had come and given himself up to him. Embarrassed, he thought for a moment of falling at his feet, but he did not feel like doing so at all. When he saw the boy's smiling face, at last he blurted out, "Hey Keshta, why have you come?" Krishna replies, "Why? Didn't you call me?" said the boy smiling. "Just now you had a strong desire to whip me. Well, I have given myself up. Why don't you get up and lash me?" The poor man felt more embarrassed, not due to any remorse for wishing to whip the divine, but to chastise such a handsome boy in return for his love, and didn't seem to be in good taste. "Look, Harimohan," the boy spoke again. "Those who are not afraid of me regard me as their friend, even call me names, but out of affection and wish to play with me. They are very dear to me. I have created this world for the sake of play." Yesterday was also this idea of Leela was emphasized. I have created this world for the sake of play and have been always looking for playmates, but don't find any. Everyone becomes cross with me, makes demands on me, asks me for gifts, positions, liberation, devotion. But alas, nobody wants me for my sake. I give what people want. What can I do but satisfy them? Or they'll tear me to pieces. I see that you also want something. Being cross, you want to whip someone and have someone me to gratify that desire. I have come to take the lashings of your whip. Ya yatha mam prapadyante, as one approaches me. But if you wish to hear about it before you beat me up, I will explain to you my method. Well, do you agree? Can you really? Asked Harimohan. You see, I have the gift of the gab, but you have the gift of the gab. But why should I believe that a young, immature boy like you can teach me anything? Come, see if I can, replied the boy smilingly. Having said that, Krishna touched Harimohan's head. Immediately, electric currents began to spread through the whole body of the poor man. The Kundalini power, normally asleep at the base of the spine, shot up to the crown of his head in the form of a fiery serpent hissing loudly, and his brain became filled with waves of vital force. The very next moment, the walls of the room around Harimohan seemed to recede into the distance. The world of names and forms abandoning him became unmanifest, as it were, in the infinite. Harimohan lost his normal consciousness. When he came to, he found himself standing with a boy in a strange house and saw in front of him an old man sitting on a mattress, absorbed in deep thought. On seeing that face, contorted with worries, grief-stricken, hopeless and sad, Harimohan just couldn't believe that it was really Tinkersheel, the most powerful leading man in the village. At last, full of fear, he asked the boy, "Okay, stop. What have you done? Sneaked in like a thief into someone else's house? The police will come and thrash our lives out of us with a severe beating. Don't you know the might of Tinkersheel?" "Very well indeed," smiled back the boy. "But stealing is an old occupation of mine. I am on intimate terms with the police. There is nothing to fear. Now I'm going to give you subtle sight to look into the old man's mind. You know Tinkuri's might? Now you see my power." Then Harimohan could see into Tinkuri's mind. He saw that it was like a rich city destroyed by enemy attack. So many goblins and demons of terrifying shapes entered that keen, powerful intellect, destroyed its peace, broke up its concentration, robbed it of its happiness. The old man had quarreled with his favorite youngest son and driven him out. Losing his beloved son born in his old age, he was overcome with grief. That anger, pride, hypocrisy were sitting as sentries barring the door of his heart and denying entry to forgiveness there. Stories about the bad moral character of his daughter had been circulated. The old man was weeping after having hounded her out of his soul. He knew that she was innocent, but the fear of society and public opinion, vanity, his own selfish interests were stifling his love. The memory of 1,000 sins made him shudder with fear. Yet he lacked the courage and power to purify those evil tendencies. From time to time, the thought of death of the next life frightened him terribly. Harimohan saw that from behind the thoughts of death, fearsome messengers of Yama were peeping and knocking at his door. Every time there was such a knock, the old man's inner being screamed, mad with fear. Witnessing this terrible scene, Harimohan turned towards the boy with trepidation and said, "Goodness, what is this, Kesha? I thought the old man was supremely happy." "That's my power," replied the boy. "Tell me now, whose power is the greater? Tinkurisheel's of the next district or Shri Krishna who lives in Vaikunta? Look, Harimohan, I too have police and sentries, government and law, judicial trials. I can also play like a king. Do you like this game?" "Good Lord, no," said Harimohan. "This is a very bad game. Do you enjoy it?" The boy replied, smiling, "I like all kinds of play. I like to whip and also to be whipped. Look, Harimohan," he continued, "people like you see only the surface of things and have not yet developed the subtle sight to see their inner truth. That is why you say that Tinkuri is happy and you are miserable. This man has no material want, yet how much more is his millionaire suffering? Can you say why? Happiness is a state of mind, so is suffering. Happiness and suffering are simply modifications of the mind. He who has got nothing and whose only asset is misfortune can be very happy in the midst of danger. Notice also that just as you're not getting any satisfaction out of spending your days in acquiring dry merit, you're always thinking of suffering. So also is this man doing the same thing, living out his days in dry merit. That's why there is momentary happiness resulting from virtue and temporary unhappiness issuing from sin, and vice versa. There is no real joy in this conflict. I've got the picture of an abode of bliss. He who comes to me falls in love with me, seeks me, puts pressure on me, even persecutes me. He gets from me by force, as it were, the picture of joy. Harimohan listened eagerly to Sri Krishna's words. The boy spoke again. Understand this too, Harimohan. Dry merit has become for you devoid of the sap of joy. Yet you can resist the power of its impressions, nor can you conquer that petty egoism. For the old man, dry merit has similarly become joyless. Yet, being unable to renounce it because of the forces of its impression, he is suffering hell in his life. This is called the bondage of virtue. Yes, virtue and vice. Unconscious impressions born of ignorance are the chains of this bondage. But this terrible suffering is really very good for the old man, because this will lead to his salvation and true welfare. Kesha, you speak very sweetly, said Hari Mohan, who was still now listening very quietly. But I can't really believe you. Pleasure and pain may be only states of the mind, but surely external circumstances or their causes. Look, when someone's mind is very distressed by hunger, can he be happy? Or can anyone think of you when he's suffering from disease or pain? Come, Hari Mohan, said the boy. I'll show you that too. Saying this, the boy again touched Hari Mohan's head. As soon as he felt the touch, Hari Mohan saw no longer Trinkuri Shil's house, but a sannyasi seated, absorbed in meditation. A large tiger lying at his feet, like God on the solitary, beautiful peak of a mountain, with a pleasant breeze blowing there. Hari Mohan's legs, when he saw the tiger, refused to budge, but the boy dragged him near the sannyasi. Hari Mohan, unable to resist the boy's strength, had willy-nilly to go. The boy said, Hari Mohan, see? Hari Mohan looked and saw the mind of the sannyasi, like an open exercise book, with the name of Sri Krishna written 1,000 times on each of its pages. The sannyasi, having crossed the great gate of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, was sporting with Sri Krishna in the light of supernal light sun. He also saw that the sannyasi had been starving for quite a few days, and his body had suffered a lot during the previous couple of days from hunger and thirst. What is this, Kesha? Asked Hari Mohan. The saint loves you so much, and yet he is suffering from lack of food and drink. Haven't you any sense at all? Who will give him food in this forest infested by tiger? I will, replied the boy. But see, another amusing thing. Hari Mohan saw the tiger get up, break open the near ant hill with a single stroke of paw. Hundreds of small ants came out and, climbing up the sannyasi's body, started biting him in anger. He was still absorbed in deep meditation, unperturbed, perfectly still. Then the boy sweetly whispered into his ears just once, my friend. The sannyasi opened his eyes. At first, he did not feel the stinging bites, for the notes of Krishna's flute, captivating and cherished by the whole world, were still sounding in his ears as they had. One second, please. Feeling the intense physical ecstasy after each bite, he sang the name of Krishna and danced, clapping his hands in great joy. The ants dropped on the ground and fled. Astonished, Hari Mohan asked, what kind of magic is this? The boy also clapped his hands and, turning twice on one leg, laughed loudly. You can see how Krishna is very merry. So Krishna says, I am the only magician in the whole universe. You will not understand this magic. It's my supreme secret. And did you notice? He could remember me even in the midst of such physical pain. And now you see again. The sannyasi sat down, calm and serene. His body still experienced hunger and thirst. But Hari Mohan saw that his mind only felt those physical reactions, but not disturbed by or involved in them. Just then someone called out from the hill in a voice sweet as a flute. Friend, Hari Mohan was startled. It was indeed a voice, sweet as a flute, of Shamsundar himself. Then he saw a beautiful, dark-hued boy come from behind the big rocks with a plate of excellent food and fruits. Hari Mohan, utterly confused, looked at Sri Krishna. The boy stood still beside him. Yet the other boy who was approaching was exactly like Krishna. The boy held up the lamp before the saint and shed light on the plate and said, see what have I brought you? So you have come? Smiled the saint. Why did you keep me starving so long? However, now that you have come, sit down, eat with me. The saint and the boy started eating together from the dish, offered food to each other. This is a lovely scene. They offered food to each other and also playfully snatched it away from each other. This is like boys fighting. When they finished their meal, the boy disappeared into the darkness with a plate. Hari Mohan was about to ask something, but he suddenly noticed that neither Sri Krishna nor Sannyasi was there, nor the tiger nor the mountain. He was living in a respectable neighborhood. His wife and family was very rich, gave gifts to Brahmins and to the poor daily, and said his Sandhya Vandanam thrice a day, following the code of conduct laid down in the scripture and shown by Raghunandan, Sri Rama. In fact, he was leading the life of an ideal husband, father and son. But at the same time, he was shocked to find that there was not the slightest neighborliness or joy of giving among the residents of that respectable district that they considered the mechanical observance of external rules of conduct as spiritual merit. He was now as miserable as he had been happy a moment ago. He seemed to feel very thirsty, but could not get a drop of water. In fact, he was eating dust, only dust, endless dust. Leaving that place hurriedly, he went to another part of the town. There he saw in front of a huge mansion a big crowd from whom a paean of blessings arose. Harimohan went forward and found that Tinkuri Sheel was sitting on the veranda, distributing large amount of money to the people assembled there. No one was going back disappointed. Harimohan laughed out loudly and thought, is this a dream? Tinkuri Sheel, a great philanthropist? Then he could see Tinkuri Sheel's mind realized that greed, jealousy, ambition, desire, selfishness, and 1,000 other frustrations and evil tendencies were clamoring, give, 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 satisfy us. Tinkuri had suppressed them for the sake of gaining moral merit, fame, pride, left them unfulfilled, had not given them out of his mind. Just then, someone took Harimohan for a hurried tour of other worlds. He saw the hells of heaven, hells and heavens of the Hindus, Muslims, Greeks, Christians, and so many others. Then he found himself again in his own house, sitting on the familiar torn mattress, leaning on a dry, dirty pillow, and Shamsundar standing in front of him. The boy said, it's very late at night. If I don't go home, now everyone will tell me off and chastise me. So let me tell you something in brief. The hell and heavens you saw were all of the dream world, imaginary. When man dies, he goes to heaven or a hell or experiences the consequences of his past life. You had acquired some moral merit in your previous life, but love had no place in your heart. You loved neither God nor man. After death, you were living in that respectable neighborhood and enjoying the fruits of the tendencies and impulses of your mind as they were in your previous life. Having done that for some time, you did not like it anymore. Your vital nature became impatient. So you went to live in a hell full of dust. In the end, when you had enjoyed the fruits of your merit, you were born again. But because in that life, you did not really do much to help anyone in need, apart from making the obligatory charities and keeping up a code of mere external conduct, dry and joyless, there is so much want in your life. The reason why you are living a life of conventional piety and accumulating merit is that good and evil tendencies are not entirely exhausted by experience in a dream world, but only by experience of the results in this world. Tinkuri was a great philanthropist in his last life. He is now in this embodiment a millionaire without any want as a result of the blessings of thousands of people. But because his mind was not purified, he has had to satisfy unfulfilled vicious dispositions by evil acts and thoughts. Have you understood the law of karma? Not reward or punishment. That is the initial question. You remember, he asked Keshta, what is this karma? It's a deceiving kind of a law. Remember? So now Krishna explains, this is a natural law. Sin is evil. From that is suffering. Virtue is good from that, and from that comes happiness. This arrangement is there for the sake of the purification of the mind and heart, for the destruction of evil. You see, Harimohan, this earth is only an insignificant fraction of my varied creation. But you're all born here to exhaust evil works. When people are free from the clutch of good and evil, and of merit and demerit, and enter the kingdom of love, then they become free from the life of action. You too will have this freedom in your next life. I'll send you my favorite sister, Shakti, that is power, and her companion, Vidya, knowledge to you. But look, that's one condition. You'll become my playmate and not ask for liberation. Do you agree? Agree? Kesha, said Harimohan, you have bewitched me. One second. Kesha? Yes. You have, yes. One second. Sorry about it. Harimohan, did you understand anything? Asked the boy with a smile. Yes, of course, replied Harimohan. Then on second thought, he asked, I say, Keshta, you've cheated me again. You have not given me any reason for creating evil. Saying this, he grabs the boy's hand. He, however, withdrew his hand and said, rather gruffly to Harimohan, go away. You want to get all my secrets out in 1 hour? He suddenly put out the lamp, moved away and said, smiling, well, Harimohan, you completely forgot to lash me. I did not sit on your lap, being afraid that there is no knowing when pressed and angered by external suffering. You may suddenly start teaching me a good lesson. I don't trust you at all. Hari Mohan extended his hand in the darkness, but the boy moved farther away and said, no, I am postponing that satisfaction till your next life. Saying this, he disappeared somewhere in the dark night. Hari Mohan woke up, listening to the jingling anklets, and thought, what kind of a dream did I see? I saw hell and heaven, and in that I addressed God in most intimate manner and told him off as if he were a small boy. What a great sin. However, I feel great peace in my mind and heart. Hari Mohan then started remembering the dark-hued boy's captivating form and kept on saying from time to time, how beautiful, how very beautiful, how beautiful, how very beautiful. Sadhguru has said that the smaller the image of Krishna, the greater is the power. And this story, I think, is just a very good example of that great Upadesam of Sadhguru. I hope I have finished in time. Thank you very much. I must thank Swamiji for asking me to speak in this very erudite seminar. I'm not at all erudite. I benefited by everybody's speech. I just seek the blessings of Sadhguru and Guru. Thank you very much.
I think you had 10 more minutes. If you wanted, you could take it.
Actually, I read fast thinking that I might be just.
Because I think we had allocated 35 or 40 minutes. So
I wasn't sure whether I was I just didn't want to just step into other questions.
No, in case you want to expand on it, you could continue. But if you're done, I open the floor for questions if there are any before I.
Does Swamiji want to ask me, suggest anything to me? Is he there?
Is Swamiji connected, Padmanabh?
I'm very much here.
Yeah.
Very enjoyed your talk very much. But what part of Sri Aurobindo's life did this have? Did he write this? Is it?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I will. That is one thing. I'll try to find out. I couldn't just get that information. It was there under Savitri. The translation was there under Savitri, and the translation that I read was actually published also by that ISKCON. The print was much clearer, and they have given a very clear note on that also. Shall I read that out, Swamiji?
Please do. Please do. Please do read it.
1 second. Yes, 1 second, please.
Swami Namatano
In this story, it says, editor's preface, whenever you see experience get hurt or suffer greed, joy, ambition, ego, arrogance, desire, anger, pride, vanity, selfishness, and 1,000 other frustrations and evil tendencies of human beings around you, as well as within you, take a few minutes off from reacting to your situation and read this quintessential and spiritually most profound short story of Sri Aurobindo. You will not only gain an immediate spiritual strength to overcome or face your situation, but also a new understanding of the inevitable duality of life, that is pleasure and pain, will dawn upon you. In this story, Sri Aurobindo, the prophet of life divine, has redefined the crude notion and interpretation of karma by giving it a spiritual meaning and evolutionary purpose. Another note says, in this story, Sri Aurobindo, the greatest divine rationalist, uses two characters, Shyam Sundar, meaning beautiful Sri Krishna, as the divine, and Hari Mohan, a poor human being, as two opposite and contrasting metaphors in seeking to answer the assailing questions of human mind and the inscrutable divine mystery of Leela, or play of mind. These are the notes which go before the translation, Swamiji.
Yes, sir. Is there more about Krishna, Sri Krishna by Sri Aurobindo?
Quite a lot, Swamiji. I presented, I think the year before, during the Corona, before that, about the great Vasudeva experience.
Yes.
I made a presentation on that from
I
this.
remember.
And that was that came to be called the Siddhi Day. It is observed as Siddhi Day in Ashram, 24th November 1926. And actually, he was in a very abominable condition in the cell. And there was only one little bowl. It was used both for urination and also for eating. But he developed absolute distance and detachment. And he was in dark cell. And an English, I think, jail warden saw him. In some way, he said, "Oh, this man looks very. Let him just. He won't cause any harm. Let him be sent on a parole." And during that picture is also there in the float that was shown on the Republic Day. He's brought out of the jail and he's on parole, and policemen are there. And so they immediately know the whole world he sees as well. It was there inside the cell also, but outside also it becomes like that. And he has written poems on Krishna, which I read out during that. I think one poem I read out, Sri Krishna, the sonnet, I read out.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Swamiji.
Thank you, Professor Indra, for a very interesting commentary on Sri Aurobindo's representation of Shyam Sundar in his story Hari Mohan's King. Actually, personally, I've not read too many Bengali classics, but I know they have a lot of idealism as such, and this story is also quite offbeat in a sense. The representation of trying to bring, through using a dream sequence or using a kind of a approach which is quite different from a traditional approach where you're trying to convey the message of law of karma and how Lord Krishna is coming into the life of a poor man and trying to change his thought process by giving him visions of the reality. I think, but the approach itself is quite different in an unconventional way. So traditionally, you wouldn't probably have somebody saying that, I like to whip a god or lord or something like that. But I think here the approach itself is different, and it's probably true of most Bengali, even non-conventional or classics, or even the commercial storylines which they produce these days. There are a lot of which are quite different from the traditional way we write things. So it was very interesting. At least I liked it quite a bit because obviously it was a very different approach to bringing out the Lord Sila. And one line which I really liked, which was like when Lord says, "I like to whip and also like to be whipped." The traditional carrot and stick policy which we all use in the management. Thank you so much. Yes, Doctor.
Lord is, he is a servant, or he playmate. Again and again he says, "I want playmates." You see, people demands on me, but nobody wants me for myself. It's a profound philosophy in the Bhagavad Gita, but it is presented in the form of this kind. I would say it's a kind of a parable. India, the tradition of parable is not only Christian; it is also Indian. And so in Bengali, maybe it's taken, but in many of these, some of the presentations on Alvars also, and also in Andal, for instance, you see the way she just used dream and she imagined everything, and then she was able to live in that kind of reality. So, like many of these devotees or bhaktas or people, prapatti, in Vaishnava philosophy, it's called prapatti. You make a complete surrender. There is nothing else which matters, you see. So that is a kind of demand that he makes. But then if you are not going to school yourself, I mean, it's for you to just oblige the divine. The divine is available, but it is for you to just make yourself fit for that. I enjoyed the image of Krishna as not only floating Krishna, but also somebody who called himself a thief because he's a butter thief, as you know very well. And he says very wittily, like a modern hero, "I'm quite familiar with police people and so on. Don't worry, I can play the king." And so he just, the kind of abandon with which Krishna conducts himself. This is the abandon that we are not able to achieve, that abandon. We are holding on to. And that's why in all the Upadeshams, Guru also says, and the mother repeatedly says, You see, he's just there waiting to just help you. You just make yourself completely open yourself, the mind and heart, and yeah, the whole prayer is from Mother, is because Mother also experienced Shri Krishna actually on the same day, and so on. She was very intimate with Mahalakshmi, Mahasaraswati, Sri Krishna, and so on. She has recorded them. So it is very, very interesting. Mr. Mandar has asked me how old was Sri Aurobindo in one of the chat. The Swamiji also asked me about that. I am sorry, I was a little worried about my presentation, so I just wanted to find that out. I'll find out and then just let you know. No? So
thank you, Sinda.
Thank you for the honor.
I will conclude.
He was 38. He has written here. He was 38. Thank you, Mr. Mandar. He was 38. He was very young then. So.
Yeah, I'll just conclude by quoting one of Sri Sadguru's Upadesham, where Lord Krishna is waiting for you to open the door of your mind to let him in. So thank you so much. Over to you, Padmanabhan. Thank you.
Namaskar.
Thank you, Professor Indra. Thank you, Ravi. Now we move on to the next speaker, Professor Rajshri Ramakrishna, HOD Indian Music at the University of Madras, will be talking on Muthuswami Dikshidhar and Balakrishna. Now, about a few words about Dr. Rajshri. As I said, she is the head of the Department of Indian Music, University of Madras. She is also the chairperson of the School of Fine and Performing Arts, University of Madras. She is an All India Radio graded artist for Veena. She has learned both Veena and vocal from illustrious artists like Kalaimamani Srimati Rajeshwari Padmanabhan, Padma Shri P.S. Narayan Swami, and Sangeeta Kalacharya Srimati Shuguna Vardachari. She completed her PhD under the supervision of, again, a very noted musicologist, Dr. S.A.K. Durga. And I think she has, as far as the foundation is concerned, she has accompanied Dr. Premila Gurumurthy on the Veena on a couple of occasions when we had Dr. Premila giving us some music concerts in the ashram. So welcome again, Dr. Rajshri. Now over to you for your talk on Muthuswami Dikshidhar and Balakrishna.
At the outset, my pranams to Guru Bhai and Sadhguru, whom I met. I had the great fortune of meeting her with Dr. Pramila when in one of our visits to Vishnu Mohan Foundation. I would like to, my pranams to Guru Bhai for giving me this opportunity. And with my little experience, I would like to present Balakrishna in the perspective of Muthuswami Dikshidhar, with special reference to the composition Bala Gopala, which has been composed in Raga Bhairavi. First, I would like to, a small note on Raga Bhairavi. It is a raga which has a lot of Kampita Gamakas. So this Kampitam, it has one swinging effect. So I think Dikshidhar has chosen this raga mainly because of this particular nuance. I will first sing the composition and then go into the references to Krishna's Bala Leelas which have been mentioned in this composition, and why Dikshidhar has chosen this particular raga to compose this composition. I have a small PowerPoint presentation which I will be sharing. No, this is giving some introduction. 1 minute. Why does it say my screen share is paused when I try to, because the meeting is live, it says. Okay, I think it's okay. Even if I don't have the share, I can just go ahead.
1 minute. Sham,
Shyam, could you sort that out?
can you just check it out, please? Sham.
Ma'am, can you try screen sharing now? And share the entire desktop, please.
Hold.
The
No,
desktop.
it says, yeah, I've chosen the screen and then I share. Then it says introducing Zoom apps. Use the apps you love right in your meetings. There is an advertisement which is coming in here.
So share the entire desktop, madam. Instead of just that screen, entire desktop, if you can share, that will be much better.
Just a minute.
So the moment you click on the share screen, you
And share. Okay, if I share the entire screen, is it? But then only my face will be shared. And then I go to the PPT, is it?
yes,
Now we can see your screen.
we can see your PPT. Yes.
Yes. Now I have to resume this. Yeah. Okay. So the composition goes thus. The Pallavi is Bala Gopala Palayashumam Bhakta Vatsala Kripa Jaladhe Hare. So the first Pallavi is basically just seeking his mercy. And as in the note which was sent to me from Vishnu Mohan Foundation, which said that smaller the Krishna, greater the power. So you find, though he is considered as a Balagopala here, Dikshitar says, "O child Krishna, who protects the cows, protect me quickly. O one tenderly affectionate to devotees, O ocean of mercy, O Hari." So this is, he is seeking the mercy of Balagopala. Then in the Anupallavi, it goes on to describe the beauty of Balakrishna. Neela Neerada Sharira, one whose body is like a blue cloud. Dhira Tara, who's most courageous. Neeraja Kara, one who has lotus-like hands. Nirupama Anandakara, a causer of incomparable bliss. Gopa Veshadhara, one taking on the garb of a cowherd. Leelaya, he is very sportive. Muralidhara, or one holding a flute. Sridhara, or one bearing Lakshmi on your chest. Dama Uddhara, one whose stomach bears the marks of a rope. Vara is a distinguished one. Here, when Sri Krishna was a small boy, Yashoda Maya tied him to a mortar stone. This boy ran about dragging the heavy stone with him, and the rope snapped. Part of the rope remained around the abdomen. From that, he gets the name Damodara. Dama means rope and Udara means abdomen. So this is the Anupallavi. Again, there are no references to the Leelas of Balagopala. It's only in the Charanam that these Leelas are mentioned. Chanura Malla Harana Nipunatara, O great expert at eliminating the wrestler Chanura. I will be reading out the episode related to Chanura Mardhana. Then Charana Nihata Shakatasura, one who struck down Shakatasura with your foot. Murahara, who is the destroyer of Mura. Manikya Makutahara Valayadhara, O one who bears a ruby set crown, necklaces and bracelets. Matta Ibha Kumbha Vedana Patutara, one very adept at splitting the forehead of the mad elephant Kuvalayapida. Vanisha Vanisha Archita, one worshipped by Brahma. Pitambara Dhara, one wearing yellow garments or yellow robes. Vaijayanti Vanamala Dhara, one wearing the Vaijayanti and Vanamala garlands. Anava Adi Vijaya Manasa Akara, resident of the heart which has conquered ego and other defects. Apahata Kamsasura, one who annihilated the demon Kamsa. Natha Bhusura, one who is saluted by the scholars. And then this is the Madhyamakala, or which is sung in a slightly fast tempo. Drona Karna Duryodhana Adihara, a destroyer of Drona, Karna and Duryodhana. These are episodes from the Mahabharata. Draupadi Mana Samrakshanakara, a protector of Draupadi's honor. Vainika Gayaka Guru Guhanuta, one extolled by the Veena playing, one who sings Guru Guha. That is, here Dikshita refers to himself. Pura Vairi Vihita, one understood by Shiva. And Gopika Manohara, one who steals the hearts of the Gopikas. So here, Krishna, as part of the Nandavanam, the Nanda Gopa, set in that ambience with some references to his childhood leelas have been referred to in this composition. Now I'll just sing this for you, and you will see the aptness of the raga which has been chosen for this particular composition. Bala Gopala Palaya Ashuma Bala Gopala Palaya Ashuma Bala Gopala Palaya Ashuma Bhakta Vatsala Kripa Jaladeh Hari Bhakta Vatsala Kripa Jaladeh Nirada Shariradi Radha Niraja Karani Upa Manada Kara Leelaya Gopavesha Dhara Murali Dhara Shridhara Damodara Vara Bala Gopala Palaya Shuma Chanur Malla Dharana Nipunatara Chanur Malla Dharana Nipunatara Sharanani Hata Shakatasura Murakara Chanura Malla Haranani Punatara Charana Nikata Shakatasura Murakaramaniya Makuta Hara Valaya Dharamani Kyamakuta Hara Valaya Devana Padutana Anavadi Vijaya Manasa Gara Apagata Kamsa Suranata Bhusura Dronakana Duryodhana Dikara Dronakana Duryodhana Dikara Draupadi Manasam Rakshanakara Draupadi Manasam Rakshanakara Dronakana Duryodhana Dikara Draupadi Manasam Rakshanakara Vainika Gayaka Muruganuta Pura Vairi Vigita Gopika Manogara Bala Bhakta Vatsala Kripa Jalade So here you would have seen in the Pallavi, for example, in the beginning of the composition, when he is talking about Balagopala, it is Bala, Ni, Gari, both the Nishada, that is the Ni, Gari, both of them have this extensive Kampita Gamaka. It is like a swing when you're swinging the baby in a, maybe in a, what would you call it, a swing, or in their a tuli, or I don't know what is the English name for that, a cradle or a, so that kind of a swingy movement you will find in the complete Pallavi if you see. Bala Gopala Palaya Ashuma So in the Pallavi especially, he would have given this kind of a Kampita Gamaka. Then in the Charanam, there are a lot of Swaraksharas, that is the Swara and the Sahitya. For example, Ma, for example, the Madhyama and the word. So to sound very euphonious and to make it pregnant with melody, Dikshitar has employed this particular raga to extol the Mahima of Balakrishna or Balagopala as he calls. There is a tradition during the Simandam. This composition is sung by whoever comes to, for the, this particular composition is chosen to spread auspiciousness. And the instances of the Leelas of Krishna that are referred to is found in the Dasamaskandam of Srimad Bhagavatam, where, one minute, Chanura Mardhana, that is the attempt, the salvation of Putana, first of all. While traveling, Nanda mused in his mind that the words of Vasudeva could not be false. Out of fear of the portents announced, he took refuge in Sri Hari for protection. Meantime, a terrible demoness named Putana, an expert in infanticide, had at Kamsa's behest begun to move about the towns, villages, and cowherd settlements in order to slaughter all infants. It is only where people in the course of their worldly activities do not hear and chant the names of the Lord, which destroy all evil psychic forces, that demonesses and such evil beings can thrive, not surely in Vraja, where the Lord himself had incarnated. The demoness Putana, who could travel anywhere in any form, one day entered the Gokula of Nanda, taking the form of an attractive woman by her magical powers. With an abundance of Mallika blossoms in her gathered locks, with her waist reduced to slenderness by the attack, as it were, from both sides of her broad hips and heavy bosom, with a dress of attractive garments, with a face surrounded by frontal locks that gleamed in the radiance of her tremulous earrings, with delightful smile and sidelong glances, she appeared among the people of Gokula, attracting the minds of all and impressing the gopis as if she were Lakshmi herself, come with a lotus flower in hand to greet her Lord. 1 minute. Can I stop sharing this? Yeah. Okay. This infanticide Putana, who arrived at Gokula by chance in her search for infants, saw lying on his bed that infant, the death dealer to evil ones, like a fire whose brilliance is hidden under a layer of ashes. The child, who was none other than the one who lives in all beings or lives in the hearts of all beings, recognized her at once as a killer of little ones, and yet the omnipotent Lord remained quiet with eyes closed as befits a child. Like a man taking up a sleeping snake in the wrong belief that it is only a rope, she took into her lap that infinite being who was to be death to her, mistaking him to be a mere infant. The mothers Yashoda and Rohini, on noticing the handsome lady within the house, stood there, merely looking on, stunned and immobilized by the hypnotic power of that fair-looking lady who was like a sword in a sheath, hard-hearted and evil-minded within, though glamorous and well-dressed outside. Sitting there, that cruel woman put the infant on her lap and applied him to her breast, which had been treated with a highly toxic poison. With considerable annoyance, the child gripped and pressed her breast and began to suck, drawing out every life energy in the process. As her life force was thus being drained from a vital part, she cried out to leave her or to release her. And with ice, and finally she collapses with a loud cry. That terrific cry of hers caused tremors on earth and its mountains and seemed to cause reverberations in the planet-studded heavens above and netherworlds below. And mistaking it for a thunderclap, nervous men collapsed to the ground. Thus, mortally hit, the demoness, assuming her real form, fell dead with hands and feet outstretched and hair disheveled, even like Vritrasura, felled and struck dead by the thunderbolt of Indra. So this is how she is destroyed by child Krishna. Then another reference is to the salvation of Shakatasura. It was the third monthly birthday of the infant when the festive ceremonies connected with its first being out of the house were to be celebrated. There was a large gathering of women. Yashoda Maya performed the bathing the infant amidst the sound of music and chanting of mantras. After his bath, the infant received the blessing of the Brahmanas who had been propitiated by gifts of food, silk dresses, garlands, cows, and whatever else they were in need of. Then she lay the drowsy infant under a cart to sleep. The infant shortly threw up its limbs and cried out aloud for being fed. But Mother Yashoda did not hear the cries, as she was busily engaged in doing hospitality for the large number of inhabitants of Vraja who had come for the festival. It was now noticed that under the kick of the petal-soft, tiny legs of the infant lying under it, the cart had fallen down topsy-turvy with its wheels, axle, and other parts broken, and the several vessels with milk, curd, ghee, and other liquids gathered there for the birthday function and kept quiet, and kept it upset. Everyone there, Yashoda, Nanda, and the women gathered there for the birthday function, was stunned with surprise and fear on noticing the cart upset by itself and destroyed without any understandable reason. To the Gopas and Gopis, who thus stood confused, the boys there said with absolute certainty that the cart got upset by the kick of none but the weeping infant. But the elders paid no attention to it, considering it a mere prattle of boys, for they had then no inkling even of the superhuman might of that infant. Yashoda, being afraid that the infant might be possessed by some evil forces, got some Brahmanas to chant appropriate mantras to ward off such influences, and then applied the weeping infant to her breast. Some of the young, strong Gopas with their attendants replaced the cart in its proper place, while Brahmanas performed homas and made offerings of curds, kusha grass, rice and water. The blessing of people who were truthful and free from jealousy, falsehood, hypocrisy, spirit of vengeance, cruelty and pride never go in vain. Thinking thus, Nandagopa did an elaborate ceremony in which the Brahmanas gave the infant a ceremonial bath with water, sanctified by the chanting of the three Vedas and fortified with rare medicinal herbs. Sacrificial offerings were made in sacred fire. The infant was being blessed by the Brahmanas, who were then sumptuously fed by Nanda. He then gave them gifts of excellent cows decorated with flowers, garlands, silk, golden chains for securing the future welfare of his son, and in turn received their blessings. The blessings pronounced by holy men who were versed in the Vedas and who have their minds under control never go in vain. So this explains how the Gokula was at that time and what Yashoda Maya was doing with Balagopala, I would say. Then there are many more instances which have been mentioned in this. There are some instances of Mahabharata where he is the destroyer of Drona, Karna, Duryodhana, but this is not the Balagopala Parva of Krishna that is mentioned in these instances. It is only in these two instances of Chanura Mallaharana and of Shakatasura. That is who struck down Shakatasura with his foot. So that is the reference to in Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam, the Dasamaskandam of Bhagavatam, the 10th chapter, deals extensively with the pranks of Krishna and with the childhood pranks of Krishna. So this is what I have prepared for this conference. And there is another composition of Dikshitar which is on Balakrishna. Cheta Shri Balakrishnam So this one is also on Balakrishna. Just 1 minute. So these are the only two compositions of Dikshitar which are on Balakrishna. This is in the Raga Jujavanti. Cheta Shri Balakrishnam Bhajare So here again that particular Kampita Gamaka. So Dikshitar for the ragas that he has chosen to depict the Balagopala, he has used ragas of this nature. And in this composition, also there are not many references to childhood Krishna. It is only a description of Krishna as Re Chitta Shri Cheta Shri Balakrishnam Bhajare Chintitartha Prada Charanara Vindam Nutana Nirada Sadrasha Shariram Nanda Kishoram Pita Vasanadharam Kambu Kandharam Giridharam Putanadi Samharam. Again here this Putana Samharam has been referred to. Purushottamavataram Shitala Hridaya Viharam Shri Rukmini Dharam Navanita Gandha Vaha Vadanam Mridu Gadanam Nalina Patra Nayanam Vatapatra Shayanam Navachampaka Nasikam Atasi Suma Bhasakam Natendradi Loka Palakam Mrigamada Tilakam Navatulasi Vanamalam Naradadi Munijalam Kuvalayadi Paripalam Guru Guhanuta Gopalam. So except for that one instance of Putana, so these are the only two compositions of Dikshitar on Balakrishna. Otherwise, there is another very popular composition called Sri Rajagopala in Raga Saveri. All the three compositions have been composed on the Mannargudi Rajagopala Swami. And but Sri Rajagopala refers to here it is, O child Rajagopala, O one of attractive, playful activities, protector of those who have some seeking refuge. So this is Sri Rajagopala Bala. This is also on the Balagopala. Shringara Leela Shritajana Pala. Dhiragra Ganya Deena Sharanya. Charu Champakaranya Dakshina. Dwarakapuri Nilaya. Visishtadvaitalaya Mampalaya. So in this, but there are not again any references to any of the Leelas of Krishna in this particular composition, except that Murare, that is the slayer of the demon Mura. There is one reference to that in this composition. Otherwise, and in Balagopala, he refers to himself, Dikshadhar refers to himself as Vainika Gayaka. So there is an internal reference that he also was a Vainika and a Gayaka. And for that particular again, he has used that Kampita Gamaka, which is very special to the Veena. So this whole composition, Balagopala, again, I would like to stress about the fact that the nuances of Carnatic music have been used extensively. Dikshadhar, being a Vainika, has used this Kampita Gamaka specially to while singing about Balakrishna. I think with this, I would like to complete my this talk.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Ramakrishna.
Thank you.
I'm no expert in Carnatic music, but I'm hoping in the audience there are some distinguished musicians, Lata Ramdas and Vaishnavi Ramdas. If they have any questions for you on this, maybe I'll open the floor for them. Otherwise, I'll try and sum it up in the way I best understood the presentation. Lata, any questions?
Thank Gurubai for giving me this opportunity to look at a composition with this perspective. Usually we are doing some musical analysis or some historical concepts, but this angle, this perspective I have not explored so far. So I would like to thank Gurubai for giving me this opportunity. And
any questions from anybody?
Just a small question, Professor, is which temples are these two?
This is Nargudi Rajagopal.
I think Professor Indra wants to ask a question. I think, Sham, can you unmute her?
Ma'am, I'm so happy to see you in this forum. It's been so long and you look, I mean, really wonderful to have you with. In fact, it's just my small, see, this is not my forte at all. In fact, I was, since this was given to me, I tried to do as best as possible. You know, so.
You know, a little observation. Yesterday, your former HOD, Dr. Pramila, presented Utukadu composition. Great musicologists have compared the tenor of Tyagaraja's writing and Mutsam Dikshit's writing. In Tyagaraja, there is a kind of a spontaneity. There is great architectonics in Mutsam Dikshit's poems. The paradox is that Balakrishna requires a kind of spontaneity that you will find probably Northern or Amira's songs, or even Tyagaraja singing about Rama and so on. How difficult it is for a very conscious poet, a classical poet, because I'm a student of literature, I'm asking you this question. In music also you have this question. How to reconcile the spontaneity and this classicism, because it's a highly studied kind of a meter and rhythm, the songs that you rendered. You know? So is there any problem in reconciling the theme and the way of just rendering it? Have I made myself clear?
No, see, the depth of the meaning, I feel, when it comes to Dikshidhar, the depth of the meaning is conveyed by the very, very classical element that he's employing as his tool to present that particular theme. So this kind of a very I wouldn't say it's a very grammar-oriented technical composition he uses as a garb to put forth this kind of very, I wouldn't say when if you take Bhairavi, for example, it has so much of the classicism, because it has evolved. We have seen Bhairavi evolving, Odwars even before that. So it has been part of a very, very essential part of Carnatic music. If you cannot sing Bhairavi, then you cannot, So, and it has all the 22 swaras. They say that 22 shrutis are there in Bhairavi, the 12 swarasthanas are employed in Bhairavi. It has all the gamakas are there in Bhairavi. So he has used this particular raga, which is a Rakti raga, a Ghana raga. It has all its grammar. I would say it is highly classical raga in that sense. So he is employing this kind of a raga to put forth this concept of Balakrishna.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Rajshri. It must have been a treat for, I'm sure, music lovers and people who are interested in Indian Carnatic music, in study of Indian Carnatic music. Thank you very much for your talk. I really explained well the line-by-line meaning of the composition Balagopal, and also rendered it for us in your beautiful melodious voice. Thank you. Thank you so much. Over to you, Padma.
Thank you, Dr. Rajshri, and thank you, Ravi. Next speaker, as per the schedule, is I think Dr. Jayachandran, but I am told that he is otherwise a bit busy right now. So, but he may be joining in later. So we'll not have Dr. Jayachandran's talk right now. Now we'll move on to the next speaker, that is Sri Bhagyesh Jha. And he will be talking on the topic of Sri Krishna in Gujarati literature. Sri Bhagyesh Jha, a few words about him. He is a multi-talented and multifaceted public intellectual. A retired IAS officer, he has held several important and sensitive public positions like the Collector of Vadodara, Commissioner Information and Broadcasting, Gujarat Culture and Sports Secretary. He was the first chairman of the Sports University and chairman also of the Gujarat Sahitya Academy. When the present Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat earlier, Sri Jha, he was responsible for changing the culture of the culture department of the state government. He is a scholar in Sanskrit and a lifelong student of Bhagavad Gita. He has delivered many lectures on Gita globally. He is an award-winning poet. He has published 7 books. He is a very popular columnist, and his column reaches about 500,000 persons in India and USA. So we are very happy to welcome Sri Bhagyesh Jha to this seminar. And now I hand over the mic to Sri Jha for his talk on Sri Krishna in Gujarati literature. Over to you, sir.
Vagartha viva samprukto Vagartha pratipaktaye Jagatah pitaro vande Parvati Parameshwaro. Karar vindena mukhar vindam Mukha vineveshayantam Vatasya patrasya puteshayanam Balam mukundam manasa smarami. Anandasya vishayaha Yat adya Pujyanam sakashat aham kinchit Mama vicharaha Balakrishnam adritya Gujarati sahitye Kena prakarena Balakrishnasya vivaranam jatam vivaranam praptam Tena vishayam svikritya aham mama vicharaha sthapayami. Aham prarambhe Shri Hari Swami Mahabhaganam Charanayoho Pranamami Namami Tvam Mahabhagaha. I am also delighted to offer my pranams to Sadhguru Ma, her subtle presence in this very divine atmosphere. I am very thankful to my dear friend Mahesh ji, the chair Ravi Gopinathan ji. Thank you Padmanabhan ji for very nice words. And once again, Guruji, Swamiji, I am so delighted to see you once again. We met in 2021 and it's a great pleasure. I was looking when I was talking about the subject with Mahesh ji. The Gujarati literature is full of Krishna. You require not only 35 minutes, but you require 35 sessions. And it's impossible. So I, while 2-3 days, I was looking at all the great literature of Gujarati, starting from Narsi Mehta to me, if I consider myself as the latest. Of course, after me also, there is 2 generations of poets writing about Krishna. So it's a very, very big canvas. And I will try to, what I have done, that I will touch one poet that is the greatest of great is Narsi Mehta. Narsi Mehta, who has written on Vaishnava Janato Tenere Kahiye Je Peed Parai Jane Re, a great, great devotee of Lord Krishna. And then I will cite some glimpses of my poetry. So Narsi Mehta and Bhagyesh Jha is on your plate this morning. As mentioned by Rajarshri ji, that you see Bhagavatam, in Bhagavatam, the Dasam Skandha is the essence of Krishna Lila. And if I have to go back into 2021 and even beginning of coronavirus, I think this is the most opportune time in the existence or in the evolving history of humankind, where the scientist and the philosopher are in the same room. They are discussing what is the future. Are we doing exactly what is desirable for the humanity? Both are talking. When the vaccine was not invented, I read a book called Faith versus Fact. It is the Jerry Cohen, and they were arguing, no, that science cannot be compatible with the faith and religion and God and science. And people have already started announcing, no, when the Jerusalem historian who has made great headlines prior to COVID-19, that Homo sapiens have already conquered the world and we are the supreme being. But suddenly coronavirus came and we again became a small dot in the pyramid. And so it's very, we are re-examining, we are reinventing, we are reintroducing, and we are reinventing ourselves. And that's why there is nothing more important and more relevant than Lord Krishna. And today being the focus on Balakrishna, I would like to, because Narsi Mehta has written so much, and Kanayalal Munshi has written Krishna Avatar, and Madhav Kyai Nathi Madhuvanma Harindra Dave has written, and there are numerous novels, dramas, poetry all over the Gujarati literature. So I will be very precise. I would try to focus on Narsi Mehta and some of my things. So coming back to Rajarshri's remark on chapter 10 of Bhagavatam, I wrote in a ghazal, and since many of you may not be understanding Gujarati, but as we have discussed in the musical analysis of Krishna Gitas, you will appreciate the Nada Tattva. I will try to bring out the Nada Tattva. You see, like I have written, this is my poem. Emane kidhu dishao vand che, એમણે કીધું દિશાઓ અંધ છે ને તમે માની લીધું કે બારણાઓ બંધ છે પણ અમે તો જીવતા સંબંધમાં ને શોધમાં પણ અમે તો જીવતા સંબંધમાં ને શોધમાં સહેજ અંદર ઉતર્યા ને જે ફીણાયું એ બધું અકબંધ છે. એ જ મુરલી એ જ રાધા એ જ પીંછું મોરનું. એ જ મુરલી એ જ રાધા એ જ પીંછું મોરનું. આપણે જે વાંચતા તે આ જ 10મો સ્કંદ છે. This is the essence of chapter 10 Bhagavat ka 10th skand ka. This is the Navanitam. What Navanitam is that એમણે કીધું દિશાઓ અંધ છે. They have said that now there is no God. God is not required. People have been on the rooftop. They said by 2030 we will not require God. But we say that when you are facing loneliness, when you are alone, in isolation, these are the new words, no? Now we are familiar with. When you are alone and when you are fighting a loneliness, at that time, a child, a grandchildren, no, a small song of a grandchildren or a grandchild makes you so pleasant. It gives pleasure. So, human being is a social animal, and when you get a pleasure by your only grandchild, but when you are hearing about Krishna, when you are having a company of baby Krishna, what we call in Gujarati is Lalo, Krishna, Balakrishna. When you have a Balakrishna with you, then it is the pleasure is added. When pleasure is added with spirituality, the presence becomes divine, blissful. And that is the Balakrishna's description we find in Narsimha Mehta. And I have selected some poems of Narsimha Mehta. See, Balakrishna's mischiefs are described by everyone, all in the medieval Gujarati literature and even the modern literature. O pelo chandaliyo ma mane ramwane apo. Now the child Krishna is asking that give me that moon as my toy. You give me that. O pelo chandaliyo ma mane ramwane alo tara ne nakshatra lavi mara gajwa ma galo. Narsimha Mehta is writing that Krishna is asking Yashoda that give me that moon. Moon is very bright. I want to play. That moon should become my toy. That Tara and Nakshatra, all the stars and Nakshatras should be given to me. And Yashoda, after listening to this demand, she was puzzled. And Matare Jasodaji Harina Ansu Dalu hai. And then Krishna has started crying. You see, this is the way, Krishna is a Purna avatar. And he is playing with the mother, and mother is crying. And then suddenly a thought comes to mind of a mother, Yashoda. Vadakama pani ghali chandaliyo dakhyo. She brings a vessel from a bowl, from a kitchen, and keeps water, pure water. And with that pure water, there is a reflection of moon in the lap of Maya Yashoda. So she is showing to Krishna, look, here is the Chandra, here is the stars, here are the nakshatras. So that reflection. But Narsimha Mehta always, at the end of every poem, makes a prophetic statement that this, after seeing the moon in the water, its reflection, Krishna smiles. Krishna smiles. Vadkama ghali chandaliyuda narsayano swami shamaliyo radato re rakyo. And then smiles. He smiles and tells, oh, very good. But the message he gives is the reflection that as the sky, moon which is in the sky can be seen in a small bowl, I can be, the Parabrahma can be seen in a small bowl of your body. You can see me, you can feel me. You see, likewise, Narsi Mehta is also taking us to Mathura. Mathura, we have seen his presence has changed the atmosphere. And as I mentioned earlier, that even a small child, your grandchild, changes the whole atmosphere of a house. Then here the Lord himself, the incarnation, is coming to the Nandajinu Aganu Paramarali Yamanu Sadare Sohamanu Krishna Kidhu Jane Vaikuntha Kailasa Brahma Sadanathi Indrana Bhavanathi Adhika Kidhu. This is the Nada Tattva, no? Narsi Mehta has written all these songs, all the padas. There is 1043 padas of Narsiha, which is full of devotion. And all have different ragas and chanda. This is a Julana chanda, no? Where Jane Vaikuntha Kailasa Brahma Sadanati Indrana Bhavanati Adhika Kidhu. Means when the Krishna is playing in the parisar, in the periphery of the Nandani's house, the household becomes, which was a very, very good Haveli kind of house. It has become like a Vaikunt, Kailas and a Brahma Sadan. Only with the gracious presence of Krishna, this Sakala Tiratha Jaha Vasavase Vitthalo Indra Aja Ishane Deva Sagala. The presence of Krishna has made Sakala Tirtha, all the Tirthas, all the Tirtha Kshetraha, Tatra Upastitaha Santi, Tatra Drushyande. So Narsi Mehta has described that because of presence of Balakrishna, the peripheral, the Angan of Nandaji has become like a Brahma Sadan, and it is the essence of all the tirthas which we all very, very eager to wait and visit. Mata ubha se nathasam mukadase dasatase tiha prema prite. What is the binding force? Because the mother is also laughing, the father is smiling, and the neighborhood is so joyous because it is the gaze, it is the darshan of Balakrishna which bounds, no, which is a bondage of all the great people, all the people surrounding are bound by gracious presence of Balakrishna. So Balakrishna's presence makes a small household, and this village is a very small village, but it has become like a Brahma Sadan. It has become like a Kailas. It has become like a Vaikunt. So with the presence of Krishna, Balakrishna, this has become a great Darshaniya Sthal. Now we will go to one very famous, and as we know that Krishna had shown so many miracles during childhood, and that has given the, ansar, that bhanak, that he is the incarnation of Almighty. Vishnu ka ye avatar hai, iski pratiti par pal hoti hai. So we can see, the great poem which is now almost a household song, and every school-going child recites and learns this poem by heart of Narsi Mehta, is Nagadaman. When he goes and dances and kills the very poisonous, powerful Nagas. Jala kamal chhandi jare bala, Swami amaro jagshe, jagshe tane marse mane, bal hatya lagshe. Kahe re balak tu marg bhulyo, કે તરવેરી વળાવ્યો, નિશ્ચિતારો કાળજ ખૂટ્યો, અહીંયા તે સિદ્ધ આવ્યો. Now the ball, when the children were playing, it has gone to the Yamuna river, and Krishna goes down to snatch away that ball, and the Nagins, the wives of the Nagaraj, they came out and said, "Ki, don't come here. You see, Krishna is dancing with Radha is not enough. Dancing with Gopi is not enough. He is dancing with the death." Nobody, even the elderly people, will not dare to go there, where Krishna is challenging the all-powerful Naga that, "Come on." And at that time, the Nagins, the wives of the Nagaraj, says that, "You please go back. Why you are here? Swami amaro jagashe." When our Swami, my husband, if he gets up, then you will be killed. And I am very sure, hey Krishna, hey Balakrishna, you please go away, because somebody has misguided you. You are here and you will be killed. So my request will be that you please go. Nischetaro kalaj khutyo. I am sure that it is end of your life that you are here. And then Krishna replies, and we use this as a very motivational. Now, Nathi naganahu marag bhulyo, Nathi mara veriye valaviyo, Mathura nagarima jugat ramata, Naganu shish hunhariyo, Range rudo, Rupe puro, Deshanto kodilo kodamano. Then he said, I would like to fight. I want this to take back. Then he said, Nagins again arguing that you please go back. We request you. Because Range Rudo, you are so handsome. You are so nice. And you are so komal, no? Rupe disanto kodilo kodamano. You are full of wishes. You have, the whole life is before you. Why you want to kill yourself? And Krishna replies, Mari mata ebe ujanmya, ema hu natvar nanado, jagad tara nagane maru, naam Krishna kanado. You wake up your husband. I am not afraid. My mother has given birth to 2 sons, and I am the younger one. Ask your husband to come and fight with me. I don't mind losing my life. You see, he is challenging. And that's what we are teaching the Gujarati children, that you have to go anywhere and be adventurous. If you can do adventure, and Krishna has done this. Krishna challenged the Almighty Naga and said, Jagada Tara Nagane, Maru Nama Krishna Kanado. I am Balakrishna. I am Krishna Kanado. Kanudo. He used to be called Kanudo. I am Krishna Kanudo. Ask your husband to fight with me. I'm not afraid. Then again, the Nagins are coming forward and trying to bribe this boy. Lakh savano maro har apu. I want to give you my necklace, which is sawa lakh. It is 1,25,000 rupees at that time, maybe. I want lakh savano maro har apu. Apu re tujne doriyo. Atlu mara nagathi chanu. Apu tujne doriyo. I can do some, I will bribe you because you are so cute. You are so handsome. Hey, Krishna, you go back. I would like to give you the necklace which I have hidden from my husband. I can give you this much bribe and you please go. Go back. But Krishna says, Shukaru Nagana Har Taro. I don't want har, I want my ball. My Gedi Dada. Shukaru Nagana Har Taro. Shukaru Taro Doriyo. Shane Kaje Nagan Tare. Karvi Gharma Choriyo. Hey Nagan. Krishna replies, Balakrishna tells. Hey Nagan, you don't do the work of a thief. Choriyo. Don't do chaur karma. You, आपके husband को जगाइए. Awake your husband. I would like to fight. I would like to take my ball back. I don't want to. Shukaru Nagana Harataro. I don't want that har. I don't want that necklace. I would like to fight. And then Nagins go. Uthore balvant koi. Balak barne aviyo. Balak koi. There is some child who has come. And आपके साथ उसको युद्ध करना है. And then Narsimha Mehta describes Bevu Baliya, Bathe Balagya, Krishna Kali Nag Nathiya. And बहुत बड़ा युद्ध होता है, द्वंद्व युद्ध. With the Nag, Krishna fights. And finally he defeats. And then the ball is given back. When the Nagaraj was killed, the Nagins were all doing a prayer. Amo aparadhi bevu kar jodi vinave swami muko amara kanthne amo aparadhi kai na samjha Shri Krishna ne na odkhya bhagavantane. See, we could not, we just thought that you are a child, but you are not a child. We could not recognize you, that you are a Lord Krishna. Let us go to chapter 11, no? Of Bhagavad Gita. Sakheti matva prasabam yaduktam he Krishna he Yadava he sakheti ajanata mahimanam tavedam Maya pramadat pranayena vapi. When Arjun tells that I was shouting, hey Krishna, hey Sakha, hey Yadav, Ajanata, I was not aware. So Nagins were also praying that Thala bhari sag motide Shri Krishna ne vadhaviya. Then they are doing worship. And then Krishna ko प्रार्थना करते हैं नरसिंह नाथ पासे की. This is the typical style of Narsimha Mehta. Narsimha Mehta is describing Krishna as a Narsinyano Nath. Narsinyana Nath पासे थी. नाथ ने छोड़ा दिया means वो free किया. So बाद में let us go to another, as we have seen, the Gau Seva. Cow heard no Krishna. Gauchari ne gher ave valoji maro gau. There is another pad which is not very popular like Nagadaman. But Shyamatani Sundarata Joi Munijan Tana Manamohe Hathalakadi Khand Kamadi Goalo ne Manabhave. Gopala Krishna. We have seen Krishna who was playing with the mother. Now we have seen Krishna who has done the Nagadaman, and now the Krishna as a Gopalak. Now this Krishna, when he comes, कैसे लगता है उनका दर्शन? श्यामतनी सुंदरता जोई मुनिजन. When even the Muni will be envious, he was looking so great. When he comes back with the cows, after taking them out for grazing, हाथ लाकड़ी, हाथ में लाकड़ी है, खांद कामड़ी, and the flute, and गोवालों ने मन भावे, and he is communicating with the cows. See, this is Krishna. Krishna has given us this blessing that you can communicate. You can communicate with the animals. You can, as we have seen, if you give a hug to a plant in your garden, do it 10 days. And on the 11th day, you will realize that that plant is waiting for you. You give a hug to a tree and you will experience it. Krishna has given us this clue. And that is why in a post-corona world order, why Krishna is essential. We have to tell that lady in Wuhan wet market, Madam, you cannot be irresponsible. Bats are also here. They are the Swarupa or Krishna. We cannot kill anybody. We cannot eat anybody. Nobody in this earth is allowed to be responsible. And this is how he plays flute, and the cows understand his language. Cows understand his message and they come back. So this is then again, naughty Krishna. Balakrishna was a very naughty. You see, I like Krishna, I worship Krishna because Krishna is not a very serious person. Krishna is very playful, very up to date, dress code. I have one Bhagavan who is well dressed. Jashoda tara kanu dane sad karine varare avadi dhoom machave vrajma koi nahi puchan harare. Narsimha Mehta is telling like the ladies of Mathura, they are coming to Jashoda and complaining. Your child is so notorious. He is coming and mischievous. Butter thief. Shiku todyu goras dholyu ughadine barare makhan khadu veri nakyu janaki dure var. You see, it is so much Geet, Nada Tattvam in every song of Narsimha Mehta. And as a poet, I can feel that if your poetry is coming from your heart, out of experience, not only imagination, if it is coming from experience, it comes with a great creative music. And that music is full of this. Makhana khadu veri nakyu janaki dure varare. Khakha khora karto hinde bihe nahi lagare. The ladies are complaining that what a child you have. Unko kuch bhai hi nahi hai. He is not fearing anybody. Just climb up my walls or सब बटन निकाल देता है, सबको बांट देता है. He is just distributing as if he is the owner of my house. We are devoid of our own ownership of our house. What is this? Your child is so notorious. Jashoda, you tell something to them. And Jashoda says, Maro Kanaji Garma Huto. Arey, what are you complaining? My Krishna has not gone out of house. He is there. He is in the bedroom. He is inside. What are you complaining? So who was there? So a sub Maya, Leela, Krishna Leela. Krishna is everywhere. In chapter 9, he said, no, हम हर आदमी के हर जंतु के जीव में हुए. ममई वांशो जीव लोके जीव भूता सनातन. He is everywhere. He is in everybody, every insect. We don't want to kill anybody. And that is what, this is butter, and the butter thieves and the Leela is giving this message that this is love. This is love. And no house is stranger to me. No house is strange house to me. He goes to anywhere. And that's why I always remember one of my Sanskrit professor who was teaching me Vedanta, he said, if you learn Vedanta, you will be socializing very fast because you will start seeing God in everybody. Advaita Vedanta gives you oneness. Swamiji, you are God. Raviji, you are God. Maheshji is a Mahesh. So I will start seeing God everywhere. So where is the differentiation? I will be very fastly socializing because I have studied Advaita Vedanta. And Krishna is teaching this to the children of Mathura, that every house is our house. And telling the ladies of Mathura that Makhan is not your product. Makhan is Gau Mata's product. It is product of a nature. Don't make profit out of it. Let us distribute. It is given by the God. It is given by the nature, and nature should be distributed. So we come back to climate change. We should get portion from the nature, not shoshan. We should not exploit, but we should get nutrition from this thing. Then the last 7th poem of Narsimha Mehta. Kanaji Kanaji sahu ko kahe re ame gokaliyo ke shure. I am taking different dhala, different raga, no? जैसे कि we have seen Jal Kamal Chandi Jare Ba, Nagdaban. Then Rajani Sohagan Thaivan Baban Sau Ugyache Jasoda Tara Kanudane Sadakarine Varere. Now the 7th raga. Kanaji Kanaji Sauko Kahere Ame Govaliyo ke shure. जो तू हमने आड़चड़ा विषय तो मथुरा छोड़ी दे शूरे. Now the Gopalaks are coming. Okay, we will tell you, we will not tell you Lord Krishna, Krishna, we will not say. We will say Govalia, we will say Gopala. And if you quarrel further, then we will leave Mathura, we will go away. So this is how Krishna's all the notorious thing, no? Kanaji, Kanaji, Sauko kahe. Sakala Vishwama Sahuko Jane, Gayatano go Valare, Narsayano Swami Bhale Mario, Purana Brahma Dayalore. He said, Aap log Goal kehte hai. You are all, Narsi is telling that Gopal, the shepherds have come and said, we will not say Krishna, we will say Gopala. But Krishna, Narsimha Mehta says, you are telling Gopala, but Gopala, he is not a small person. He is not a mortal being like you. He is the Narsayano Swami Bhale Mudiyo, Purana Brahma Dayalore. Ye to Purana Brahma hai, ye Purna Brahma hai. This man, this Gopala, Krishna, unko don't take it, don't consider him as a ordinary shepherd. He is a Purana Brahma Dayalore. He is the Dayalu Bhagavan. He is the Karuna Sagar. He is the God. And that's how I selected these 7 poems. And Swamiji, in Gujarati literature, I have started E poems and M poems. E poems are electronic yug when in 2005, when we started the electronic, e-governance and all. I got the Prime Minister's Award as a Vadodara collector when I introduced e-governance. So I said, and in one of my poems, I always write on Janmashtami something on Lord Krishna, always, almost last 40 years or so. E Radhae Jamana Jalpar Kholu Cyber Cafe. E Radhae. This is E Radha. E-commerce, email. So E Radha Jamana Jad par kholu cyber cafe. E Radha has opened up a cyber cafe on the banks of river Jamuna. E Radha Jamana Jad par kholu cyber cafe. Bite par Krishna Biraje, website Vandaravan, virus Vala, Vichar Karta, Rasache Manabhavan. Rasache Manabhavan. You see, bite par Krishna Biraje. And in this electronic device, in my computer, everywhere, byte per Krishna Biraji. Every byte has the presence of Balakrishna. Byte per Krishna Biraje, website of Vandravan. And my website is like a Vandravan, is a Vrindavan. So I experience God everywhere. And what happens? At that time, people were discussing about the virus in computer. Now we have a coronavirus. But virus in computers will corrupt your photos, will corrupt everything. But I said, look at my Lord Krishna. Unke life mein every day is a day of crisis. a day of conflict, a day of war. And still, every photograph of Krishna is just smiling. And that's why I said, bite par Krishna viraje, website vanaravan, virus wala vichar karta, arasa che man bhavan. Those who are advocating virus, they are really puzzled that what metal this Krishna is made of. His photo never get corrupted. No virus can affect. Despite his biography we read, every day he has a crisis, and all the time he is smiling, all the time he is playing, all the time he is playing flute. What is the secret? And secret is the blissful pleasance, the awareness. Mamai vamsho jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatana. As Krishna, he said, no, the big thing, big revelation. I always consider in Bhagavad Gita, the biggest sloka is when Krishna says Arjuna that Vrishninam Vasudevosmi Pandavanam Dhananjaya. Vrishni वंश में मैं वासुदेव कृष्ण हूं, लेकिन पांडवों में मैं अर्जुन हूं. तो अर्जुन बोला मैं कौन हूं? Who am I then? And that answer is given bite par Krishna viraje, website vandravan, virus wala vichar karta, aras che man bhavan. When Narendra Modi ji was the chief minister, and we were celebrating the 50 years of Gujarat, and he asked me that we are celebrating and every poet has, we are all singing all old songs. Why you don't write something? And I wrote, and then on this song, a lot of people have choreographed. Even one of my song was set to music by A.R. Rahman. And we have 6,000 dancers danced, and it is a Guinness Book of World Record. But one of the song which I wrote, that computer ma Krishna nihale, garbe amba ramti, desha videshe website ma Gujarati vistarati, samuh jivan ma saune veche keva meetha spandan, abhinandan Gujarat tane abhinandan, Gujarati na gauravati adhara bani nandanvan. You see, Gujarati na gaurav, the pride of Gujarat is Krishna Bhakti. Computer ma Krishna nihale. Every Gujarati devotee looks at computer as incarnation of Krishna. Computer ma Krishna nihale. And garbe ambaramti. And garbe, when we do dance in garba, it is amba. Computer ma Krishna nihale, garbe ambaramti. Deshe videshe. In entire world, garba hota hai. Entire world we do Krishna Puja. Wherever we give, my daughter stays in New Jersey in USA, she does the Krishna Puja in the morning, every day. So desha videshe website ma Gujarati vistarti, samuh jivan ma saune venche keva meetha spandan. And you see, because Balakrishna is in our life, we distribute meetha spandan, good feelings, good vibrations. My Guruji used to tell me that when you are there or when Krishna is in your house, the vibrations of the house is changed. When you do puja every day, vibrations will be different. If you go to somebody's house, you will feel the vibes. Concentrate. Take a deep breath, have feeling, and then you will find that you are at the right place or a wrong place. So this is how the self-testing Balakrishna is providing. And lastly, Swamiji, with your permission, my M Kavita. It is the mobile Kavita, which is very latest and very popular in Gujarati. And so many singers have sung it. SMS karvanu band karo shyam, have rubruma aavanu rakho, Mathura ne Vrindavan jagya che rom rom morally mobile jevi rakho. Hey Krishna, what are you doing here? SMS bhejta hai. Don't send me SMS. SMS karvanu band karo shyam, have rubruma aavanu rakho. You please come in person. Hey Lord Krishna, I don't want your SMS. You are sending SMS every day. I don't like this. You please come. SMS karvanu band karo shyam, have rubruma aavanu rakho, Mathura ne Vrindavan jagya che rom rom. In every roam, in every organ of my body, Mathura and Vrindavan are alive. Come. And don't bring Morley this time. Don't bring flute this time. You bring mobile. Come with mobile. Morally mobile જેવી રાખો. અને કહે છે કે ઈમેલ વાંચીને હવે અર્જુનને સમજાવો, મનમાંથી કાટમાળ કાઢે. You tell Arjuna that read all the emails. And the head baggage is your problem, Arjuna. Head baggage remove karo. Remove your head baggage. ઈમેલ વાંચીને હવે અર્જુનને સમજાવો, મનમાંથી કાટમાળ કાઢે, ગાંડીવને શાંખધ્વનિ સાચવે ભલે, પણ પર્સમાંથી પામ ટોપ કાઢે. ગાંડીવ and શંખધ્વનિ બરાબર है, you keep it, keep ગાંડીવ and all that, but पर्स में तो palm top होना चाहिए. You should have the palm top with you. Hey Krishna, you come and see what happened. કે સાયબર કાફેમાં હજી સર્ફિંગ કરે છે પેલી ગોપીઓની યુગ જૂની આંખો. Today also there is a gopi in every eligible girl who looks at her husband or fiance, उनके सामने देख रही है, गोपी है. Your gopini युग जूनी आंखों, the old eyes, you look at every young lady. Cyber cafe ma haji surfing करे छे. You see, because in US, in Gujarat, lot of people are getting married in US, and night में ये सब चलता है, क्योंकि वहां डे होता है US में. तो रात में सर्फिंग करती है, ऐसे बात करती है, तो अपने प्रियतम से बात कर रही है. तो I tell that, hey Krishna, you come and see this scene. They are the modern gopis. They are trying to find out you somewhere in somebody. સાયબર કાફેમાં હજી સર્ફિંગ કરે છે પેલી ગોપીઓની યુગ જૂની આંખો. ને ઈચ્છાના ગોધણને વાળો હો શ્યામ, હવે માખણને ફેટ ફ્રી રાખો. And makhan, the butter has to be fat free now, because everybody is worried about the figures. So makhan has to be fat free, and Govardhan mange che pankho. And Govardhan, the pahad will have to have a pankho, means wings, because we Gujaratis have dreams to go to every corner of the world. We want to go. ઈચ્છાના ગોધણને વાળો હો શ્યામ, હવે ગોવર્ધન માંગે છે પાંખો. ટચલી આંગળીએ હવે સાચવજો માઉસ. Now ટચલી આંગળીએ mouse has to be handled, not Govardhan part. ટચલી આંગળીએ હવે સાચવજો માઉસ, હવે માખણને ફેટ ફ્રી રાખો. SMS કરવાનું બંધ કરો શ્યામ, હવે રૂબરૂમાં આવવાનું રાખો. So don't send me SMS, oh my Lord Krishna. I pray that you come, let us have physical meeting. Swamiji, we have been in the virtual workshops. With your blessings, let us hope that we meet next time in person, as I have prayed in the latest poem of Gujarati literature, where I have requested Krishna that don't send SMS. Vaccine is like a SMS. Vaccine is like a Vrindavan. But we want that, hey Krishna, you come personally. So with this, Balakrishna is to be realized by Krishna. Balakrishna has to be seen in every child, every flower, as Rabindranath has said. Now, every day morning, when I see a flower, I see that God has still have faith in humankind. I think with this few words, with a very humble pranams to Swamiji, I really feel very honored, Maheshji, Raviji, that I am invited and I am given this opportunity to speak some of my emotions. Of course, language was a big barrier. I tried, because ultimately the literature has to do the work of communication. And I hope I have communicated what the essence of Gujarati two poets, Narsi Mehta and Bhagyesh Jha. With all the pranams, Jai Shri Krishna.
Narayana, Jai Shri Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
There are two things I want to say. One is that I was, when I invited you to speak there in Nalanda, I wondered whether I'll ask you to do exclusively on Narsi Mehta, or then I thought that you're such a senior person, I shouldn't dictate to you. So I left it but Sri Krishna has made you speak about Narasimha
Thank
Mehta.
you.
Secondly is that this reminds me of what happened about 10 years ago. We had a program on Sri Krishna and the regional languages of India in SIES College in Bombay. So when the person was speaking about Gujarati literature, there were about 70 Gujaratis there, and they started singing the bhajans along with her. And then I said what I feel now also, that seeing the attachment of the Gujarati people to Sri Krishna, I'm not surprised that he left Uttar Pradesh and went and settled there.
Yes.
Narayana, Narayana. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Your blessings.
Wonderful talk, Dr. Bhageshji. It was really impressive. Really, I mean it. It was very well received. At the outset, I think I'm quite impressed with your profile. Administrator, philosopher, scholar, poet, all rolled into one. I think well and truly well received and well delivered speech. I really like the point you made about, you need 35 sessions, not 35 minutes to talk on Krishna, especially given the fact that Krishna is Gujarati synonymous with Krishna as such. I mean, everywhere you go, Krishna is the common, even means of greeting, really. And I think Gujarati folklore is also replete with a lot of
it's full of it. Full of it. Yeah.
Anywhere you go, you do see only Krishna everywhere. I mean, personally, I've had the blessings of visiting Gujarat, especially places like Dakor and Dwarka. So
I extend my invitation to Swamiji and all of you. Someday we will do something.
Yeah. And very nicely brought out the virtues of Balakrishna using the various, as you call, the dharas of Narasimha Mehta, especially the Nagdaman and Gauseva, and the early lifetime story of how Balakrishna wanted to touch the moon in his conversation with Yashodhama. And lastly, of course, the very significant point you make about how Krishna is very essential in this pre and or rather post-COVID or a continuing COVID era, where we all need to coexist, animals, nature, and human mankind. So with that, I'll open the floor if there are any questions for Dr. Bhageshji. I don't think so. Okay, thank you so much for your wonderful talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure. My pleasure.
Pranam,
Pranam, Swamiji. Pranam.
Thank you, Sri Bhagesh Jan. Thank you, Ravi. The next item on the agenda is a talk on the topic Balakrishna Leela by Ms. Rama Gopinathan, Sanskrit scholar and author. A brief sketch of about Rama Gopinathan. She is a scholar in both English and Sanskrit. Her book, Shankara Stotra Ratnakaram, which is an English translation of all the kritis of Adi Shankara, is available in Guruvayur. She was one of the persons instrumental in the manuscripting of Adhyatma Ramayanam in Malayalam, a project which was undertaken by the late His Holiness Swami Jnanananda Saraswati of Palakkad. She is a regular writer of short stories, and she is a living encyclopedia of Bhagavatam, Narayaniyam, and Ramayanam. She labels herself as a good conversationalist, but not a speaker. But unfortunately, I think she is not joining us in the webinar directly, and so we do miss having a conversation with her. Instead, her talk will now be read by Srimati Lata Ramdas. Srimati Lata Ramdas is an ardent devotee of our Sadguru Ma for several decades and is an integral part of the ashram and the foundation. She is a very good singer, and you can say she is also the unofficial leader of the bhajan group of the ashram. She teaches Sanskrit in the Sanskrita Bharati. And at the command of Swamiji, she is also taking classes on Narayaniyam. Now with this, now it's over to Srimati Lata Ramdas, who will read out the speech of Rama Gopinathan. Over to you, Lata.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Pranams to Sadguru, pranams to Swamiji. First, I'm deeply grateful to Swamiji and Sri Sadguru for giving me this opportunity to do this seva. And I hope I will do justice to the script given to me. Krishna in his childhood days. Lord Krishna is considered to be the most colorful character in Hindu mythology. His mischievous nature, his love for his friends, and stories of his childhood are narrated in every household. Kids love him and grown-ups adore him. In whatever form he is worshipped, be it infant eating butter, the young boy playing on the flute with Radha, the love of his life, or in his larger-than-life avatar giving a discourse to Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Birth of Krishna. King Kamsa was a tyrant and an evil ruler. It was a prophecy that Kamsa would be killed by the 8th child born to his sister Devaki and her husband Vasudeva. Therefore, to escape death at the hands of nephew, Kamsa imprisoned both of them and ensured that each of their newborns were eliminated as soon as they were born. Lord Vishnu himself took avatar in the form of Krishna and was born as the 8th child to Devaki and Vasudeva at midnight. That night, when Krishna was born, a divine voice directed Vasudeva to smuggle the newborn baby out of the prison and to make to his friend Nanda's house in Gokula and exchange him with his friend's newborn girl child. Worried, Devaki and Vasudeva were assured that his son will have safe and sure upbringing in Gokula. Vasudeva followed the instructions, and by divine intervention, all prison guards were asleep. Prison gates in open condition. In pouring rain, Adishesha himself provided cover for the child. River Yamuna gave way and Vasudeva safely delivered the child in Nanda's house and brought Nanda's newly born girl child back to his prison without anybody's knowledge. Kamsa, on learning the birth of 8th child through prison officials, comes to the prison and finds the 8th child is a girl. In spite of his sister's pleadings, he attempted to kill the girl child but could not. The child slipped out of his hand and took the form of goddess Durga and warned him that the boy will kill him and he is safe and out of his reach. Kamsa was terrified and left worried. Narayana Bhattadri in Narayaniyam 44.5 described sage Garga gave the name Krishna to the child to declare that his real nature is existence bliss. Krish is existence and Na is bliss. The union of these two syllables is Krishna, the supreme Brahman. In Shloka 38.3, he addresses the Lord thus: You, the remover of the sorrow of the 3 worlds, appeared on this earth at midnight. Though in appearance a child, you did have all the divine majesties, and you did shine in the lying chamber, Suti Gehe, with a crown, bracelets, shoulder ornaments, and necklaces spreading lustre all around with your conch, discus, lotus, and mace, with a complexion which was dark blue like a cloud. Devakya Devarupinyam Vishnu Sarva Guhashayaha Avirasid Yatha Prachyam Dishi Induriva Pushkalaha, says Srimad Bhagavatam. Lord Vishnu, residing in the heart of all, appeared in the divine Devaki like a full moon in the eastern quarter. Beauty of child Krishna. Leela Shuka gives an elaborate and vivid description of Krishna as a child in his popular text Krishna Karnamritam in verse form as addressed to the Lord. Due to time and space limitations, only a few are mentioned here, though every verse is a gem. Our eyes are drawn towards the beauty of your childhood form, the locks adorned with peacock feathers, worshipped by the lotus-eyed gopis, and the face which conquers both moon and lotus. Will I see the young Krishna, blue like sapphire, playing wonderful music in his flute, sweet lips like bimba fruit, with attractive smile, with his nectar-like speech spreading coolness all around, and with his cool glances from lotus-like wide eyes. When am I going to see the wide chest, eyes like blue lotuses, soft smile, charming speech, lips like bimba fruit, and the sweet music from his flute, the treasure house of elegance and beauty? Varamimam upadesha madriyadvam nigamavaneshu nitanta chara khinnaha vichinuta bhavaneshu vallavinam upanishadartham ulukhale nibaddham. 2.28. Those who are tired after wandering in the forest of Veda, listen to this advice. Look for the import of Upanishads in the houses of gopis, where it is bound to the mortar. Ratnasthale janucharah kumarah sankrantamatmiya mukharavindam adatu kamastada khedat vilokya dhatri vadanam ruroda. 2.52. The child Krishna crawling on the gem-studded floor saw his face reflected in the shining floor and tried to grab it, but unable to do so, looked at the face of his nanny and cried. Krishna is crawling in the courtyard. The bells on his waist and anklets on his feet are sounding sweetly. There are other incarnations of the lotus-eyed Lord, all being very auspicious, but only Krishnavatara has been able to give liberation to cows, cowherds, and cowherd maidens. I meditate in my mind the child Mukunda, who's crawling on his knees, left hand on the floor and looking at the ball of butter on his right hand. O Lord, Slayer Mura, whatever joy you experienced on being offered food by Vidura, by the Gopas, at the worship of Govardhana mountain, the puffed rice given by Kuchela, or being breastfed by Yashoda, enjoyed the hospitality by Bharadwaja and Shabari in the lips of the Gopi and in the lips of the Gopis, in the food offered by the Yagyapatnis, show the same love in accepting this offering of Krishna Karnamritam dedicated to Krishna Paramatma, he says. Narayana Bhattadri also dwells at length in describing the beauty of child Krishna in many verses of Narayani. Smiling very gently, revealing your pearl-like teeth with hair streaming over face all over, the soles of whose lotus feet are beautiful to behold. The bangles which you were wearing in the arms had slipped down to waists. You, along with Balarama, captivated intensely the minds of the people who were looking on, says Shloka 45.2. O Lord, the music which came out of your flute could make even divine damsels feel the effect of Cupid or arrows. It could make even animals and birds stand motionless and could even melt stones, says Shloka 59.5. Swami Deshikan in his text Gopala Vimshati describes the beauty of Krishna, the child, in great detail. He says, one should enjoy the unchanging and incomparable beauty of Gopala with unblinking eyes. He is wearing peacock feathers in his dark tresses. When we think of his childhood pranks in Gokulam and Vrindavan and his blemishless beauty, our minds fall in intense love with him. Our senses are overpowered. He plays on his flute and created delightful music. He casts his most merciful glances. His cool and welcoming eyes resemble a pair of just blossomed lotuses in the river of his mercy. Krishna and Putana. Kamsa, an evil uncle of Krishna, wanted to kill him. Kamsa, the evil uncle of Krishna, wanted to kill him on the day of his birth itself. But by divine intervention and with the help of his father, Krishna fooled him. Later, Kamsa came to know that Krishna was somewhere else in his kingdom. He ordered Putana, an evil demoness, to kill many newborn babies. She soon came to Gokula, learning about the miraculous baby, and wanted to eliminate him as well. She took the form of a beautiful woman. She poisoned her breasts with venom and reached Krishna's place on the pretext of feeding the child. On her request, Krishna's foster mother agreed. Putana took the beautiful baby from the cradle, went to the backyard and started feeding him. She thought that the baby will be in a few minutes will be dead. Instead, she suddenly felt that the child is suckling the life out of her. She wanted to get away, but the child held her tightly. She flew into the air and took the form of fierce demoness to frighten the baby, but all in vain. Krishna would not let her go. Eventually,
Lata, you're muted.
oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me again now?
Yeah.
I don't know when my audio got.
A few seconds.
Okay.
Ravi, we're going to.
Yeah. So I think there's been some apologies for this. Some wrong note has been sent out and being read out. So I think this is a note which is probably to be delivered later in the day by Dr. Gopalan. So apologies for that. We will kind of stop this now and break for lunch and resume at 2 o'clock. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, now, so we'll break for lunch now and rejoin at 2 o'clock.
We can't hear you, Padmanabhan. You want to reconnect? Can't hear you. No, you're not audible. Yeah.
Can you please disconnect any external headset, Mr. Padmanabhan? Mr. Padmanabhan, we can't hear you.
Try rejoining, exiting and rejoining.
I think he can't hear you also.
Oh, is it?
Why don't you call him on his phone?
Yeah, I'll call him. I'll call him.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes. Now you can start.
Yeah, okay. I need it. So good afternoon for this afternoon session. We apologize for the small glitch in the pre-lunch session and for the small delay now. So now we'll continue with where we left. We are now going to have the talk of Mr. Rama Gopinathan, and her talk will be on Balagopala Leela. A few words about Rama Gopinathan. Ms. Rama Gopinathan Nair is an exponent in both English and Sanskrit. Her book, Shankara Stotra Ratnakaram, the English translation of all Sri Adi Shankara's Kritis, is available in Guruvayur. She was one of the main persons behind in manuscripting the Adhyatma Ramayanam in Malayalam, a project which is undertaken by the late His Holiness Swami Nyananda Saraswati of Palakkad. She is a regular writer of short stories and is considered a living encyclopedia of Bhagavatam, Narayaniyam, and Ramayanam. She labels herself as a good conversationalist, but not a speaker. Unfortunately, she is not here to join us in this seminar. So instead, she has sent the speech. The speech will now be read by Srimati Lata Ramdas. Lata Ramdas has been an ardent devotee of Sadguru Ma for several decades, and she is also a good singer, and she is sort of the unofficial leader of the bhajan group of the ashram. She is a Sanskrit teacher and teaches for the Samskrita Bharati. As per the command of Swami Sri Hari Prasad, she is also taking classes on Narayaniyam now. So now I request Lata Ramdas to read out the script of Rama Gopinathan. Over to you, Lata.
Pranams to Sadguru and pranams to Swamiji. First of all, I would like to thank Swamiji. By the grace of Sri Sadguru and Swamiji, I have been asked to do this seva, and I'm eternally grateful to Swamiji for this. And I pray and hope that I will do justice to the script. Start with the Dhyana Shlokas. Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cha Nandagopa Kumaraya Govindaya Namo Namaha. Namah Pankaja Nabhaya Namah Pankaja Maline Namah Pankaja Netraya Namaste Pankajangrini. Krishnaya Vasudevaya Hareye Paramatmane Pranata Kleshanashaya Govindaya Namo Namaha. Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Matra Rupena Samsthita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namaha. Jagatah Pitarau Vande Parvati Parameshwarau. Guru Brahma Guru Vishnur Guru Devo Maheshwaraha. Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Vande Navanita Gandhavaham Vachane Taskara Chaturi Dhurinam Nayane Kuhanashrayam Ashrayethaha Charani Komala Tandavam Kumaram. Sajala Jalada Neelam Darshitodara Neelam Karatala Dhrita Shailam Venunadai Rasalam Smita Lalita Kapolam Snigdha Sangeeta Lolam Shatamaravari Pukalam Shatakumbaba Chelam Kuvalaya Dala Neelam Naumi Gopala Bala. I prostrate before that Gopala Bala, who is dark-hued like the freshwater laden clouds, whose nature is Audarya itself, who lifted the Govardhana Mount with ease, who is absorbed in his Venugana, enjoying it, who takes care of people of Gokula, and in his Venunada, who is keen to play and dance around the Gopikas and who who looks beautiful, wearing the simple Tulasi Mala. I prostrate before that Gopala Bala, whose cheeks look more attractive due to his captivating smile absorbed in his Venugana with beautiful tresses adorned in yellow silken robes, a versatile master in lying, a Yama to the foes of Devendra and beautiful with eyes resembling a blue lotus. Kamaniya Kishora Mugdha Murtehe Kaka Venukaveenata Dhritanaha Mama Vachi Vijrambhatam Murarehe Madhurimna Kanikapi Kapikara. Sri Krishna is the most amazing character who fills the void of many hearts at every stage in one's life. He's the darling of all, the mischievous, adorable boy of Gokula, a warrior who vanquished master prince of the mighty foes, a prince of romance to the gopis and all the women who yearned to make him theirs. A master philosopher who gave the eternal Gita to the world, a son, a husband, a friend, and an anchor to shoulder the burden of all his devotees, of whom Kunti, Yadavas, etc. stand out supreme. And last but not the least, the one who led his devotees to the supreme state of moksha, whether they were the rustic gopis or the inimical asuras, or the ardent devotees like Bhishma or Uddhava. Though Srimad Bhagavatam is the epic which depicts all the avatars of Vishnu also, with all the necessary requirements and descriptions like Sarga, Visarga, Vamsha Varnana, etc. that is expected in the making of the Purana, the Dashama Skanda remains supreme, the absolute reason being that it is Krishna Maya throngs out and oozes out the honey of Krishna Prema born out of his leelas and exploits. It describes the leelas of Krishna, who's endearing as a baby, amusing and entertaining as mischievous little Krishna, the flute bearer of Vrindavan, a lover par excellence to the gopis, taking them to the realm of ecstasy, amazing and awesome always, solemn and sublime, imparting momentous lessons to the humanity in general. All these shows that he is an inseparable being to us at all stages of the journey of life, from birth, childhood, youth, old age, and why to our last breath. Though all his forms are lovable, I think the universal favorite will be the most adorable form of him as the little boy, that is Balakrishna. To children, he is their friend. To the boy next door, mischievous, a rogue at times, telling lies, cheating, a trickster who did innocent pranks on the guileless and simple folks of Gokula. The usual bedtime stories told by grandmothers centered around Balakrishna, and we requested them not to stop when it was coming to an end. The story of Putana, Shakatasura, and others were by heart for us, though the tattva underlining them were understood much later. Apart from killing the asuras, there are stories of cheating the fruits of his friends and eating them, astonishing Yashoda when he opens his mouth and shows the endless world inside. And before truth dawns on her that it is the Parabrahma and not his little boy who's standing in front of her, he mesmerizes her to come back to the worldly Maya by hugging her and asking her to feed him as he is hungry. There is a message on every act of his, whether it is Kaliya Mardana, Ulukhala Bandhana, or Govardhana Uddharana. From all these leelas, we realize that he is the Purnavatara, vanquishing Indra, Agni, Varuna, Brahma, etc. We see how he consumes the forest fire in Ambikavana, or bringing back Nanda, who is kidnapped and taken to his loka by Varuna, or to the wonder of all, while crushing the garva of Indra and Brahma in Govardhana Udharana as Vatsasteya, respectively. So before coming to the most interesting leelas of that little Krishna, which has arisen from the bhavana of many poets and authors, let me try to convey what I felt as a tattva, that is what's hidden in those extraordinary leelas of his. Who does not covet Ishvara Sakshatkara? But it is common knowledge that very few achieve it. It is due to the presence of Rajoguna in one that blocks it. That is what happened to Kamsa also. The emotions that spring out of Kamsa are his attendants like Putana, Trinavarta, etc. or Kamsa. The desire is the first emotion. All the rest arises from desire. In the case of Putana, she is by nature asuric, but outwardly beautiful. Desires are also like that. It looks attractive first, but when we indulge and strive to attain them, the ugly reality comes out. Whomsoever gets near them gets destroyed. The children who comes across her all get killed. But when Putana, the mother of all desire, reached the Lord, it is Putana who gets destroyed. Therefore, desires, there is only to vanquish desires, there is only one way. Whatever desire one has directed to the Lord as Ishvara Arpanam. Your existence itself will merge in it. The different emotions which follow desires are all characterized as Yasuras who follow her to kill the Lord. The most entertaining part of the Leelas are his pranks like the stealing of the butter, etc. As mentioned, there is a lofty tattva behind this Chaurya Krityam. The gopis rushed to see him whenever they got recess, and it became a normal routine to come to Nanda's house in order to delight themselves, to hold and pamper him. By this way, they reached a state of ecstasy that they forgot all their mundane woes while being in his company. Slowly, the Krishnanubhava started budding in their hearts. Though they had no problems about Krishna stealing their stuff, which was their livelihood, they were upset when Krishna broke or stole their pots and pans. When he became aware of this, he started giving them more and more trouble. The tattva behind this is, it is a common knowledge that when a new thought comes across, the previous thought gives way to the new one. That is, when the new thought arises, the old one gets forgotten. It is also the Lord's doing that he wants to stop the roaming nature of the mind, or whatever is the hindrance to his dear devotees from constantly remembering him. So he started destroying the objects that was hindering them from remembering him. That is the pots, pans, and dairy products in this case. By bringing it to the notice of Yashoda, who took care of their woes and helped to achieve the result. At the first outlook, it may look as if these objects are being destroyed by him, but he is actually destroying the ignorance of his devotees. Afterwards, there were no complaints from the Gopikas. The loss of petty pots and pans were forgotten, as his Leelas were the only things their mind were glued to. Narayana Bhattadri gives a beautiful picture of this in his Narayaniyam, in a shlokam, Tava Dadhi Grita Moshe, meaning there were absolutely no cause for anger or anguish in the minds of the Gopika in Gokula. Why? Because before he started stealing their curds and butter, he had stolen their hearts and immersed them in the ocean of bliss. Is it possible for anger or anguish to take residence in the ocean of bliss? So he attracted and captivated their mind and intellect by his charm, showing at times his divinity to remove their ignorance, viewing him as an ordinary mortal, as in the case of Vishwarupa Darshanam where he opens his mouth at Yashoda's behest to show the innumerable worlds inside. There is a big tattva in the Leela of Ulukala Bandhana. It is a well-known truth that if mind and karma become polluted, it is a disaster whomsoever he may be. Whether it is the Devas who had divine powers or other heavenly beings who fall down from their position, as in the case of Nalakubara and Manigrivas, their prosperity and power should be for the benefit of the world. People who discredit these powers by their arrogant deeds and who fall below can regain their former status only by tapas. So by Narada's grace, they are born as twin trees in Gokula, and by doing penance, by enduring cold and heat, and in the process getting Shapa Moksha by the contact with the Lord. How fortunate it is to get your body filled with Bhagavan, and the Jiva getting out of the body through the head to merge with the Lord, as in the case of Aghasura, who came as a python. Look at his fortune. When the time of his death advanced closer, he swallowed up the Gopa boys, who are the vibhutis of the Lord, and later the Lord himself. When the Lord entered him, his Chaitanya spread throughout Aghasura's body. When he could not contain it anymore, it bursted out through the head. Look at his fortune, a feat which is rare and difficult to achieve for even advanced yogis. This is the end result for a devotee when he is filled with Bhagavat Premam inside. Similarly, in Vatsasteya, when Brahma tries a trick, that is Maya, on the little Krishna, forgetting the fact that Krishna is a very Lord and Master of the supreme Maya herself, and that his present position itself has been conferred by his grace only. When his all-powerful Maya can even fool Brahma, what to say about the plight of mortals like us to vanquish that? It is not surprising, though, can vanquish him unless he himself wishes it otherwise. So he goes along Brahma's plan, and in the end, we see Brahma himself descending down, flushed with shame, fear, and guilt, circumambulating and falling at the feet of the blue-eyed boy who is sitting with a rice ball in hand, a flute under his shoulder, the same scene which he saw when he hid the cows and the boys a year ago. In remorse, he renders a stuti with folded hands. The contents of the stuti is extolling the essence of Saguna Bhakti. The ordinary mortal is always engrossed in his body and the three attributes, that is, Trigunas, that revolve around that. Unless one is bereft of these three gunas, it is difficult to realize and get the anubhuti of the Lord, who is by nature Triguna. Strangely though, it is largely possible to realize Nirguna Brahma by going through Guna Dharma, only like Nama, Rupa, Sankirtana, etc. That is known as Sagunopasana initially, which eventually will remove the same gunas like Nama, Rupa, etc. to its goal. By pure devotion and contemplating on his divine form and avataras and leelas, bhakti develops automatically, and one forgets the prapancha that is formed with the same gunas and becomes equipped to forget the body, its upadhis and surroundings, to realize and feel the anubhuti of the Lord. This has been effectively conveyed in this stuti by Brahma. All the Upanishads embodied in that beautiful form, adorning the multi-hued garlands made of wild flowers, that is Vanamala, and lovely berries, yellow silken robes, kasturi tilaka in the forehead, and the flute on his lips exuding scintillating music. Oh listeners, leave all the Shastras and Upanishads and devour this ambrosia which this dark-hued cloud is showering. It will quench your thirst for jnana. This is what the simple, rustic and illiterate gopis taught the world. Their bhagyam is one that is of highest order. Begetting jnana is one of the most difficult feat, which these gopikas got easily by constant remembrance. Remembering your lover without any hindrance is naturally easy, but getting the jnanam is not. However, though unemotionally they got their supreme status due to the dharma of the Lord. Again, in the case of Kaliya Mardana, it is about the destruction of the arrogance of Kaliya. It is only just and right to punish a villain. The Lord's incarnation itself is for punishing the wicked and protecting the good. We all know that by the law, Shruti, and by nature itself, Tamoguna abounds in snakes, which are quick-tempered and poisonous. The Lord does know about this nature of Kaliya. Moreover, for the women, their husband is their Lord. Killing him will be harming them who are faultless and who have taken refuge at his feet. The Leela of taking away the robes of the bathing gopis teaches us a very big lesson. Pasteurization of the Lord, who is beyond the attributes, as having all that, is meant for the ordinary man to realize the Mahima of the Lord. So it is a folly to equate his Leelas and doings with that of an ordinary man whose petty ego and ignorance differentiates everything as dvandvas, like man or woman, rich or poor, young or old, etc. Whose attributes belong only to the body and not to the soul. In fact, this is the greatest sin or wrong, to equate the deeds of the Lord, like the stealing of the robes or the nakedness of the gopis, in a sensual manner that is usual when viewed from a worldly angle. All his leelas, which when viewed from outside is for loka sangraha, and when contemplated, conveys the essence of the adhyatma tattva underlining it. Utter surrender where a jiva forgets his body consciousness is jnana itself, and feeling one's identity as different from that of the Lord is ajnana. When the gopis came to the Lord with folded hands over their heads, and they have lost their dehabhimanam and is not conscious of their nakedness, which clearly shows that they don't feel a separate identity from that of the Lord, because they have forgotten the dehabhimanam as mentioned before. This Leela of his is a most pavana, and more scenes of Jiva Brahmaikya are more vividly seen in the Rasa Krida later. The Leela of Viprapatni Anugraham, that is blessing of the wives of the Brahmanas, clearly conveys of the change of the Brahmins who are learned, well-versed in all the Shastras, but are arrogant karmathas themselves. When permission to take home-cooked meal to Krishna and his famished friends were denied by them, the wives ignored their husbands' words and rushed to have a darshan of Krishna. They were simple women who were overjoyed to see the Lord and wanted to be in his company for the rest of their lives. He blessed not only them, but also their husbands for their sake, by changing the mindsets of their husbands. The Brahmins were adept in Veda Pathanam, Taponishtha, Vratanusthana, etc. Genuine love for God, performance of karma without the desire for results were there, which the wives possessed. Performance of yajna, knowledge, etc. all observed to gain the above state, which the wives had. Aren't all these exercises futile if the end is not realized? So this Leela conveys the message of this particular dharma of Karma Yoga. I used to always think that it would have been a Herculean task for Sri Shuka to contain all the innumerable Bala Leelas in his work, Srimad Bhagavatam. Who can ever contemplate the Leelas he intended to do when he descended to the world in order to promote and protect Dharma and save Bhudevi, who was sinking with the burden of wicked people? Of course, we are fortunate to have had many, many devotees who have authored beautiful works on his life and Leelas, their bhavanas arising from their adoration and devotion to that dark-hued boy. So stories from Manipravala by Kunjan Nambiyar and verses from Sri Krishna Karnamritam of Pundanam and Leela Shuka were devoured with delight. We used to anxiously wait for elderly relative to come home, a master storyteller on Krishna Leelas, some of them which were not found in Bhagavatam, picking from the above mentioned texts. How we laughed in delight as she added naughty details of the pranks of Balakrishna. How we laughed when she narrated one mischievous Leela of his, who tricked the gopi who refused to oblige the boy's request to give appam, paniyaram, which she was planning to take to her father-in-law. It is said that when she went for her bath, they emptied the container and filled it with cow dung balls, which got her into trouble when it was served later. As mentioned, these stories are the outcome of the bhavanas of poets Kunjan Nambiyar, which amused the Keralites with his entertaining kritis and the satirical art form of Otandullal. He, in his beautiful work, Manipravala, narrates many Bala Leelas in a very enjoyable way. The verses flow with such ease and rhythm and with such rasa. One reads it again and again. That form of that adorable Bala lingers in our mind forever. The gist of verses are like this. Due to extreme desire and longing for milk and butter, the Devati Deva started stealing them. Every day, Balakrishna, along with a couple of comrades, stealthily reached the houses of gopis and finished whatever milk, curd, or butter there was, without even leaving anything to remain. They would get inside and, after making sure that the gopis had left, drank the milk, and if anything remained, poured it on the floor. When the gopis, after returning, saw this, he laughed aloud from outside and ran away. When these sports became intolerable, the gopis started hanging their milk pots from the ceiling. But for the little Krishna, that was not a problem. He either climbed on top of a friend or poked the mud pot with a rod and received the milk that was flowing from the top. This became a daily pastime, that is, to go to different houses, steal the butter, milk, etc., and give the remaining to the cats that followed them. When the chatter of the inmates could be heard from outside, he was scared and scooted back to go and hide in his house. So when these mischiefs became incorrigible to bear, the gopis decided to go and meet Yashoda, to whom they listed their complaints of her darling boy. One gopi said, "What should we say about your son's wicked ways, O queen? Your son's mischief has crossed all limits. We can't tolerate him anymore. You're pampering him too much. That's why he's becoming worse and worse day by day. It is going to be a black mark to your kula even. Your son roams around our houses in utter indiscipline, destroying whatever that meets his eye. He is not satisfied with any amount of eatables we give. After eating everything, he throws and breaks the vessels also. We give him whatever he wants, but in spite of that, he steals whatever little is there at home. He's adept in the worst form of cheating and stealing. What does he gain by breaking our pots? We are poor people. Now he has gone one step further. Nowadays, after the routine visit, we find many bowls and plates missing. What can we do if the Prabhu Kumara himself chooses to act like this? Another gopi said, listen to what happened to me one day. My father is a very old man. I had boiled a big bowl of milk and kept it in his room. When I went for my bath, your son emptied the whole milk and filled it with gomutra. When my father came in the evening, it had become dark. He drank a little and threw the bowl at me, cursing and calling me names. At the time, I heard a giggle from outside the window, behind the bush, saying, this is what happens to you when you deny something when I ask. Another one said, my plight is worse. He let loose the ropes of all the cows that had died after milking them. He also released the calves and led them to the paddy fields that was about to harvest. When I was searching for them helplessly, there comes your son, happily humming a song, shouting that all your cows are freely grazing in your fields. Your calves are also enjoying along with them. Foolish woman, go and milk your cows if your calves have left anything for you. What should we do? Should we leave the village? It has become impossible to stay here any longer. Yashoda, whose heart was towards her son, patiently hearing all these, replied softly, I am also pained to hear your voice, but I am unable to scold or punish him. Isn't he a small boy? Is it impossible? It is impossible for me. I do understand your laws. I will replace your mud pots with golden pots, jewelry, and money. Go back with a happy mind. Neither she nor the gopis realized that all these were dramas and pranks enacted by the compassionate little Krishna. Little Krishna were the master plans which attained the desired results, helping the poverty-stricken gopis whose life revolved around their daily chores and the son of Yashoda, whom they loved as their own son. The compassionate Lord had understood their needs and poverty, and by these leelas had brought it to the notice of his mother. A Bhattakar in his discourse describes the scene thus. When the gopis listed their woes, Yashoda, who initially refused to believe, called her son to question him. Her face had become flushed with anger and embarrassment. He came with timid steps, feigning fake fear, trembling as though he was about to cry, a picture of sheer innocence. Yashoda's face readily turns into motherly love and compassion. Her heart melts and she gathers him in her lap, forgetting why she ever called him at all. In discourses on these works, such speakers, while describing these, drenched and immersed the listeners in the ocean of bhakti and prema, arousing in them sattvic bhavas, like Kunjan Nambiyar, there are many others who captivated the heart of devotees in describing the Bala Leelas. Look at the form of Balakrishna as pictured by Pundanam in his Sri Krishna Karnamritam. Yashoda is asking him to come for his bath in the verse, Unni Vava. She beckons him like this, oh my little boy, come bathe and get dressed quickly. Why are you roaming around dirty with dust all around? Have you forgotten that it is your birthday? Don't you want to wear your new clothes and jewels and eat all favorite foods that is waiting for you? May my mind ever linger on that form of that darling boy who gave a delightful smile when he heard her call. What a normal and natural picture of an everyday scene in the life of the Lord. To all in the past and present, he has been everybody's own boy. The delight and love one experiences whenever his leelas are mentioned I don't think any living or mythical character has ever enjoyed. Look at the most calmly form of Balakrishna, whom Leela Shuka paints in his work, again in Sri Krishna Karnamritam. There are many popular verses like Kasturi, Tilakam, etc. There are many such verbal pictures like these. For example, may my mind always resort to that little Krishna frolicking in my heart. That dear child who steals butter from the gopis, the darling of the cowherd women, and the son of Nandagopa, who got him as his son as a result of his endless meritorious deeds done in his previous births. What all are the pictures that come to our mind when Leela Shuka says in his verse below, that Balakrishna who jumps and plays running around underneath the cows when they were being milked by the gopis, the sound of the jingling anklets combining of the calves with that of calling out Ambe, Ambe, the cows standing still, absorbed in the scintillating music that is flowing from his flute, dancing, laughing, and hooting with his friends while playing with them again. Again, in another verse, he asks, "O Krishna, how strange are your ways. You have no problem rollicking in the murky mud in the fields, but hesitates to be present in the yajna bhumi, where learned Brahmins are performing yajnas. When your dear cows make certain noises, you playfully imitate them, but you answer that thousands of solemn praises showered on you with your silence. You have no problem at all in doing the household chores to the poor gopis and be at their beck and call. But you hesitate to oblige the detached sages when they call you." Here is another picture of that Navanita Chora. That little Krishna who was crawling in his knees, seeing his image in the floor, was trying to pick it from the floor. When his efforts become futile, he burst out crying, looking at Yashoda as though to complain about the floor. Here is a very interesting one, a very popular one too. Look at this picture of that mischievous boy when he's caught red-handed by the gopis while trying to steal the butter from the pot. Gopi: "Who are you, my child?" Krishna: "Rama's brother." Gopi: "Why are you here?" Krishna: "I mistook this as my own house accidentally and came here." Gopi: "Right, but why is your hand in my butter pot?" Krishna: "Oh mother, don't misunderstand me. I'm searching for my white calf that is loose from our cowshed. May that sweet rascal who made that gopi to burst out laughing protect me also." Another amusing Krishna one. Krishna: "Oh mother Yashoda." "What, my dear?" Krishna: "Give me the bowl of milk." Yashoda: "What for? At this time?" Krishna: "To drink the milk." Yashoda: "It is not yet time." Krishna: "Then when?" Yashoda: "Let it become night." Krishna: "When is this night?" Yashoda: "When it becomes dark." Krishna, on hearing this description of night, closed both his eyes and exclaimed, "Mother, it's dark and it has become night. Quickly give me the milk." May that Balagopala who performed such leelas ever protect us. Another beautiful scene. When Yashoda beckoned her son to drink milk, when his brother Balarama was not there, he replied, "Let me go and call Balarama." Yashoda: "No need. If you drink this milk before Balarama comes, your hair will grow fast." Immediately on hearing this, holding his hair in one hand and drinking half the milk, he explained, "By now itself my hair has grown so long." Happily saying, he finished the milk. How many such beautiful pictures go through our mind when we think of him? Like these, there are many, many beautiful and amazing tales of Balakrishna, and this is naturally endless as we see that the miracles that happen to devotees even today. That number of popular tales of Lord Guruvayurappan, who is worshipped as Balakrishna, obliging Nenmani Chini by partaking Nevidya at his earnest and respectful request, arriving as a stranger boy and demanding a new beautiful Paramundu from Melicheri Nambudiri, an ardent devotee on Onam Day, when he was distributing mundus to his folks, running along with a group of poor boys as one among them around the temple, who were punished by the strict manager of the temple for bathing a couple of cows from the vessel containing manjadi berries in the temple, etc., etc. This list is endless, and as a devotee says, it might be impossible to count the sand grains on the seashore, but it may be possible to count the sand grains on the seashore, but trying to count the number of leelas of the Lord is impossible. Hence, let me conclude this effort of mine in trying to do the impossible task to speak on his leelas, which cannot be compromised by anybody or comprehended by anybody unless he wishes it. I can only add one more line in the verse in Narayaniyam where Bhattadripad gives a picture of Krishna. The people of Mathura are surprised and wonder-struck, captivated by the most beautiful form of Krishna and Balarama arriving in the royal court of Kamsa, each of them majestically holding an elephant tusk of Kuvalaya Pedam on their shoulder, and hail in unison, saying, Jaya Jaya. Bhattadripad has beautifully enjoined their joyous feeling in the verse, Ham Ham Dhanyo Nanando. Nanda is the most fortunate person. No, it is the gopis who are the most fortunate. No, it is Yashoda who will excel all in fortune. Not at all. Among the two worlds, the most fortunate are our eyes, who are able to behold him. Here I may be permitted to add a line more. It is not any of them, but we are also drenched in the ocean of his leelas during this satsang, who are fortunate. Jaya 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 Deva 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 Tribhuvana Mangala Divya Namadheya Jaya 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 Balakrishna Deva Shravana Manonayanamritavatara. Shri Krishnamritamastu, Krishnarpanamastu, Shri Sadguru Arpanamastu. Pranams to Sadguru and Swamiji. Pranams to all. Namaskars.
Pranams to Sadguru. Pranams Swamiji. Thank you, Lata, for a very... Swamiji, would you like to say something?
Yeah, it's a very, it's a wonderful devotee's perspective of Sri Krishna. Bhagesh ji also gave us a good perspective, devotee's perspective. This one is very traditional approach also. And thank you very much. We must thank Mrs. Rama Gopinathan Nair. And I'm sure Lata will also be thanking her because she is not confident. She doesn't like to read out papers, so she sent a paper. And so Lata has got this opportunity. She has also very obviously been delighting in it. Narayana, Narayana. Yes,
thank you, Lata, for a fairly articulate and eloquent delivery of the commentary.
Thank you.
Balakrishna by Rama Gopinathan. Just wanted to quickly summarize. Commentary started off with stories of Balakrishna, slaying of demons, Shakatasura, Putana, Trinavrata, showing of the universe in his mouth to Mother Yashoda and Kaliya Mardana, and many, many more stories of the Balakrishna days. Then it goes on to talk about the tattvas or the hidden within those stories, really. Some of the ones which struck me and came to my mind were one was comparing asuras and asuric tendencies with desires in humankind. And to vanquish these desires, there's only one way, that is to do samarpanam to the Lord. Another one which stood out was ordinary mortals are engrossed in his or her body, the three gunas. And one way to get over the three gunas is to do Nama Sankirtanam, to reach the Lord. Also about how taking away of the robes of the gopis was to impart a very important lesson about, taking away the ego. And the most interesting part, which at least I wasn't aware of, was about how the wives of Brahmins, disregarding their husband's instruction, went on cooks for the Lord. It shows genuine love for the Lord, and Nishkamya Karma is the only way to reach the God. And many, many more, and the complaints made to Yashoda on Balakrishna's pranks, which are nothing but dramas and pranks to help the poverty-stricken gopis. And many, many more tales and stories and leelas of Balakrishna, which have significant meaning for humankind. They were relevant even in those days and continue to be relevant even in the modern day period. Thank you. Over to you, Padmanabhan.
Thank you, Ravi. So then the next speaker is Sharada Vellodi. She is a scholar in Sanskrit, music, and Kalaripayattu. And her talk is on Balakrishna Leela. Now, a few words about Sharada Vellodi. She was born to Vetat Chinnammalu Kovilamma and Desamangalam Gupta Nambudri part of Calicut. She had her primary education at Calicut and later on completed her BA in Economics and History from Mangalore. During her younger days, her passion was Sanskrit, music, Veena Vadan, and Kalaripayattu. Kalaripayattu, as all of you will know, is the traditional, the ancient martial art form of Kerala. And she was an exponent in all these as well. She has staged many performances for Veena Vadan and has also done Kalaripayattu for various programs and exhibitions. Her passion for Sanskrit continued and she took Sanskrit as second language during her graduation. And her passion for Sanskrit continues even to this day. And now her favorite is Srimad Bhagavatam and Narayaniyam. She is over 90 years old and she reads the Bhagavatam every day and enjoys herself, she says. She was one of the main persons behind in writing the interpretation, the Vyakhyanam of Srimad Bhagavatam, a very major task undertaken by Brahmashri Vaishwanath Raman Nambudri, which was released in 4 volumes. She has completed more than 108 times a full Parayanam of the entire Bhagavatam, and now she has lost track of it, how many times she has read the Bhagavatam. So a very interesting person, a great scholar. And again, she is not joining us live, but her talk will now be streamed live. The audio will be played. Now I request Mr. Shyam to play the audio.
Errors. Om Shri Krishnaya Parasmai Brahmane Namaha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Satchidananda Rupaya Vishwotapatyadi Hetave. Tapatre Vinashaya Shri Krishnaya Vayam Namaha. Krishnaya Vasudevaya Devaki Nandanaya Cha. Nanda Gopakumaraya Govindaya Namo Namah. Komalam Kujayan Venum Shyamaloyam Kumarakaha. Vedavedyam Param Brahma Bhasatam Purato Mama. Guruvayur Puradhisha Prasida Karunakara Purushottama Vaikuntha Tvai Sarvam Samarpitam. Let us all do namaskaram at the lotus feet of the great Bhagwan, who was Sat, Chit and Ananda Swarupa, who was the ultimate cause of the creation and also the existence and the disappearance of the whole universe. The same Krishna was born as Vasudeva's son And when Vasudeva was happily wonderstruck seeing the most beautiful form, Tamalbhudam Balakambujekshanam Chaturbhujam Shankha Gadaryudayudham Srivatsa Lakshmam Galashobhi Kaustubham Pitambaram Sandrapayoda Saubhagam. The baby Krishna consoled them, saying, Yuvam ma putra bhavena brahma bhavena cha. When Krishna appeared in all splendor before Devaki and Vasudeva, they knew that it was Sakshat Purusha Prakrite Paraha. Vasudeva had experienced his presence in his mind and had explained, or rather portrayed, the whole luminary form, and the ever great Devaki was lucky to have him in her womb for all these months. Vasudeva was so happy that tears came to his eyes. Ananda Bashpa Pulakodgama Gad Gadartha. And he could hardly talk, as it was choked, and horripilation all over, and heart was melting, so to say. The first Leela of this Ananda Rupa was becoming like a normal child at the behest of Devaki Devi, his mother. When he appeared before Vasudeva and Devaki, he was Chaturbahum, Shankham, Chakram, Gada and Pankajam, each having a purpose and showing them that their son was not a normal child, but one who can protect them and also destroy those who are against him. Lakshmi Devi was shining in his chest to show everybody that those who surrender themselves to him will be always blessed by Lakshmi Devi, the wealth. He was looking happily at both the parents with his resplendent eyes. Kataksha Vimoksha Bhedaihi. After looking at one for some time and giving happiness, he will turn to the other parent with the same beautiful eyes, and with these looks giving them absolute happiness. When we think of that, you are reminded of the great Krishnatam Kali forms in Guruvayur, where the little boy in the sweet Krishna attire, Avatara Krishna, as he is referred to with his beautiful smile looking at one parent and then beautifully turning his face to the other parent. Even seeing this is a great state of mind, so imagine how the newborn Parabrahma come as all protector, and the one with his presence made the whole prison inside the room look as if Dvadishaditya Sannibha, shining as many suns are shining at the same time. After hearing the praises of Vasudeva and Devaki, they both knew that he was God himself. The mother asked him to become normal child. Krishna told them about the two former births of them. In the first, Vasudeva was Sutapa and Devaki was Prishni. For them, he, Krishna, was born as Prishni Garbha. Both Sutapa and Prishni did a lot of tapas to get a child, and Prishni Garbha was born after much of their prayer. In the next birth, they, the parents, were born as Kashyapa and Aditi, and much pleased by their vrata. Aditi did Payovratam very diligently, as told by Kashyapa. Observing all the rules of vrata, to them he appeared as Vama, the great Vamana avataram of Bhagavan. This was their third birth as Vasudeva and Devaki. As requested by Devaki Devi, the mother, he took Manusha Vesham and told Vasudeva to take him to Nandagopa's house, where Maya Devi will be born at the same time, put him there and to bring Maya Devi back here to the prison room. When Vasudeva took the child in the hands, all the chains broke from his hands and legs, and doors were opened without making any noise. All those who were instructed to keep awake to tell Kamsa about the childbirth fell asleep, and none of them knew that Vasudeva had stepped out of the prison with a beautiful Krishna in his hand. This Krishna can be only seen in dhyana by great saints, not really visible, and the great Vasudeva, the blessed father, had the good fortune to hold him in his own hands. And Krishna in Vasudeva's hands looked like a small little sweet swan. Look at his bhagyam, holding the great Lord in his hands, and the door giving him way, allowing him to go to Nanda Gokulam. As Bhagavan himself had told him, Vasudeva kept the darling Krishna near Yashoda, who had just given birth to a baby girl. Yashoda did not even properly see whether it was a girl or a boy, as she felt asleep. That was Bhagavan's prerna. Then Vasudeva took the baby girl Maya Devi in his hands and walked out of the house without anybody noticing him. It was not yet morning, there was no light as such, and happily Vasudeva was near the river, which he had to cross again to come back to Mathura. While Adishesha protected them from pouring rains and lighted the place with shining hoods, While coming back, Bhagavatam says, the river did the magic by giving him way. Margam dadau sindhuriva jagatpatehe. Once he reached the prison without any problem, suddenly all the doors were closed and even he himself was under chain. After that, the Maya Devi was given in Devaki's hands. The soldiers guarding the prison room suddenly got up, hearing the little girl crying, and ran to Kamsa to inform him about the childbirth. Kamsa, who was all along thinking about this, only rushed immediately to the room and was astonished to see a girl instead of a boy. Devaki appeared to her brother Kamsa not to kill the youngest one, a girl that too, but Kamsa had no soft nature. He pulled the baby from Devaki's hand and tried to kill her by holding legs and to strike her on a stone. But lo, the baby flew away from his hands, went up, and in clear tones told Kamsa, Are durachara nrishamsa Kamsa, parakramam strigalil alla venda, tava antakam bhumi tale janichu, javena sarvatra terinyu kolga. Your enemy is born elsewhere. You can search for him soon and find out. Hearing this, Kamsa got peace of mind. He called all his advisors and told them about the happening, and they in turn advised him and consoled him by telling that they will kill Anirdishan Nirdishan, all the children born within 10 days, so that it will include the one prophesied to kill him, and they began searching. Meanwhile, in Gokulam, Yashoda, the Mahabhaga, the lucky one who got Krishna as her own son for her to do everything for him, feed him, bathe him, and above all, see his beautiful, beautiful smile always. And Nandagopa, the all-excited one, was so happy that the arrival of Purna Brahmam in the family gave Dhanam to Brahmins, decorated the house, and ready to give all precious things to whoever came to see the baby. In the Dashama Skandha, in the 5th Adhyaya, those few slokas from 1st to 18 are real gems. Shri Suka Brahmarshi is virtually showing us Nanda Gokulam, gopis, gopas, all wearing their best clothes, exchanging goodies, showing him Bhagwan's presence made the whole place look like heaven. Tat Arabhya Rama Kridam Abhun Nripa. He tells Parikshit, who is heartily listening to the virtual nectar flowing from Sri Suka's mouth. Twan mukham bhojachyudam harikathamritam na mehasravah parayanti brahman anashanadapi. I am not feeling tired, although I have abstained from eating, Parikshit says. Then comes a lady to Gokulam, all dressed in beautiful clothes with a beautiful face and a beautiful form. She was hiding her real bad nature with all this. Her name was Putana. When she came, although nobody knew her, nobody said no to her, as she looked very friendly. Without any delay, she took Krishna in her lap and started to give her breast milk to him. Krishna, the all-knower, acted as if he is innocent by closing his eyes. Once he started drinking, he took her prana and did not suck the poison that she had put on her breast. Being unable to withstand the pain of sucking off her prana, life itself, by Krishna, she got into her natural form of Rakshasi and cried, saying, Muncha, Muncha, leave me alone, enough of it, and made a big noise by falling down with her very big form. Gopikas and Gopas were saddened to see little Krishna on the big figure of Putana, and the Gopikas somehow picked him from there and did japa for his safety, asking God to protect the great God. In Bhagavatam, Dashama 6th Adhyayam 35th Sloka. Putana loka balagno rakshasi rudhirashana jighamsaya api haraye stanam datvat sadgatim kim punha shraddhya bhaktya. If this Rakshasi, whose nature is to kill little children, who is used to drinking blood, and who came to kill Krishna, got Sadgati, what can you say about a real Bhakta who prays to Guruvayurappan and surrenders himself? What will he get? There are many more stories in Bhagavan killing the Asuras like Shakatasura, etc., etc. Each of them cause indifferent like Shakatasura in the form of a cradle. Trinavarta came as wind, and while Yashoda had kept the baby Krishna down for a while, took him and flew with Krishna, holding to kill the baby. In this case also, Bhagavan tightened his hold on Trinavarta and the big Asura fell down. A big figure and a little Balakrishna was playing on his chest as if he did not know anything. Our great Bhattatripad has a very nice request to make at this juncture. O Krishna, if you can kill a big Asura that has come in the form of Vata or wind, it will be so easy for you to cure my disease, which has come as Vata Roga, pun of words here. So please relieve me of this Vata. Narayaniyam 43 slokas 10th. Vatatmakam danujameva mai pradhunghat vaton bhavan mama gadan kimuno dhunopi. Garga Muni, who is a great sage who had mastered all the Shastras, and he was Yadukula Acharya. Once this great rishi went to Nandagokulam to do the Namakaranam of both the boys born there. Nandagopa received him very happily and requested Gargacharya to give names to the boys in a very secret way. As if made public, others will doubt about the Yadukula Acharya naming them. After all, Nanda was from a cowherd family. As apt as it can be, he gave Rama and Krishna as their names, and the names carry much meaning. How can you give name to a boy who has 100 names? After that comes the very Janubhyamapi Gachantam, beautiful way of their reaching the whole house on their 2 hands and 2 knees. With their knees, Bahubhyamapi Sundaram. Any child going around like this is so happily seen by everybody. So imagine these Mohana Rupa boys with the bangles in their hands, malas in the neck and anklets on their legs, swiftly moving on the floor, which too shine, looking at their own faces on the floor, try to play with their reflections. When the sound of anklets is heard, they stop to watch from where the sound comes, but the sound steps as they turn and see. Soon, they come to the stage when they can walk a little bit. The gopis and gopas were very fond of him, and seeing his childish pranks, wanted Krishna to come to their house every day. In every house he had friends, and with them he started stealing milk, butter, etc. from the gopis' houses. This is described as Charuna Choranena. Only God Krishna's stealing can be called endearing. He did so, as even those who say about Bhagavan's stealing will come out of the papam of stealing a person has done. The young ladies, the gopis, were so fond of him that they used to tell him to dance or sing and say that in return they will give him milk or fresh butter. And to please them, he did that, and also used to help them in bringing little things for them. But the little Krishna was so fond of milk, curd, butter and such things that he used to go to a few houses to steal, which became as a blessing for the ladies. Many times they just wanted Yashoda to know all that and used to lock him up in the room in their own house. But when they went to Yashoda, little Krishna will be with the mother, and they did not want to tell her. Sometimes these gopikas used to keep butter on top of many other vessels, that it was difficult for the little boys to reach, knowing fully well one boy will climb on another, and in that way they will reach the top where the curds are kept. When gopikas come, Krishna will break the pot, keep all curds in his mouth, spit right into her eyes, so that she cannot see anything. In the meanwhile, all will run away. One day, Yashoda got up little early, as some servants were asked to do other work, and she decided to churn the curds herself to get fresh butter. Little Krishna, with his beautiful dress, ornaments, and in a little hurry to drink Yashoda Amma's milk, sat in her lap and started drinking. Before long, the sound from the kitchen was heard by Yashoda to tell her that the milk is boiled fully and overflowing. Soon she had to go. She kept Krishna there and rushed to the kitchen. Krishna, pretending that he got angry because he was only half finished sucking the milk, broke the pot of curd with that churning rod itself. When Yashoda came, seeing the whole curd split on the floor and not seeing Krishna, knew who the mischief doer was. She decided to tie him up on a pillar, took a rope, caught hold of Krishna, and then to tie him up, and that was 2 inches short. Again and again she brought ropes, but always it was short of 2 inches. When Yashoda was tired of bringing, Krishna allowed him to be tied. Yashoda knew that with her skill she can't. Only when me and mine goes from a person, she is all right. As Yashoda went inside to do other pending work, Krishna went to the courtyard in the back of their house. This is the great Damodara Leela, and Krishna was tied to the mortar. The rope being tied to the udara of Krishna, Dama means rope, carrying the mortar along, he passed through 2 trees, and the trees fell down with some great noise. There stood Nalakunara and Manigriva in that place and did big stuti to the little Krishna. End of that. Let our words be in praise of the Lord, our ears be able to hear the stories of the Lord, our hands be able to do God's work, our hearts be in your lotus feet, all indriyas in Bhagavat Seva, and our eyes to be able to see good people. Satam Darshane. After they are blessed and they go away, Gopas and Gopis hearing the sound come and are surprised how such big trees fell. The boy says that only by Krishna's passing through this has happened. Of all Balakrishna Leelas, Brahma Mohanam is very important one. Brahma has come out of Nabhi Pankaja, Bhagavan's son actually. When Pralaya came and Brahma could not do Srishti, he praised Bhagavan and endowed him with all the knowledge of Srishti creation. When Brahma had any problem, Bhagavan advised him, and all Brahma stutis are great, full of meaning, etc. In all avatars, even before Krishna avatar, Brahma realizes the importance of Bhagavan. In the Varaha avatar, Bhagavan came out as a small figure from the nostrils of Brahma, then became very big as an elephant, as a mountain, and he was praised by Yajna Varaha Murti and killed Hiranyaksha in the end. Brahma was a person to tell Bhagavan to kill Hiranyaksha before Sandhya time. In Vamanavatara, Bhagavan appeared as their child to Kashyapa and Aditi. Before his avatara, Brahma knew that it was Bhagavan himself appearing before Kashyapa and Aditi and did a great stuti. Before Krishna avatara too, Brahma's stuti is very great. He wanted to tell everybody about Krishna's greatness. One day, Gopas and Krishna decided to have their afternoon lunch to be taken by themselves so that they can play in the Vrindavana, uninterrupted till evening. After playing for some time, when they were tired, they decided to eat their lunch. Everybody went to see Krishna, and so they sat in such a way, in a semicircular way, where Krishna was facing all the boys. The shorter ones were in front in a neat row. It was Sri Suka Brahmarshi who had described this great sloka. Bibhrat Venum Jadhara Patayoho Shringa Vetre Chakakshe Vame Panau Masranakabalam Tat Phalanyangulishu Tishthan Madhye Swapari Suhrido Hasayan Narmabhi Swahi Swarge Loke Mipati Brubhaje Yajnabhuk Balakedi. This sloka is very important. It is said that Sri Suka Brahmarshi, who was always immersed in the Lord, who was above worldly objects, became so happy to hear this sloka from his own father, Vyasa Bhagavan, that he decided to study all Krishna stories, which alone will give him complete happiness. Bhagavan, who is not always keen on participating in the offerings given to him by the knowledgeable yogis, was very keen instead to sit with these gopas. The cows were nearby searching for food. First, Brahma, by his Maya, took away all the cows from there, and they could not see. Krishna told the other boys that he can go and search for them. When he went, Brahma took away all Krishna's friends too, away to his abode. Krishna knew that it was Brahma's work. Another shloka is there. Yavat Vatsapa, Yavat Karadhyadikam, Yashti Vishan, Sarvaswarupo Babhau. Krishna took all these forms of the cows, calves, children, each child's different vessel, and in fact Krishna, in the form of these and the form of these children, was amazing. As usual, all went home, and even parents did feel more love towards these children, those whose form was taken by him. This went for a month, and even Balarama was wondering how the cows loved their elder calves and younger ones in the same way. After a year, that is, one day for Brahma, he was surprised to see the same children without any difference in Vrindavan and in his own place where he had hidden them. he knew Bhagavan Krishna is Paripurna Avatara and started praising him in many slokas. This stuti is also very great. After telling about his greatness, he says, Ado bhagyam Nanda Gopa Brajau Kasam Yan Mitram Paramanandam Purnam Brahma Sanatanam. The bhagyam or luck of Nanda Gopas, even Braja, where he lived, is unimaginable. Purna Brahman was playing there in Vrindavan with all of them. Ado bhagyam. It is for us to understand the greatness of Krishna's Balakrishna Leela that Brahma did all this. A little before that, Krishna had killed the great Aghasura, who came in the form of a big serpent. The serpent, with his mouth wide open, which looked like a cave, was seen in the way. The boys were playing, thinking that they can play inside the cave, so the boys got in. They too had their own doubts that it was a python's mouth, as bad smell was coming from that. But the Gopas knew Krishna was there with them, and all went into Aghasura. And Aghasura was waiting for Krishna too to get in, and when he got in, closed his wide mouth, and all of them were inside. Krishna increased the size of his body so much that the throat of the python broke open, and all of them could come out. All flowers came pouring down from Devaloka to greet this great event, as Aghasura was very evil. But a light from his body went up and reached God. From that time, Brahma wanted everybody to know of Krishna's greatness. Bhagavan has always said, Bhaktyaham kaya grahya, bhaktihi siddher gariyasi. In many places, Krishna has proclaimed this. He was born in Dwapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga came when Krishna left this world. In Kali Yuga, he has given darshana to many bhaktas, of whom Vilbamangala Swamiyar and Kururama are the most popularly known. In Tamil Nadu too, there were so many bhaktas like Andalamma, the famous Alvars, and innumerable bhaktas who could see all the Bala Leelas in front of them, and they were very happy praising him and singing songs praising him. Tan tathaiva bhajamyaham. Kururama lost her husband early in her life, and luckily for her, she knew that Krishna Bhagavan is the only source of strength and happiness for her. When she started caressing the boy Krishna as her own son, Bhagavan Krishna too, in the form of a beautiful boy, helped her in all her activities. He brought flowers for her to do the puja for himself, brought other things like banana, sugar, butter and such things which were his favorites, and became a part of her house whenever needed. When the lady became old and could not do many things, Krishna even helped her to put all the puja things in order. All the lamps were lit by the young Kanna himself. All things like fruits, camphor were all ready for the puja. In short, Krishna became very important at times, that he will eat the fruits even before the puja and disappear from there. One day when such a thing was happening, Kururama caught him red-handed, and as she could not think of any other punishment, asked him to go underneath a big black pot and placed it on him, asking him to stay until she finished her puja, etc. During those days, it was a routine that this same naughty Balakrishna present himself before Swamiyar also, as he too was a much devoted bhakta. When Kururama opened the pot, she felt very sad as his whole body had become black because of the soot inside the pot. These pots were used for cooking those days. The soot won't go away so soon. He escaped soon from there to give darshana to the Swamiyar, who was waiting for the little Krishna. When Swamiyar saw him with all soot on the little body, Balakrishna told him that he had to undergo punishment under his mother Kururama. Swamiyar became a little jealous to think that Kururama had so much freedom on this Krishna. In her old days, when Kururama became that helpless and could not even eat or drink by herself, the boy Balakrishna came to feed her at proper time, asking her to eat a little more. So caring the boy became. One day, Vilvamangalam Swamiyar had come somewhere near Amma's place where she wanted to call her for food. Swamiyar always travelled with his followers, and there was much paraphernalia. Somebody else, a rich man, also knowing that Swamiyar had come nearby, asked him to partake food in his house, and he decided to go there instead of Kururama's house. Where Swamiyar goes, it was a custom to blow the conch to tell everybody that he has started from the house. Now this time the conch would not blow at all, although all of his followers tried to do it in turns. Then Swamiyar knew. why it was so and told his followers to change the route and go to Kururama's house instead. To the surprise of all, the conch regained its sound, and all came to Kururama's house. There they were received by a small little boy who gave them Padyamarthyam, etc. with all respects and acted as a very smart host. To everybody's surprise, an enjoyable lunch was there, and when the guests sat for food, this little boy cared much about each person's needs, and that nobody said anything. In olden days, it was a custom not to talk to each other or even utter a word about the food till all finished and got up. They had not tasted such good and tasty food and was admiring the little boy who was all in that household. The guest and hostess Kururama were absolutely happy, and who else other than Balakrishna can do such a thing like that? His Bhakta Paripalanam and Bhakta Vatsalyam is shown here in the highest degree. Sri Narayana Bhattatripad, author of Narayaniyam, was experiencing that this boy is the same as Vaikunthavasi and most highest of all the gods, Hanta Bhagyam Jananam. When he says about the Bhaktas in Guruvayur, Bhagavan Krishna transcends the Trinity because of his sattvic nature. Brahma has Rajas, and as form of Shiva implies destruction, has Tamoguna qualities in him. Sri Shankara is one person who has understood this, and he says that Brahma and Paramashiva has other qualities than Sattva in them, as theirs involves Srishti. Is needed for Rajas, you want in a certain way, which is Rajas. Sri Shankaracharya wrote commentaries on Vishnu Sahasranamam and other Vaishnava books, and in the end, to achieve moksham, after saying Vishnu Bhujangam, he made Devi Bhujangam and Shiva Bhujangam before that, but got complete peace after making and repeating the great Vishnu Bhujangam. Sri Shankaracharya, it is said, saw Guruvayur temple from above while travelling on an Ekadashi day, came down and saw all the bhaktas there in Chaturbhuja. All had 4 hands like Vishnu. It was Shankaracharya who ruled that all can enter this temple on the great Ekadashi day. Even now the puja vidhi done there is what is prescribed by the Sri Shankara. The greatness of Guruvayurappan is never ending, and nobody can ever think of knowing or telling about that. There it is, Satchidananda Rupa. You have to really experience it. You might be able to count the sand in all places, but the greatness of the great Lord cannot be measured. Pundanam Ngiri is one bhakta who has experienced that in recent times. He used to go to Guruvayur every month and come back walking, as in those days there were no vehicles. When he became a little old, he could not walk the whole distance at one stretch and decided to do his Sandhya Vandanam in a place where he could see some water and relax for a while. By the time he was getting ready for restarting, he heard the sound of a few robbers. They were asking him for money and were trying to attack him. As he said, he had nothing valuable with him. Ho and behold, at that time, a person came on horseback who looked exactly like the Mangatachan, on the personal caretaker of the Zamarin, as he is called. The robber ran away at the sight of him. Pundanam was so relieved and thanked him very much. When he tried to give him something, he said that it was his duty and not to bother. Again, Pundanam insisted on his receiving at least a ring from him, and that was accepted by this person on the horseback. Somehow Pundanam reached Guruvayur by night and decided to go to the temple the next day, as it was closed. And those days there was no rush, and the temple used to be closed early. That night the chief priest, or the Melshandi Nambudri, as he is called, had a dream. Bhagavan told him to be careful when he takes out the flowers in the morning, and that he will see a golden ring in his hand, which has to be handed over to Pundanam. Melshandi did as he was told and was waiting for Pundanam. Pundanam came early to the temple and was thanking Guruvayurappan for protecting him from the robbers' attack. Now you can imagine the surprise of Pundanam when he received the ring from Melshandi. When he told about what had happened to him on the previous day, all praised Pundanam, who could not see anything because of the Ananda Bashvam, and at the same time praised Bhagavan for his Bhakta Vatsalya. Even in this yuga, by Nama Sankirtanam alone can one attain that sort of peace of mind, which yogis achieve through years of practicing yoga. There is one story which has happened about 70 years back. A number of boys came to the temple to pray there, and they were very happily playing with a manchadi kuru there, which is always kept open there, and playfully they took some for themselves, as it was beautiful to see. One Devaswam saw this and wanted to punish them. He asked them to run around the temple 12 times. As it is, they have not eaten and were feeling hungry, but they had to listen to avoid stricter punishment. They were only 9 boys, but they could count 10. Again, they started running. 9 boys, but while counting, there were 10 boys. After the whole thing was over, Devaswam manager could find out that the 10th boy was no other than our Balagopal. And this Balagopal, that he felt so sad about, the sad punishment given to them, ran with them. As he took the punishment on himself, the boys were too dear for him. When Krishna ran with them, they did not experience any tiredness. There are countless instances of the God as a little boy helping many in many different ways. You are sure to experience some of his kindness when you have complete faith in him. The great devotee who wrote Krishna Karnamritam says, Sri Rama is great, but I want to give namaskarams to the little Balakrishna who has a Venu in one hand, peacock feather on his head. So please leave the bow and arrow from your hand, and then I will bow to you. This sloka also tells us how beautiful Balakrishna Rupam and how easy it is to get little boys pleased, and he is a Parama Tattvam. Satyam Param in the most beautiful form, Dhimahi Tattvam. This same Parama Tattvam could act as ordinary little children to steal the hearts of all Gopikas and Gopis. One day, when they were just above 5 years of age, after bath, were given nice Kasavamunda and were standing in front of the mirror. Suddenly, both of them started crying, and Yashoda and Rohini could not appease them. They said that they did not want an ordinary dress and would not stop crying unless they were promised to get the things they wanted. They, little Krishna, after thinking for a while, said that he wanted beautiful shining anklets that will make sound when he runs, nice yellow pitambaram, a nice kinkini which has got a shine on it, a few nice malas in his neck, urdhva pundram with sandal paste on his forehead, and a little peacock feather to keep on the nicely combed hair. Balarama too wanted all these things with a little difference. Instead of yellow patte, he wanted blue shining patte, and he did not want the peacock feather. What little pranks, and sure the doted mother agreed. With all that, they will all look like Adhika Sumadhuram Rupam that Bhattatripat saw and described in Narayaniyam. The slaying of Dhenukasura was done by Balarama, but prompted by Krishna. It was as if Krishna was intended to protect the cows, and so did not want to kill an asura of the name Dhenuka. Then comes the giving of moksham to the great Kaliya, the serpent. One day, Krishna, with a few of his friends, was missing. Yashoda and Nanda Gopa and the other boys too were concerned, as it was quite some time since little Krishna was missing. Even Balarama was not with him. In the meanwhile, with a few cows and calves grazing, they reached near Kalindi river. They were all thirsty, and without thinking otherwise drank the water from the river. To their surprise, all lost consciousness, and one by one they all fell down. Little Krishna with his looks gave them all life by just glancing at them. They were themselves surprised how they lost their consciousness and was revived by Krishna's looks. The cow too got up and felt as before. Krishna's aim was to drive Kaliya, the poisonous serpent, away from there, so that he and his friends can play there, drink the water, etc. There was a tree on the bank of that river where all the other branches had gone dry because of Kaliya's poisonous breath. On one branch, Garuda had kept Amrita for a minute, and that alone was fresh. Krishna jumped into the river, and because of his weight, the whole water level rose up. Nobody had ever come to this river, Kaliya thought, where he had made himself comfortable with the intention of killing. Kaliya stung Krishna. Krishna, being no ordinary being, but God himself, escaped from him with much ease, took hold of his tail with one hand, and the next moment he had reached the hood of this Kaliya. Sahasrafana, he had, meaning 1,000 hoods. From one hood this side, Krishna jumped to one on the other side, and when Kalia raised one hood on yet another side, Krishna jumped onto that. Akhila Kaladi Gurur Narnatam is the short meaningful words Sri Suka Brahmarshi has used to explain this dance. Wherever hood was raised, Krishna, the little boy of 5 or 6, would jump on that with his Mridupadam. Soft, sweet, red feet. From heavens, flowers fell on him, and you could hear drum beats from up there, matching well with the sound coming from Bhagwan's anklets. Bhattatripad says, Jahyashuhu Pashupaha Tutushur Munayo Vahyashuhu Kusumani Surendra Ganaha Twayi Nrityati Maruta Gehapate Paripahi Samam Twamadanta Gadat. Beautiful picture given here. The wives of Kalia pleaded with Krishna to give Kalia his life. They realized Krishna's greatness and also said that Kalia is really very lucky that Bhagwan's feet were on his head for quite some time. Krishna released Kalia and asked him to go out of the river so that he and his friends can safely drink the water. Then comes Pralambasura, who was also killed by Krishna's brother Balarama. Dushta Nigraham, that is killing of bad and destructive asuras, was one of the purposes of this avatara. And to hail the devas from heaven poured flowers over them. Or swallowing of the wildfire is another very important leela of this Balakrishna. When summer came, once there broke out such a huge fire enveloping the whole place, and they could not see each other. Pahi, Pahi, protect us was the only word the Gopas knew when any calamity arose, and Bhagwan's love towards his friends is shown everywhere. He told them not to worry and asked them to close their eyes. Alamala Bhitya. And by the time they were asked to open their eyes, it was as if nothing happened. This shows our Krishna's supremacy over the element fire. Or he swallowed the whole fire, shows that Agni Pibat, a little Krishna of 5 or 6, can destroy the whole fire in a split second. All the elements are under him. Suryastapati Madhyat. He has said in Gita and has shown in many places during his Bala Leela as a little child, when he was asked to open his mouth, Yashoda, fearing that he might have swallowed little mud, the mother could see the whole world in the little boy's mouth. Surya, Chandra, rivers, oceans, etc. Everything. When Yashoda was much bewildered seeing this, he shut his mouth as if nothing had happened and asked his mother for her breast milk. Whenever it is too much for his mother, Krishna becomes a normal child again. As in the case of tying him with a rope and finding it impossible for herself, in the famous Pundana Moksham story and Kalia story, he shows that any poison won't affect him. In the Trinavarta story, shows that any type of dangerous, furious wind is not going to affect him. Each Leela is just to show that he is the protector and he is above all. As Krishna grew a little more, Gopika started loving him. His playing on the flute, the whole dashakam of his playing on the flute is so beautifully described by both Shuka Brahmarshi and Bhattatripad. It was divine music, and the cows, calves, and even birds were listening to the Tara Tara Madhuraswaram. Gopikas were so happy when Krishna was with them that they felt very sad when he went into the forest, etc. during the daytime. There is a very beautiful sloka Bhattatripad has given us. Ragastavat jayate hi swabhavat moksho payo yatnathasyat navasyat tasam tvekam tad duyam labdhamasit bhagyam bhagyam vayu gehadhinatha. It is natural that attachment is there between people. It is difficult to get moksha. You might or might not get it, but in the case of Gopikas, it was their luck, bhagyam bhagyam, that both become one, meaning to say that loving Krishna, they could achieve the last achievement anybody can have, the best one, the coveted one, to get moksha. They got both at the same time by just loving Krishna. The Vastrapaharana Leela, or taking away of the clothes of his friends, is a very famous Leela of this age of Krishna. Gopikas were enamored by the beauties of this little Krishna that they decided to pray to Jagadambika to get Nanda Gopa's son as their husband. The famous important sloka, Katyayani Mahamaye Mahayoga Vyadhishwari Nanda Gopa Sutam Devi Patim Me Kuru Te Namaha. All these girls are wanting that one Krishna, and they after bath made god figures out of mud and are praying. Bhagavan just wanted to play a trick. He took all their clothes, hanging them up on a tree, and asked them to come up to take their clothes by themselves. At first they were a little hesitant, but in the end they went up, took their clothes. Bhagavan told them that he knew their wishes and promised them that after some time when Sharad Ritu came, he will make them all happy. He told them that it was not the mere kama, the usual love, which we all refer to, that he is expecting from them, but for them to understand that he is above all that. He is Parabrahma, and all living beings, whether masculine or feminine, have to reach him to get absolute happiness. We are all human, Jivatmas, must reach the Paramatma. There is other beautiful story of Vipra Patni Moksha. When Krishna and Rama were hungry one day, they sent a few of their friends to a place where yajna was being performed by Brahmins and asked for food. When the boys informed about the presence of Krishna and Balarama nearby and their purpose of getting food for them, they acted as if they didn't hear it. Sadly, the boys went back and told about what had happened. Krishna told them to go again and ask the wives of the Brahmins to give them some food. When they heard the news that Krishna and Rama asked for food, they forgot everything else and took as much as food they could carry and went to see their dear Krishna. Krishna and Rama with friends ate the wholesome food very happily and blessed them. One lady who was not allowed to go there got moksham just by the thought of Krishna. The Brahmins now realized their foolishness in not accepting the gods as such, and when they personally appeared, the ladies did the proper thing and were praised by their husbands. It is a well-known fact that this lady reached God just by thinking of him with her whole heart. Step by step, Krishna shows his godliness to all. Govardhana Leela is yet another important Leela performed by Balakrishna when he was just 7 years old. Once Nanda Gopal was getting things ready for a big puja, Krishna asked his father whom they are going to worship with so many things all arranged. The father told the son that Indra gives rain to all. All the vegetation around was dependent on God Indra. The cow and all of them are living because of the abundant fruits and vegetables and trees, he explained. These Krishna agreed that they get everything because of the Govardhana mountain which holds the trees, etc. And so they have to do puja to the mountain. As Nandagopa had not heard of a fact like that, he did not want to say no to his own little boy, as Gargacharya had specifically told Nanda to go by all Krishna's wishes. Nanda decided to accept Krishna's words. Krishna was very happy and told all the Gopas too that Govardhana puja can be done with those same offerings as that were made for Indra's puja. Children too liked the idea, as Krishna was keen on making eatables like appam, muruk, etc. in big quantities. And an interesting thing happened. Govardhana assumed form and ate whatever was offered and also blessed them all, saying, I am very happy with your puja, etc. The main pujari was little Krishna himself, and he with his friends and father went around Govardhana, as they were most happy that their offerings were consumed by the mountain itself. It was Krishna in the form of the mountain taking the offering too, without anybody being aware of it. Naturally, Indra, the rain god, as he is called, got very angry with Krishna, the little boy, who was the cause of all this. Indra did not get puja, etc. And naturally, he decided to give them a punishment. He ordered all the rain, clouds and winds to appear, and within a short while, the whole Gokulam was plunged in water. It was at this time that this 7-year-old boy uprooted the whole mountain from the place and held it on his left hand and held it like that for 7 days. Taken out the whole mountain, one big round place was created naturally, and Krishna asked the people in Raja to come to this place, where there won't be any rain, as Govardhana, as a big umbrella in Krishna's hand, was protecting all, and not a drop of rain came inside. All cows, which was their wealth too, were protected this way. With one hand holding the mountain, with the other hand he was caressing the cows, etc., and talking to all this time, not moving a bit from where he stood. When all rain clouds were exhausted and Indra could not send any more, the sky became clear and it became dry again outside. Slowly he made all move out of this place to the outside ground. The mountain was placed back in its former place, and it was as if nothing of the sort had happened. Now Indra realizes the truth of it all, that Krishna was not an ordinary boy, but the avatar himself. Coming with Kamadhenu, Indra did Abhishekam at the lotus feet of Krishna and apologized for the inconvenience made by him. Kamadhenu, the divine cow, anointed the lotus feet of Krishna, saying Govinda, Govinda, who protects cows, and with this, Krishna got his beautiful name Govinda. Abhishekam for this with Gangajala was brought by Airavata, Indra's elephant, Airavrata. Seeing all this, Gopas were surprised and wanted Nanda Gopa to tell them all about what Gargacharya had told about little Krishna. Krishna is Sarveshwara, about all the other gods. Then comes the great Rasa Leela, the crown to all his other Leelas. Indra too has understood that he is Paramatma. Tvam hi sakshat paratmana. Your dress may be just like a cowherd. Now I have realized, Indra too says. Bhattatripad thought throughout proclaims that he himself has appeared in Guruvayur. Whenever Bhattatripad wrote something which was not there in the Bhagavatam, he cleared his doubt, asking that straight to the Murti in Guruvayur. And unless he got the answer, he would not go forward. In striking the vessel of cured, Bhattatripad felt that Krishna must have hit it with a stone and got the answer yes immediately. Describing Narasimha Avatar, he closes the Dashaka saying he cannot write anything more unless he sees that Ghora Narasimha Rupam himself. It is said that Narasimha appeared before him in his dream and could write those great slokas describing Ugra Narasimha. That also tells us about what a great Bhakta Bhattatripad was and how out of Bhakta Vatsalyam, all-knowing God helped him in every way. He is there to help all who are thinking with him in their full heart. If the thought is sincere, ever present, then God will definitely give moksha. Gopikas, when they did Kartyani Vratam, Krishna had promised them that when the proper time comes, he will make them happy by being with them on those nights. On one full moon day, when the atmosphere was cool, Bhagavan Krishna, he was 10 years old at that time, played a most beautiful tune on the flute. The Gopikas were doing housework. Some were cooking, some tending to their little children, others were looking after their husband's needs, and few were dressing themselves. With one earring put and other yet to be done, hearing the Venuganam, all of them rushed to the place from where the great god Krishna played the flute. Although Krishna first advised them to go home and look after their home and family, they were intent to stay with him. And it is said that in their houses too their presence was felt. Those who could not come there actually thought of Krishna with all their heart and attained moksham then and there. On Ashtapadi or Gita Govindam, Jayadeva, the great poet, has described Rasa Leela thus. Each Gopikas was given a different place to dress themselves up, and when they came out and danced with Krishna, it was celestial. Kachit Karambujam Shauraihi. One lady took Bhagavan's hands, put it on her shoulders, and attained utmost happiness. When Bhagavan found them a little too proud, thinking that Krishna loves them the most, he disappeared from their sight. The Gopika Geetam, the famous one beginning with Jayati Tedhikam, expresses their deep feelings towards Krishna, whom they had loved so much and has disappeared suddenly. They ask the trees, flowers whether they have seen their Atipriyo Achyutaha, most beloved Krishna. They forget themselves and started acting funny and acting all Krishna's Leelas, right from Putana Moksham, one became Putana and the other Krishna. Seeing them almost mad searching for the Lord, the great Lord appeared before them. Bhagavatam appeared as Jagat Trayi Mohana Mohanatma Tvama Virasita. There is no mention of Radha Rani in Bhagavatam, as it is said that Radha's intensity of devotion towards Krishna was so much that by uttering Radha Devi's name, Sri Sukha Brahmarshi will go into the state of ecstasy, of unconsciousness, of bliss, and won't be able to say anymore. Only he says, Anaya Raghito Nunam, and it is back of that Krishna carried her on his back. For the most sincere bhakta, he will see that I and mine are gone before he accepts them. Bhattatripad mentions, when Radha Devi has a little pride thinking that Bhagavan is very fond of her and liked her the best, he disappeared and then she can't talk to him. Bhagavan is most captivating than Cupid or Kamadeva, and after seeing this most beautiful form, they were overjoyed. Kim Kim Chakruhu. meaning you can't tell fully what all they did. It was as if they were drenched in nectar. Some were angry towards Krishna for leaving them like that at night. Bhagavan consoled them by saying that it is only for their good that they could not see him. The intensity of seeing becomes more when you don't see one at once. And far away, Bhagavan told them that he was with all along and he is indebted to their love and loyalty. You, Gopikas, are the dearest to me, Krishna told them, and now we will enjoy the great rasa dance together. These beautiful women decorated themselves as Krishna too came out, dressed immaculately. He had his hair adorned with peacock feathers, fish-shaped earrings adorned his ears, beautiful necklace and fresh malas adorned his neck. One shining golden girdle was tied on the beautiful yellow shining pattu that he was wearing. Pita Chela Ghrita Kanchika, fresh sandal paste smell was emanating all around, and from his gem-studded anklets rays of light came up. The Gopikas too came out with their most beautiful attire. Their shining earrings were dangling on their cheeks. Their upper clothes and lower pavadas were shining. Bhagavatam describes their leela as Rasotsavaha Sampravritto Gopi Mandala Manditaha Yogeshwarena Krishnena Tasam Madhye Duyorthyo. Leela Sukha in Krishna Karnamritam says thus: Anganam Anganam Antare Madhavo Madhavam Madhavam Chantare Nanganam Ithama Kalpite Mandale Madhyagaha Sanjagau Venunam Devaki Nandana. Between two Gopikas, one Krishna was there, and between two Madhavas, one Gopika was there. Imagine the beauty of the scene. This Balagopal, just 10 at that time, the girls between 10 and 12. Even the picture of this Rasa Leela, we feel so happy. So can imagine the real stage and the real dance, hearing about the great Rasa Leela from Sri Narada Devas. From heaven came out and watched that from the sky. Bhagavan played on the flute beautifully according to the tala or the beats. They did dance, their bangles and anklets making noise in unison with the beat of the song on the flute. Valyanam Nupuranam Kinkininam cha yopitam Sapriyanam Bhuchaptaha Tumulo Rasa Mandale. When the Devas found this nritam between Krishna and Gopikas, the tunes going up and down in perfect accordance to the Shruti, being celestial dance, they put flowers on them. Bhagavan himself is more beautiful. Saundaryotaratopi sundarataram. Out of compassion to the Gopikas as they loved him the most, and for them this Krishna was everything. They were that devoted and they want nothing else in this world other than their Krishna. Parikshita asks Sri Shuka, Krishnam viduhu param kantam, natu brahmataya mune. They approached him in that way but achieved the most Jiva Brahma Aikyam, is what Rasa Leela is all about. Gopyastu Shradayo Nyeya Rishija Gopa Kanyakaha Deva Kanthascha Rajendra Na Manushya Kadachana. Bhagavan was Yogeshwara, and the first thing you have to remember is Atma Rama. He does not need anybody for being happy. Bhagavan api taratrihi sharadol phul mallikaha viksharantu manaschakre yoga maya mupashritaha. He was Yogeshwareshwar, not an ordinary human. The Phalashruti, Rasa Panchadhyayi, or these 5 adhyayams, Dashama 29 to 33 in Srimad Bhagavatam, Shri Dharacharya says, Bhaktim param bhagavati pratilabhya kamam hridrogam ashwapadinoti achirena ghiraha. Rasa Leela is said to be Bhagavan's Kandarpa Vijaya. The mere repetition of these 5 adhyayams with full faith in him will rid you of heart problems. The good fortune of Vasudeva and Devaki to get a child like Krishna is immeasurable. Yashoda sa Mahabhaga. To get Krishna as your own child, love him, giving milk and butter and everything else makes him happy. From Putana, he gave moksham to all who had the good fortune to be with him. Let us all surrender to him. Shri Krishnarpanamastu.
Ravi, you're muted, I think.
Ravi, you are muted. Shyam, can you unmute Ravi?
No, Mr. Ravi is unmuted.
Okay. Are you talking, Ravi? We can't hear you.
To catch him on the telephone.
Yes, Swamiji.
I believe maybe we can move on to the next talk.
Yes, yes. I think Ravi is having some problems. We'll go to the next talk in a minute.
If you would like, I can introduce Dr. Gopalan.
Yes, yes. I'll do that.
Yeah,
So
please.
next. Yes, you'll do that.
Yes, yes. So Dr. Gopalan is a chief mechanical engineer, currently retired. He's a mechanical engineer, technocrat by profession, but after retirement, he studied Sanskrit, obtaining an MA and a master's in philosophy and PhD from the University of Madras. His doctorate study was critically editing a commentary on the Shankaracharya's. I cannot pronounce the name, but Dr. Gopalan could do better, I bet. So please, Dr. Gopalan, please begin.
Thank you. Am I audible clearly?
Yes.
You are able to clearly hear me?
Yes, yes. Very clear, sir.
I did critical edition of Atmajnana Upadesha Vidhi, commentary on Atmajnana Upadesha Vidhi.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Upadesha Vidhi was composed by Adi Shankara, and 3 rishis did commentary on that, which was never published. It was in the form of palm leaf. I went through those palm leaves and got a number of manuscripts from all over India and also abroad, and critically edited and brought out this commentary. This commentary by Purnanubhava, commentary by Anandagiri, and the third one, commentary by Anantarama Bhagavat. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Atra militebhyaha sarvebhyaha mama namaskaraha. Swami Sri Hari Prasad Mahodayaya mama vishishtaha namaskaraha. Adya aham Bhagavan Balakrishna prati yatamati kinchit samshayaptaha vaktum prayaktosmi. Shri Sadguru Swami Jnanananda Saraswatyaha Padara Vinde Shraddhanjali Rupena Sabhakti Kritiriyam Maya Samarpyate. Bharatiyaha Samskrityaha Shri Krishnaha Eka Mahapurushaha Yadukule Jataha Saha Vasudeva Devakyo Putraha Vasudevasya Putraha Ataha Ayam Vasudevaha iti Katyate. Devakyaha Ayam Ashtamaha Putraha Asit. Yada Ayam Bhadrapada Krishna Pakshe Ashtamyam Kitau Mathurayam Karagrehe Jataha Tada Tasya Pita Vasudevaha Ratro Eva Yenam Adaya Yamuna Nadim Uttirya Gokulam Gatavan Tada eva Gokule Nandasya Dharmapatni Yashoda Kanyam Shishum Ajinanat Vasudevaha Swam Putram Nandaya Dattva Tasya Kanyam Shishum Grihitva Karagraham Pratyagachat Gokule Yashoda Nandau Sri Krishnam Atis Nehena Aparayatam Sri Krishnaya Dugdam Dadi Navanitamcha Ativa Rochate Saha Balaha Krishna Ati Parakramasali Asit Yamunayaha Jalam Kaliya Namna Krishna Sarpena Vishayuktam Kritam Tam Hatva Krishnena Yamunayaha Jalam Nirmalam Kritam Tasya Parakramasya Adbhutani Karyani Prasiddhani Tena Ekasyam Angulya Eva Govardhana Parvataha Dritaha Gokula Janaha Toya Dara Nipatat Rakshitaha Cha Saha Swam Dushtam Matulam Kamsam Hatva Swapitarau Karagrahat Amunchat Mahabharate Purane Cha Yetat Katitam Purane Cha Yetat Katitam Yat Sri Krishna Shaktishali Yodha Asit Saha Rana Nitignaha Chasana Kusalaha Vivida Kalabignaha Cha Asit Kaurava Pandavayoho Madhye Anena Pandavanam Netritvam Kritam Ataha Yuddhe Pandavanam Vijayaha Abhavat Yuddha Samye Nishada Prapte Arjune Sri Krishna Karma Yogam Upadishat Karmanyeva Adhikaraste Mahapalesha Kadachana Swadharme Nidanam Shreyaha Paradharmo Bhayavaha Hittam Sri Krishnena Arjunaha Upadishtaha Yuddhaya Sajjaha Babuva Sri Krishnaha Arjunasya Ratasya Saratihi Abhavate Sri Krishnasya Ranabhumo Upadeshaha Bhagavad Gita Namna Grantarupena Prasiddhaha Nunam Gita Bharatiyanam Amulyaha Nidhihi Vartate Adyatve api Janaha Gitopadesham Anusaranti Sri Krishnaha Yuddhakala Pravinaha Sarvaguna Sampannaha Sarvesham Adarsaha Asti. Now I am going to talk about the childhood episodes of Krishna, Balakrishna. These are all short stories. Already the previous speakers have mentioned about them. But wherever there is a story, I am going to bring a corresponding sloka which completes the story as such. Instead of me doing the complete story, that is the way I have treated this in this paper. For example, I have taken episodes from Krishna Karnamritam, Govindashtaham, Narayaniyam, Yadava Abhyudayam, Swami Deshikan's work, Yadava Abhyudayam, Gopali Vamshati, again Swami Deshikan's work, and Bhagavatam. Now, why I have mentioned these stories clearly is this is because my target audience is children and grandchildren. Nowadays, children don't know much about our Hindu mythology. For example, we are talking about Krishna stealing butter. My grandson in USA does not know how butter comes, from where butter comes. He does not know about the milk. The other day, when I went to USA, I took him to the departmental stores and asked him from where this milk comes. He says, milk comes from carton, paper carton. I said, what is this milk? He says, it is cow's juice. That is the kind of knowledge people have about butter, milk, dahi, and so on. Therefore, it is for us elders to teach the children through these stories the facts behind our mythology, Krishna's avatars, the episodes, and his pranks and mischievous deeds. All these things in the form of stories, we have to bring it to the notice of our children. And that's why in this paper, I have mostly dealt with these episodes in the story form with corresponding quotations from the famous works. So let me begin. Lord Krishna is considered to be the most colorful character in Hindu mythology. His mischievous nature, his love for his friends, and stories of his childhood are narrated in every household. Kids love him, and grown-up people adore him in whatever form he is worshipped, be it infant Krishna eating butter, or the young boy playing on the flute, or with Radha in love of his life, or in his larger-than-life avatar giving a discourse to Arjuna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. Birth of Krishna. Krishna was born to Devaki and Vasudeva in prison. King Kamsa was a tyrant and an evil ruler. It was prophesied that Kamsa would be killed by the 8th child born to his sister Devaki and her husband Vasudeva. Therefore, to escape death at the hands of nephew, Kamsa imprisoned both of them and ensured that each of their newborns were eliminated as soon as they are born. Lord Vishnu himself took avatar in the form of Krishna and was born as the 8th child to Devaki and Vasudeva at midnight in the prison. That night, when Krishna was born, a divine voice directed Vasudeva to smuggle the newborn baby out of the prison and to take to his friend Nanda's house in Gokula and exchange him with his friend's newborn girl child. Worried Devaki and Vasudeva were assured that his son will have safe and sure upbringing in Gokula. Vasudeva followed the instructions. By divine intervention, his binding handcuffs and chains were opened. All the prison guards were asleep. The prison gates were open. And in pouring rain, Adishesha himself provided cover for the child. River Yamuna gave way and Vasudeva safely delivered the child in Nanda's house and brought Nanda's newborn girl child back to the prison without anybody's knowledge. Kamsa, on learning the birth of the 8th child through prison officials, comes to the prison and finds the 8th child is a girl. In spite of his sister's pleading, he attempted to kill the girl child, but could not. The child slipped out of his hand and took the form of goddess Durga and warned him that the boy who will kill him is safe and out of reach. Kamsa was terrified and left worried. Narayana Bhattatri in Narayaniam describes, Sage Garga gave the name Krishna to the child to declare that his real nature is existence bliss. Krish is existence and Na is bliss. The union of these is Krishna, the Supreme Brahman. In Sloka 38.3, he addresses the Lord thus, You are the remover of the sorrow of the 3 worlds, appeared on this earth at midnight. Though in appearance a child, you did have all the divine majesties and you did shine in the lying chamber, Suti Gehe, with a crown, bracelets, shoulder ornaments, and necklaces spreading luster all around, with your conch, discus, lotus, and mace, and with a complexion which was dark blue like a cloud. In Bhagavatam it says, Devakyam, Devarupinyam, Vishnus, Sarva Guhasaya, Avirasit Yada Prachyam, Dishi Induriva Pushkalaha. Lord Vishnu, residing in the heart of all, appeared in the divine Devaki like a full moon in the eastern quarter. Now, I'm going to give the details of how Leela Sukha describes the beauty of the child, Krishna. Leela Sukha gives an elaborate and vivid description of Krishna as a child in his popular text, Krishna Karnamrtam, in verse form, as addressed to the Lord. He is addressing to the Lord. Due to time and space limitations, only a few are mentioned here, though every verse is a gem. Our eyes are drawn towards the beauty of your childhood form, the locks adorned with peacock feathers, worshipped by the lotus-eyed gopis and the face which conquers both moon and lotus. Will I see young Krishna, blue like sapphire, playing wonderful music in his flute, sweet lips like bimba fruit, with attractive smile, with his nectar-like speech, spreading coolness all around, and with his cool glances from lotus-like wide eyes. When I am going to see the wide chest, eyes like blue lotus, soft smile, charming speech, lips like bimba fruit, and the sweet music from his flute, the treasure house of elegance and beauty. Varamimam upadesha madriyadvam nigamavaneshu nitanta charakinnaha vichinita bhavaneshu vallavinam upanishad artham ulukale nibuddham. Beautiful sloka. Those who are tired after wandering in the forest of Vedas, listen to this advice. Look for the import of the Upanishad in the houses of gopis where it is bound to the martyr. Ratnasale Janucharaha Kumaraha Sankrantamakmiyam Mukaravindam Adatu Labaha Tadalaba Kedate Vilokya Datri Vadanam Ruroda. The child Krishna, crawling on the gem-studded floor, saw his face reflected in the shining floor and tried to grab it. But unable to do so, looked at the face of his nanny and cried. Krishna is crawling in the courtyard. The bells on his waist and anklets on his feet are sounding sweetly. There are, Leela Jaka says, there are other incarnations of the lotus-eyed Lord, all being very auspicious. But only Krishna Avatara has been able to give liberation to cows, to cowherds, and to cowherd maidens. I meditate in my mind the child Mukunda, who is crawling on his knees, left hand on the floor, and looking at the ball of butter on the right hand. O Lord, slayer of Mura, whatever joy you experience on being offered food by Vidura, by the Gopas at the worship of Govardhana mountain, the puffed rice given by Kuchela, on being breastfed by Yashoda, or when enjoyed the hospitality of Bharadwaja and Sabri, and in the lips of gopis, or in the food offered by Yajnapatnis, show the same love in accepting this offering of Krishna Kamramritam. Thus, Leela Sukha ends his great work dedicated to Krishna Paramatma. Narayana Bhattatri also dwells at length in describing the beauty of the child Krishna in many verses of Narayaniam. Smiling very gently, revealing your pearl-like teeth, with hair streaming all over the face, the soles of whose lotus feet were beautiful to behold. The bangles which you are wearing in the arms had slipped down to the wrist. You, along with Balarama, captivated intensely the minds of the people who were looking on. O Lord, the music which came out of your flute could make even divine damsels feel the effect of Cupid's arrows. It could make even animals and birds stand motionless and could even melt stones. Swami Desikan in his text Gopala Vimsati describes the beauty of Krishna, the child, in great detail. He says, one should enjoy the unchanging and incomparable beauty of Gopala with unblinking eyes. He is wearing peacock feathers in his dark tresses. When we think of his childhood pranks in Gokulam and Vrindavan and his blemishless beauty, our minds fall in intense love with him. Our senses are overpowered. He plays on his flute and creates delightful music. He casts his most merciful glances on the gopis, and they are captivated by his music and glances. His cool and welcoming eyes resemble a pair of just blossomed lotuses in the river of his mercy. Now, Putanavada. Kamsa, the evil uncle of Krishna, wanted to kill him on the day of his birthday itself. But by divine intervention and with the help of his father, Krishna fooled him. Later, Kamsa came to know that Krishna was somewhere else in his kingdom. He ordered Putana, an evil demoness, to kill all the infants in his kingdom. On this, the ruthless Demoness killed many newborn babies. She soon came to Gokula, learning about the miraculous baby and wanted to eliminate him as well. She took the form of a beautiful woman. She poisoned her breast with venom and reached Krishna's place on the pretext of feeding the child. On her request, Krishna's foster mother agreed. Putana took the beautiful looking baby from the cradle, went to the backyard and started feeding him. She thought that the baby will be lifeless very soon. Instead, she suddenly felt that the child is sucking the life out of her. She wanted to get away, but the child held her tightly. She flew into the air and took the form of a fierce demoness to frighten the baby, but all in vain. Krishna would not let her go. Eventually, the child sucked the life out of the demoness, and the huge body of the demoness fell on the ground with great noise. The people were astonished to see the child was safe and playing happily on the dead body of Putana. Swami Desikan, in his work Gopala Vimshati, Shloka 3, describes Putana Vada thus. Parama Purusha, with the scent of Vedas in his breath, took the form of a child born in a cowherd family. As he feigned fear at the sight of approaching evil Putana, he pretended. He alternatively cried and smiled. When he cried, his sweet breath carried the fragrance of the Vedas. His smile in between the crying was over the thought of what he planned to do next with the deceitful Putana. He not only helped himself with the poisonous milk, but also sucked her life at one swoop and blessed her this way. This is no ordinary child. Narayana Bhattacharya devotes more than 10 slokas to describe the Putana Vada. Krishna and the fruit seller. This is a very interesting incident. Once when Krishna was still a toddler, a fruit seller with a lot of juicy mango fruits came to their house. Krishna's father purchased a basket full of mangoes from the fruit seller in exchange for a basket of grains as barter. Krishna saw that he can also get a few fruits from the seller by giving a handful of grains. He brought the grains with his small hand. Krishna was feeling disappointed since some grains fell off. The fruit selling woman saw his face and his hand. She was mesmerized by Krishna's dark eyes, innocent smile, and long dark locks adorned with peacock feather. She saw the sign of conch and discus in his small palms. She for a moment forgot everything around her, gazing at the child. Krishna asked, "Can you give me some mangoes for these grains?" She gladly took the few grains and filled his hand with juicy golden ripe mangoes. The child was very happy and delighted. Suddenly, everybody was astonished to see that the fruit seller's basket was full of precious gems. Krishna was smiling. The fruit seller, a devoted woman, realized that she is before not an ordinary mortal, but before God himself. Swami Desikan describes this incident lucidly in his Yadava Abhyudayam. Abhuryat swadu palarpanena krida shichoho hastapushtam kirati ratnaihi tada kaustuba nirvisheshaihi apuritam tat pala bandam asit. The meaning I've already told. Krishna caught eating earth. Once Krishna as a child was tagging along with the elder brother Balarama and other friends collecting fruits in the courtyard. Unable to reach the fruits like others, Krishna got vexed and picked some earth and put it in his mouth. The boys noticed this and ran to Yashoda and reported. Yashoda immediately rushed to Krishna and asked him whether he had put earth in his mouth. Yashoda got angry and chided him to open the mouth and show. Finally, he opened his mouth wide open for her to peer. Then the awe-stricken Yashoda saw in his open mouth the entire universe, mountains, rivers, oceans, Gokula, and herself too. She was dumbstruck and realized that this child is an incarnation of Lord himself. Adi Shankara described this verse in Govindashtamam. Mrtsna matsi heti yashoda tadana shaishava santrasam vyadita vaktra alokita loka loka chaturdasha lokalim lokatraya pura moola stambam lokaloka manalokam lokesham paramesham pranamata govindam paramanandam. When so many edibles are in the house, why are you eating lump of earth, Krishna? So saying, when beaten by Yashoda, he exhibits fear as normal to children. In the opened mouth, he shows the 7 worlds, starting with Atala, Vitala, etc. Totaling a row of, she opened his mouth, shows the 7 worlds starting from earth, as well as the unseen 7 worlds, starting with Atala, Vitala, etc., totaling a row of 14 worlds. He is the main support and sustainer of the 3 worlds, Swarga, Prithvi, Patala. He manifests the entire universe, but he is not manifested by any other entity. He actuates wind, rain, etc., and is the controller of all. Worship the Govinda of the above nature. In Narayaniam, this is described in Narayana Bhattatri thus. Kalasambadi Sayanam Punaha Para Vaikunta Padadi Vasinam Sapurascha Nijarbhagatmakam Katida Swam Na Dadarsha Sa Mukhe. In your mouth, Yashoda further saw you reclining on the milky ocean as residing in your supreme abode, Vaikunta, and also as her own child in front of her and in numerous different forms. Ulukula Bandhana Varnanam, Yamularjana Bhanjana Varnanam. This is binding of Krishna to a martyr, uprooting of the pair of Arjuna trees. Krishna, the Supreme Lord, was afraid of his angry mother. She was angry because Krishna had broken the curd pot with the stick. Krishna, why he broke the pot? Krishna broke the pot in anger because his drinking milk from his mother was interrupted by her due to some reason. After breaking the curd pot, he stole the butter from it, and since his mother was away in the kitchen. Trasyan Mukundo Navanita Chauryat Nirbhugna Gatro Nibridam Sayanaha Nijane Nishabda Dasham Yayache Yad Badvanjali Bala Vibhushanani. His mother wanted to tie him to a wooden martyr so that he cannot move around and indulge in stealing butter and other childish pranks. But the rope used by her was short. She joined another piece of rope and tried. Even then it was found short to her surprise. She got tired by these attempts. No attempt of extra rope helped her to tie him down. Krishna, noticing his mother's plight and distress, allowed himself to be tied to the martyr by his power of diminution. Swami Desikan continues in this Yadava Abhidayam, this incident. I meditate on the child Gopala who dragged the big martyr to which he was tied by his angry mother Yashoda. She wanted to punish him for stealing butter and hence bound him to prevent him from moving around. After she went away, after tying him, the child pulled the martyr with him to the garden. He was joyous having duped his mother. He dragged some distance and went in between 2 trees. Krishna pulled and brought down the 2 trees. The big martyr got stuck between the trees. From the fallen trees, 2 sons of Kubera appeared. They had been standing there as trees for a long time and got released from a curse and regained their original forms. They fell at the feet of the Lord, worshipped, and left. The whole community rushed to the site, hearing the thundering noise, and were relieved to see the child was unhurt. Yashoda cursed herself for tying you to the martyr. Swami Desikan in Gopala Vimshati reflects on the child who dragged the heavy martyr. He says, I do not want to dwell on this incident much, and I want to be brief since it is distressing to me. blessing the wives of Brahmanas conducting sacrifice. Already this incident has been told by the earlier speaker, but still I will mention because there are some slokas coming. After roaming and playing in the forest, the cowherd boys got tired and felt hungry. They approached Krishna. Krishna told them to go to the nearby Yagashala where some Brahmins are conducting sacrifice and where certain Brahmanas are conducting sacrifice and asked them for food, mentioning Krishna's name. Accordingly, the boys went to the Brahmanas and requested for food, but the Brahmanas refused to give any food. They could not realize that the Lord to whom all the offerings in the yagas go has himself sent the cowherd boys for food for himself and the boys. The disappointed boys went back to Krishna and told him. Then Krishna told them to approach the wives of the Brahmanas, mentioning that Krishna sent us for food. The boys did so. The moment the wives heard Krishna's name and his wish, they immediately came to Krishna with 4 kinds of food, water, etc. to feed Krishna and his cowherd boys. Their husbands obstructed and objected, but they did not pay any heed to their husbands, to their words. They were so much deeply devoted to Krishna that they were delighted to feed him and his followers to his satisfaction and were overwhelmed at the thought that Krishna himself has become their guest unexpectedly. Such was their bhakti. This incident is described in Narayaniyam. Grihita namni tvayi sambrama kulaha chaturvidam bhojya rasam pragrhyataha chiram drita tvat pravilokana agraha swakair niruddha api turna mayuhu. Swakair niruddha naga, even though their husbands obstructed, they came. I have already mentioned the meaning of it. Krishna tames the serpent Kaliya. Kaliya was a dreaded, many-hooded, poisonous serpent who used to live on the banks of Ramanaka Dvipa. He was driven away from there due to the fear from Garuda, the Vahana of Lord Vishnu. Many years ago, Garuda had been cursed by a sage that he would die in Vrindavan. Since Kaliya knew this fact, he comfortably shifted to Vrindavan along with his family. Due to his staying there, the waters of Yamuna became poisonous. One day, Krishna and his friends were playing ball game. Maybe they were playing cricket, ball game near this place. And accidentally, the ball fell into the poisonous waters of the river. For recovering the ball, Krishna jumped into the river. The other boys prevented him, but he did not listen. Meanwhile, in the water, Kaliya, without knowing who Krishna is, attacked him and attempted to bite Krishna. The serpent wrapped Krishna and pulled him deeper into the water. But Krishna grew in size, grabbed the tail, and brought him to the water surface. Krishna stood on the hoods of the serpent and danced, holding the tail, increasing his weight enormously. The villagers were astonished at Krishna's feat and at the same time terrified. To infuse confidence among his friends, Krishna played on his flute also simultaneously to their delight. Unable to bear the forceful stamping of the wood, the injured serpent vomited blood, became tired, and begged Krishna for his life. He realized that the boy on his hood is none other than Lord Vishnu himself. Meanwhile, the serpent's wives came and begged Krishna to spare him and forgive him. Krishna showed mercy and ordered him to go back to Ramanaka Dvipa with family and don't come back to Vrindavan area again. Narayana Bhattacharya describes Kaliya Mardana lucidly in poetic style. When Krishna claimed the hoods of Kaliya and danced with his slender feet, the gentle tinkling of the anklets was in tune with the sweet sound of bangles in his arms. He danced for a long time with his earrings quivering in a charming manner, while in the sky, the celestial damsels sang to the accompaniment of the sweet sound of the beating of the drums by the gods. Ruchira Kampita Kundala Mandalaha Shuchira Misha Nartita Pannage Amara Tadita Dundivi Sundaram Vyati Gayati Daivata Yavate. Leela Sukha described the same in Krishna Karnamritam this way in a rhythmic style. The earlier speaker mentioned this sloka. I am repeating it again. Madamaya Madamaya Duragam Yamunam Avatirya Viryashali Yaha Mama Ratiraskriti Samana Parasya Kriyat Krishna. May Krishna, who entered in the waters of Yamuna and tamed the arrogant serpent, and who is intent on redressing the insult to the Devas, fulfill my wish. Swami Desikan in Yadavabdayam imagines that during the dance on the hoods of Kaliya by Krishna, the serpent's hoods were looking like gem-studded footrest for the Lord, with the red eyes of the serpent on the black hoods. Subduing the 5-hooded serpent is comparable to subduing the 5 Indriyas of his devotees, and extricating the poison is comparable to freeing them from desires. Lifting of the Govardhana mountain, Govardhanodharanam. Every year, people of Gokula used to worship Indra in recognition of his blessings by providing timely and adequate rain for the benefit of the people, cattle, etc. During that year also, when Krishna was there, the villagers wanted to celebrate Indra festival. Krishna came to know this and advised the villagers that actually the nearby Govardhana mountain should be worshipped, not Indra. Mountain is only responsible for giving you water, rains, etc., etc. Nanda and the villagers reluctantly agreed to Krishna's suggestion because they were afraid that Indra may harm them if he is not worshipped. Ultimately, they were convinced by Krishna and started making preparations to worship the mountain with flowers, decorations, and other festivities. Meanwhile, arrogant and the power-drunk Indra, without understanding that Krishna is the Lord himself, got furious over the change and wanted to punish the people. He ordered the rain god to pour incessantly and flood the villages. Rain god and other gods knew that Indra's decision is wrong, but had to obey him. There was deluge everywhere, and people ran to Krishna for help. Krishna at once knew that this is the mischief of Indra. He told the villagers to gather near the Govardhana mountain with their families, belongings, and cattle. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Krishna lifted the mighty mountain with one hand and thus provided an umbrella and told the villagers to take shelter under the mountain. To infuse confidence among the perplexed people, he played on his flute with the other hand, which was enjoyed by all. This continued for a week. Then Indra realized his mistake and surrendered to the Lord, begging for mercy. For the Lord, who long ago lifted the earth itself, what effort is needed to lift a mountain? In Narayaniam, this feat of Krishna is discussed in detail. Devas praised and worshipped Lord Krishna for his act of mercy and timely protection of his devotees. Adi Shankara in Govindashtaram describes Gopalam, Prabhulila Vigraha Gopalam, Kula Gopalam, Gopi Kelana Govardhana Dhriti Leela Lalita Gopalam, Gopir Nigadita Govinda Sputanamanam, Bahunamanam, Godi Gochara Duram, Pranamata Govindam, Paramanandam. He who looks after the cows as a shepherd boy, he who has taken a human form out of his sweet will, he who protects the body and its organs, he who went to the forest with the gopis for sportful activities, and who protected all beings there from torrential rains, with Govardhana hill lifted playfully like an umbrella, he who is extolled by the Vedas and who is praised by the name Govinda and by countless other names, and who is beyond speech, mind, and sense organs, worship that Govinda of such a nature and who is embodiment of bliss. Swami Desikan explains this with the flight of his imagination in a different manner in Sloka 7.48 of Yadava Abhidayam. Sa Leelaya Merumiva Dvitiyam Govardhanam Gopakula Pradipaha Nava Prarudam Nihiteka Hastaha Nago Nalastamba Mivojjahara. Sri Krishna, the illuminator of the dynasty of cowherds, sportively lifted the mountains Govardhana, which was like another Meru Parvata, with one hand, as easily as an elephant lifts up a newly grown clump of grass. In a later vein, Swami Desikan says that the cowherd boys like the torrential rains to continue, since they could stay comfortably in the nice caves of the mountain like holiday resorts. The gopis, on the other hand, wish that the rains continue so that they can enjoy the company of Krishna and his melodious music on the flute. In Sloka 7.96, Swami Desikan says, addressing the Lord, though you appear as a cowboy, you are from the most extraordinary exalted place, Vaikuntha. None other than you can or is capable of protecting the three worlds. In Bhagavatam, it is explained that Sri Krishna lifted the Govardhana mountain playfully with one hand, like a boy does with an umbrella. Can I take another 10 minutes, please?
Yes, sir.
I'll finish in 7 or 8 minutes because I want to complete with Rasa Krida.
Okay.
Rasa Krida. Krishna started playing on the flute as though he wanted to convey his love to the gopis. His appearance was like a moon which never waxes or wanes, and as though the god of love has given up his arrows of flowers and taken up flute instead. The notes emanating from the flute were like arrows of Cupid to the gopis. All the gopis came and surrounded Krishna. Actually, the gopis were supposed to be celestial damsels who had taken incarnation as gopis, while the Lord put on the costume of cowherd. Krishna was not born to Devaki due to his past karmas. Same way, the Janma of the celestial damsels as gopis was the result of their devotion and worship. In Bhagavata Purana, sage Shuka tells Parikshit that Krishna played with the gopis as a child plays with its own reflection. The Lord was residing in the hearts of the gopis and also everyone, everywhere. This play of Krishna with gopis continued for some time. After a few days of Krishna mixing with them freely, the gopis were overwhelmed with pride that Krishna finds them attractive, etc., etc. Krishna, who came to understand this pride of the gopis, wanted to eradicate that pride. He suddenly disappeared from their midst. Unable to see him for a long time, the gopis became miserable. They began singing on his gunas and kriyas. This is described in the famous Gopika Gita. The shabdas of their song reverberated in the forest. The words of their songs, steeped in Rasanubhava, were in reality the words of the Upanishad, says Desikan. For the perfect devotee, there is no greater sorrow than forgetting the Lord even for a moment. It is said in Narada Bhakti Sutra that the gopis were such perfect devotees. They did recognize Krishna as Supreme Lord, and hence their attachment to him was beyond ordinary mortals' behavior. Attachment to anyone or anything other than God causes bondage. Attachment to God leads to liberation. The attachment of the gopis to Krishna was Krishna's blessings. The idea is that we should live according to Krishna's advice and we should not try to do what he did. He being Supreme Lord himself, his actions cannot be judged or understood on the basis of normal human standards. Being totally free from the slightest trace of egocentric desires, his actions are blemishless. Thus the gopis, who were distressed, sang his praises for long. Finally, the merciful God appeared before them, pleased with their intense devotion, lamentations, and songs on his glories. The gopis were delighted. Then starts the rasa, the dance of Krishna and gopis. Krishna joined hands with all of them, taking many forms, alternatively dancing. Leela Sukha in Krishna Karnamritam describes Rasa Krida in 8 slokas. I will mention only 1 or 2. Anganam antare madavo madavam cha antarena angana ittam akalpite mandale madhyagaha sanjagau venuna devaki nandanaha. This was mentioned by the earlier speaker also. The circle of rasa dance by its fast movement looked like a wheel with no space in between. There were showers of flowers from heaven and sound of musical instruments from heaven. The celestial damsels also danced, seeing Rasa Krida of Krishna. Narayana Bhattacharya describes Rasa Krida in Narayana beautifully. Kesha Pasha Drita Pinchika Vidati Sanchalan Magara Kundalam Hara Jala Vanamalika Kalita Angaraga Gana Saurabam Pita Chela Drita Kanchi Kanchitam Udanchat Amshu Maninu Puram Rasa Keli Paribhushitam Tavahi Rupamisha Kalayamahe. O Lord, we meditate on your well-known form, specially decorated for the Rasa dance, your beautiful locks of hair adorned with a row of peacock feathers, with dangling fish-shaped earrings, adorned beautifully with necklaces and garland of flowers, with strong fragrance of sandalwood paste and other perfumes, wearing a golden girdle on your yellow silk garment, and with gem-studded anklets from which bright rays of light flashed forth. In that dance, the gopis sang in a loud voice, and each one trying to excel in a spirit of competition. The necklaces and the ornaments made of gems worn by them moved away from their own places because of their graceful movements. Gods from heaven, with their eyes wide open and in extreme joy, rained down flowers. They, along with their women, remained entranced as if they had completely merged with you, the pure consciousness. You indeed make the gopis experience indescribable bliss, which is attainable only by yogis. This created, even in Brahma, Shiva, and others, respect for the gopis, the mere cowherd women. Adi Shankara in Govindashtakam says, Brindavana Bhuvi Brindaraka Gana Brindaradita Vandeham Kundabamala Mandasmera Sudanandam Sukridanandam Vandya Shesha Mahamuni Manasa Vandya Ananda Padadvangam Vandya Shesha Gunabdim Pranamata Paramanandam. In Brindavan, where Rasa Krida was in progress, all devas prized that great event. He who is attractive like a kunda flower with mesmerizing smile, both together was like nectar in providing the bliss, which bliss is experienced by liberated souls. Worship the Govinda of such a nature. He who is worshipped by all great sages, including Narada, he whose blissful feet are worshipped in the heart of those sages, and he who is the ocean of all auspicious qualities, praised by all, worship the Lord Govinda of such a nature, the blissful. Rasa Krida signifies the jivas enjoying the bliss with the Lord. The sages see the Leela of the Lord in the world where all the jivas around him holding his hand. So the whole world is Vrindavan, and the Leela of the Lord is creation, sustenance, and annihilation. And this is Rasa Krida. Krishna was only 10 years of age when he was in Vrindavan, and hence there is no question of hereditism. On this issue, Sage Sukha replies to Parikshit, the one who is the indweller of all the gopis and their husbands and all other beings, and is the witness self, is now playing in physical form. Krishna was loved by young women and young girls alike, as though he was in their age group, all due to his Maya. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation on child Krishna, the incarnation of the Supreme Lord. I would like to thank Swamiji and Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for giving me an opportunity to take part in this seminar. Sri Balakrishnam Adhikritya Vaktum Kinchit Avakasam Anugrihitavate Swami Hari Prasad Mahodayaya Evam Strotriganaya Cha Mama Dhanyavadan Samarpya Aham Mama Bhashanam Samapayami. Namaste. Sri Krishna Arpanamastu. Yogindranam Tadangeshu Adhikasu Maduram Muktibadam Nivaso Bhaktanam Kamavasdutar Kilayam Natate Padamulam Nityam Chittachitam Me Pavanaparapade Krishna Karanya Sindhu Kritva Visheshatapan Pradishatu Paramananda Sandhava Lakshmi. Thank you.
Swamiji, would you like to say something?
Very interesting talk about Sri Krishna and various aspects you've been able to deal with in a very simple manner. So thank you very much, and we look forward to your next talk.
Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you, Swamiji. All because of your blessings. You only told me to read the paper about nearly a month before. Thank you, Swamiji. Your blessings. The news me.
Any questions, they can be posted on the chat mode. Thank you, Dr. Gopalan, for this talk.
Thank you.
It's a wonderful talk. I was really quite intrigued by the approach you've taken regarding, trying to educate children using this very unique method of bringing together stories relating to Balakrishna and connecting back to the shlokas. I think it's probably not just relevant for children, even people, grown-up adults like me would probably benefit from this efforts. Because at least personally speaking, all of us, I can speak for myself, we know a lot of things about Lord Krishna and Last Leela because having spent our time in Delhi. But to connect back and synthesize it back to the roots is something different effort. Especially the choice of, the short stories which you picked were quite good. Each of it has a specific meaning targeted towards specific groups of people and individuals. But all in all, I think it's something which resonates well with everybody. For the meanings which were there relevant in those days, values which these shlokas and stories bring about, I think are relevant even in the modern days. And in fact, on a personal note, I was in Mathura recently accompanying Swamiji on a trip there for a conference. I had a chance to go to Nidhivan. Actually went past the areas where the Rasa Leela was supposed to have been enacted. So it was quite refreshing to recall those talks because we had hired a guide to talk us through what really went on during the Rasa Leela Krida days. This reflect back those memories. Thank you so much.
Ram.
Over to you, Padmanabhan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, Ravi. Now, maybe the last speaker of this plenary session. I'm not sure whether Dr. Jayachandran will be joining. But before that, we have Professor K. Srinivasan, former principal, RKM Vivekananda College, Mylapore, Chennai. And he'll be giving a talk on Vatsalya Rasa as delineated in Krishna Vilasa Kavya. I think this is a Kavya in Sanskrit by Sukumar Kavi. About Dr. Srinivasan. He is a postgraduate and got a doctorate in Sanskrit. Not only that, he has studied Shastras under the tutelage of the famous Sri V.R. Kalyana Sundara Shastrigal and Sri K. Balasubramanian Shastrigal over many years. He not only studied in Vivekananda College, but also joined there as a lecturer, then became head of the Department of Sanskrit, and subsequently became the principal of the college also. Many famous Upanyasakas of today have been the students of Dr. Srinivasan. He is closely associated with the activities of Sanskrit Forum, Kuppuswamy Shastri's Research Institute, etc. He conducts classes, sits as judge in Bhagavad Gita competitions, and is generally quite occupied with spreading knowledge of the scriptures. He is a repertoire of knowledge. We call him a walking encyclopedia, more so in spiritual matters, be it an Upanishad or a festival, Vaishnavism or Saivism or any other religious sect. His in-depth exposition will mesmerize the listener. He is like a pillar of support to the Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, where he not only gives lectures regularly on various subjects like Upanishads, Right now, his series on Upanishads is going on, the significance of important festivals, etc. But he is also helped the foundation tremendously in organizing seminars and in bringing out publications. In fact, recently, the foundation has brought out a book titled Select Stotras of Sri Appaya Dechadar, written by one Sri Subramanyam, and this has been very painstakingly edited by Professor Srinivasan and his team. And this was recently brought out by Sri Vishnu Foundation. He is very humble, and he doesn't sort of show off his knowledge. And he's got so much to say on any subject that it's a pleasure to listen to him. So now I invite Professor Srinivasan to deliver his talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ji. Sri Sadguru Vijayate Jnanananda Saraswati Swami Brahmaikarupanyaha Padayo Pranatavayam. All along you heard the nice, beautiful, engaging stories of Sri Balakrishna, but always there should be the corresponding. When there is a zenith, there should be also the Pacific. So let us go to some dry academic subjects. That is Vatsalya Rasa. What is Vatsalya Rasa? Generally, rasas, you know, those who are exposed to fine arts like dance, music, etc., definitely they would have come across the terms rasa and the number of rasas, etc. The rasas are counted as 9: Sringara, Hasya, Karuna, Raudra, Veera, Bhayanakaha, Bivat, Sadhuva, Santascha, Rasah, Purvai, Rudar, Rudaha. So rasas are only
We lost him.
should Vatsalya be counted as a rasa? That's the question. Before going into this, we will have this particular thing. Namely, there is one beautiful variety, a genre of literature in Tamil. It is called Pillai Tamil. Pillai Tamil has got, that is in Tamil, we have got 96 சிற்றிலக்கியங்கள், 96 types of what is called smaller type of literature. Mahakavyas, these are called, say, Silapadikaram, Manimegalai, Sivak Sindhamani, Aimperunkappiyangal. In Sanskrit also we have Raghuvam, Sambhavam, things like that. These are called Mahakavyas. But they say it's Mahakavyas, there are Khandakavyas in Sanskrit, and there are genre of such literature. Pallu, Pillai Tamil, Parani, etc., etc. They are available. Pillai Tamil means that speaks of the childhood of or the children's literature. So 10 different what is called stages of each and every child are the hero. That is the Paatudai Talaivan or Padupurul. Whatever we are going to speak about, that is taken up and that is being described. And now, if you come into Sanskrit tradition, generally the childhood traditions of many of the gods are not described. Say, for example, for Shiva or Brahma or any other god, you don't have childhood, what is called the pranks or childhood description, all those things. They are not described. The Bala Leelas of them are not there. Shiva is not supposed to be described. There is also a tradition. Shiva is not to be described as a childhood, what is called a god at all. And Shiva is not taking incarnation also. In Tamil, there is a concept, Pirava Yakai Periyo. Shiva does not take any incarnation at all. Not only that, but the childhood is described of what is called Subramanya is described, Kartikeya, Skanda, or Vinayaka. Definitely there are references. And Meenakshi Ammi Pillai Tamil. That is Meenakshi also, because these are the gods who appeared or sprung forth. So Meenakshi appeared on the golden lotus in Madurai. So since she has what is called appeared as that, there is the tradition to describe their childhood, but not very elaborately, very detailed. When in Subramanya also, only a few Leelas are described, Vinayaka also. For Rama too, not much of description of the childhood is there. Only Tulsidas describes Rama's childhood, whereas for what is called in Tamil Nadu, in Kumbakonam, there is a Ramaswamy temple. In that Ramaswamy temple, you find Rama going to school and Rama's childhood and all those things. You find the murals are there. Tulsidas is describing Rama's childhood. In fact, that is Manthara's problems are considered to be Rama dealing with her not in a very favorable way during his childhood. That is considered to be. And the previous speaker, Madam Sarda, while describing it, how when what is called Bhattadri is describing the description, giving the description of the Leelas of Krishna, and if they are not in Bhagavatam, then he tried to what is called to take the permission of Krishna, whether you have done it like that. Only after the permission of Krishna, it has been incorporated in the Narayaniyam. That same idea is there in Peripuranam and all those things, sorry, Periyalvars and all those people. These people also have given lots of what is called descriptions of the very different Leelas of God, including childhood Leelas. But it is said, when these Leelas are not found in Bhagavatam and such Purana, how can these Leelas be there? It's being presented that they had it during their insight, their mystical insight, and they experienced it. So everything need not be described in Purana, everything would not have been given. So what these people have experienced by their mystical insights through their what is called meditation, etc., they have incorporated it. So the description, seeing the Leelas, etc., are not only given for sages, the Alvars and Nayanmars and such great people are also equally what is called great people, like what is called able to have the insights of the Leelas of these people. So we find more of such Leela, hence the question, Balakrishna. Of course, the word Balavinayaka and Balasubramanya also are there. So Balakrishna is more famous, and his Leelas are described. And like that, there are many of the Pillai Tamil also come, Arahat Pillai Tamil, and such Pillai Tamils have come. And what is this rasa? Now let us go into, I have a photo about the need for Vatsalya, how Vatsalya get in the more with what is called the incorporation of the childhood description, the childhood enjoyment and engagement of these people, of these godheads, etc. The need for Vatsalya rasa is being felt. Rasas are, after all, not what is called what is given by the sages like Bharata, but they are what is called developing also. It depends on people's experience. So since it is depending on people's experience, and if more people have felt, as they say, golden formula, if more people would have felt the pleasure of this particular rasa, and if they would have broken box office records, naturally those things can get accommodated. So the Vatsalya rasa also is accommodated, even though it has not been what is called incorporated into the nine, because it can be taken as what is called a manifestation of or a sub-variety of the Sringara rasa, Sringara being what is called love. So it is another type of affection. Hence such things as bhakti, etc., this could be incorporated, and it has been incorporated. That is as part of Sringara. Like that in the Veera also there are Pandita Veera, Daya Veera, Dana Veera, etc. There are varieties. They have, even though they have not considered as main rasas, yet they have become part and parcel of the sub-rasas. Like that Sringara itself has got many of the different types of Sringara, Bhakti and Vatsalya, etc. being part of it. And now, if you look at Taittiriya Upanishad, it starts, the second valley is called Brahmananda Valley. It starts, Brahmavida Apnoti Param. Brahmavite Paramapnoti. One who knows the Brahman, he gets the supreme, he gets the highest goal, highest result. And what is that Brahman? Tadesha Bhikta Satyam Jnanam Anantam Brahma, it goes on defining it. And where to see? That is Yoveda Nihidam Guhaya. That has to be seen in the heart, cave of the heart. How to find the cave of the heart? How go into the heart? Then you find the description of the Panchakosas, Prana, Annamaya Kosa, Pranamaya Kosa, Manomaya Kosa, Vijnanamaya Kosa, and Anandamaya Kosa. Every kosa is being eulogized by subsequent verse. Tadapyesha Sloko Bhavati. Subsequently, it is eulogized. While describing Anandamaya Kosa, it is beyond our knowledge, beyond our comprehension. That is Brahmapucham Pratishtha. The underlying, the bedrock of Anandamaya Kosa is beyond our comprehension. Yeah, Asanneva Sabhavati. So it is Asanniva, as if non-existing, because it is not an object of knowledge. It cannot be known. It is we who becomes that, what is called the bedrock. It is we who become that. Hence, it cannot be known as an object. Hence, it is said Asanneva Sabhavati. It goes on. But how to prove it? Shankara himself says, Dustarkatu viramyatam srutimatas tarkonu sandhiyatam in his parting advice. Sopana Panchaka. That is, Vedic Anumana is to be followed. Veda itself has given Anumanas to know certain things. Because human being essentially a rational one, they will not be accepting anything which cannot be presented to them. Hence what happens, such a thing has to be presented. So Veda itself, Taittiriya Upanishads itself gives an Anumana and it gives 5 reasons. Srishti, Rasalabha, Pranana, Bhayahetu and Abhay Pratishta. The second reason is called Rasa, Rasanubhava, Raso Vaisaha, Rasam Hevayam Labdwanandi Bhavati, Rasa means Ananda. So the Brahman is Anandamaya, Brahman is of the nature of Ananda, and that Ananda gets reflected in Sadguru Subhadesa also. You can find you get creature comfort, you need creature comfort, and when the creature comfort is not there, you find it a little bit difficult to enjoy. So once the creature comfort is given to you, you feel happy, and then but that happiness does not stand. That is not what is called lasting, and you just crave for another creature comfort. That is another facility. In between these two, there is a certain moment. There is certain moment without any craving, without any feeling of longing, yearning, etc. There is a sort of peacefulness. There is a sort of quietude. That quietude is the real happiness, and we are not realizing it. We don't understand. In between two, trying to what is called satisfy your nature, that quietude is there. That quietude is the reflection. That what is called actually reflect the Ananda Swarupa of Brahman, and you enjoy it. And how to enjoy it, here it comes very important. How to enjoy it? There, I'm coming to literature part of it. Samyoga, that is, they describe Vibhava, Anubhava, Vyabhichari, Samyoga, Rasanishpatihi. That is Vibhava, Anubhava. Vibhava, let us take some instant situation. When you look at what is called a villain and a hero, both of them are, what is called, there is a fight between each other. Fight means they have certain mental incompatibility. So one becomes Vibhava. The incompatibility important point. If it is life, then there is personality, then there is attachment, all the problems. We take sides. When we take side, we are able to enjoy if our side wins, and we are not able to enjoy if the opponent wins. And not only that, it becomes also problematic whether we will be able to sustain our victory, etc. So this sort of problem will always be there. But now what happens? When it becomes literature, there this sort of attachment is no longer there. The characters are not belonging to us, and we are not attached to the characters, or not attached to the what is called the actors who are doing it. So slowly what happens, we start looking at the, maybe there are different reasons, because of want of time, etc. I'm not going to delve deep into it. We get attached to the story, and from story it becomes generalized. No longer it is an individual character, no longer it is an individual actor, no longer it is an individual character, no longer it is the character in the story, but it becomes generalized one. When it becomes generalized one, there is no attachment, there is no personal attachment, there is no likes and dislikes, etc. There is only universalization. When this universalization, which is called the Sadharanikarana, generalization, this generalization is resulted by means of this sort of bhavana. So now what happens? This results in the pleasure. When this bhavana is there, our mind, all the ideas from the mind is taken away. The mind, yes, they slip away. All the other feelings, etc., they slip away. Mind becomes totally what is called taken over by that particular emotion. So it is called a Vigalita Vedyantara Matihi. The Matihi, our knowledge, slipping away with all the other knowledge. So now what happens? That is pure, it is called Sattvodhreka, Sutta Sattva, because there is no attachment, there is no likes and dislikes, there is nothing of this sort of knowledge, that is Mithya Jnana, etc. So that can only be a pure Suddha Sattva. And when what is called the Brahman gets reflected in that Suddha Sattva, that becomes Anandamaya. That's why from this what is called the dramas, etc., when we enjoy, the pure enjoyment results in pure Ananda. That's why this is called Brahma Swada Sahodaraha. That becomes very important. Now remember, when this Brahma Swada is there, that sort of Brahma Swada cannot be responsible for formation of Kashaya. Gaudapada describes, while what is called giving the description of what is called abstraction for dhyana, he just gives three important abstractions: Laya, Vikshepa, and Rasaswada. Laya, Vikshepa, and Laya means what is called when a person goes on meditation, suddenly he may what is called start in the beginning. The people without getting training, without what is called because of used to meditation, etc., they may sleep or they may get distracted. Or there can be some results also like siddhis. So these things can distract them. This sort of distraction is called kashaya, because if the mind is not totally pure, the kashaya can form and that can result in distraction. But now what happens in the rasa realization, the kashayas are not formed. The kashayas are not there. Hence, when you involve yourself in Balakrishna Leela, the Balakrishna Leela will what is called go on continuously think about Balakrishna, go on continuously what is called all the worldly things. We cannot be outside the world. Say just because it is God, just because we are thinking of God, we cannot be away from or outside the God. Say if you go to the temple, all the utsavas are what we see in our life. Say the Kalyana Utsava, Upanayana Utsava, or whatever Utsava there, which we undergo or which we experience for ourselves in our life, which we perform for ourselves or which we perform for our children or which we sing for elders. All those utsavas are performed in the temple because God is one of us. When we invite the God, God is part and parcel of us. So he will be undergoing all the things which we what is called experience. So all the sacraments also will be there. But these things for us, they involve certain pain. But in the case of God, we just think of them and our mind does not become what is called tainted with kashaya, and we are able to think all our activities in the life, and we are continuously able to think of God without any kashaya or without any vasana being formed. So slowly we will be able to develop ourselves. That sort of development can give us the scope and the chance for continuously thinking, continuously developing ourselves. In fact, the same idea is presented when Indra sent Ramba and other ladies, heavenly ladies, to disturb the penance of Nara and Narayana who are doing penance in Badrikasrama. Narayana said, this is not possible because we don't have kashaya in our mind. Since we don't have kashaya, there cannot be any sthayi bhava. Since that sthayi bhava is there, all your disturbances will be waste. But when they prayed for it, then Narayana said, I will be taking what is called the incarnation of Krishna in the next birth. That is, he does not say next birth. Taking incarnation in the 28th Dwapara Yuga, at that time you can be born as gopis and you can reach me. This is what Narayana has given them. That's why gopis are said to be the great what is called the Ramba and other celestial damsels. Coming to, and many sages also, coming to Krishna in the Krishna Avatara. This is how the importance of Bhavana, the importance of Balakrishna Leela, etc. are present. And one more reason for Balakrishna Leela is the Bhagavata. When Sukabrahmam describing what is called to Parikshit, the great deeds of what is called Bhagavan's Leela, the 10th chapter, Dasamaskanda, especially Dasamaskanda is divided into two, Purvardha and Uttarardha. The Purvardha is entirely devoted for the Balakrishna Leelas. So Balakrishna became very famous concept. And not only that, the word Vatsalya, that becomes the word, say for example, even in Vishnu Sahasranama, the Nama is there, 469 to 471, 470 to 472, Vatsaro, Vatsalo, Vatsi. These three Namas are there. There the word Vatsalaha, Vatsa plus La is a suffix, and Vatsa is used in the sense of Kama, fulfillment of our desires. So Vatsalaha is one who fulfills the desires. So Lord not only fulfills our desires, and what desire should be there, he only what is called when you pray to him, he only gives that desires that which are good for one, And thereby he is Bhakta Snehitatvat. Shankara, while commenting on that word, Bhakta Snehitatvat Vatsalaha. And the other words also, not only what is called this Vatsalo, Vatsalo, Vatsi, the context of that Vatsalo, Vatsalo, Vatsi, they also become very important, because the other names, just because the names given before, Manoharo Jitakrodaha and the Swapana Swavaso Vyapi, these are the names. Manoharaha. So when the Vatsala, Vatsa is also, I mean, what is called derived in different ways. Vatsala is the common word, Vatsa plus La. Vatsa means Kama, that is based on Panini Sutra. But Vatsa also is a calf, that is the calf of a cow. And then the attachment between cow and the calf is considered to be Vatsa, Vatsala, Vatsalya. That's the relationship. Here, Manoharaha. A Vatsa is Manohara, attractive to its cow. Jitakrodaha. Remember, when the mother gets angry with the child, she is not really angry. She, what is called, imagines, or she gesticulates that anger. Shankara writes, Jitakrodaha. When he is getting angry with the demons, the God is not actually angry with the demons. Veda Maryadam Anusrutya. That is, the rules and regulations laid down in the Veda are to be followed. And since the Asuras have what is called deviated from it, the Lord wants to punish them. So he imagines, he feigns the anger. He feigns the anger. He does not have any anger in himself. So he is the one who has really conquered anger. He feigns anger. Jitakrodaha, Swapanaha, Swavasaha. So as far as the child is concerned, mother is totally under her control. Mother is not out of control. That is while dealing with the child. Child also is under the control of mother. And Swapanaha, she has to put it asleep. That is, when it is too much of playful, too much of prankish, then it is not good for it. It has to be put it under sleep. So Swapanaha. In the same way, God also uses Maya to put us what is called under Maya's influence. How the mother is treating the child, those names are given. That is Manoharo, Jitakrodaha, Swapanaha, Swavasaha, and immediately along with it comes Vatsalo, Vatsalo, Vatsi. Vatsi, etc. is used in Krishna's cowherdness. That is, in that way, Vatsi is interpreted by Shankara. So the words, the concepts, all the concepts have got relative idea, and we can see this particular thing in the what have come, because it is a regular curriculum work, and then it is immediately learnt after Rama Gopinathan, it is said. And there are a few commentaries. One commentary is by Rama Gopinathan, who lived in about 18th century. And in the third canto, he describes beautifully Krishna's childhood. And we can see one or two examples. Say, for example, while describing the Shakatasura episode, Mugdha Bhava Madhurena Ranjayan. Krishna is what is called the Ranjayan. He is gladdening everybody. Mugdha Bhava Madhurena, by his childish innocence. Saisavena Hridayam Brajaukasam Gokulesa Vijahara Kesavaha Shira Varinidima Pyachintayan. He forgot. He forgot his own abode, and then he describes Padanam Madhusudana Karabhyam. That is Kararavindena Padaravindam Mukaravinde. And his mother describes how she is putting him to what is called sleep. So she is a Bhuranta. Say, for example, how what is called Govardhana concept is being brought in here. Priyala Karjura Samagra Sanuhu. Govardhana is being described. Priyala Karjura, that is, many mango trees and date trees are there. Paladhya Rambhavana Shobhaniyaha Nanupa Bhogaya Sutaya Maste. So all these, what is called things, the trees which are growing in Govardhana are there for you, for your enjoyment. Nanu Upabhogaya Suta Ayamaste Govardhano Nama Mahidaraste. This Govardhana is there for your enjoyment along with all the trees and other things. So as we see Jijabai, what is called bringing up Shivaji, you find Sukumara Kavi also is presenting what is called how Krishna is presented by or reared and brought up by her mother. And this Govardhana is being very much in his childhood influence, impressions. Very much Govardhana became impressed in the mind of Krishna, and he has taken up. what is called later as a thing of worship or fit for worship. Even though the Govardhana worship is there very much, that is during the Krishna Janmashtami and other things, the Govardhana worship forms part of one of the important thing in the region, in the Vrindavan and the Vraja and the places around. So Giri Pradakshina, as we do Giri Pradakshina in Thiruvannamalai and Trichy, etc., the Giri or Mount Kailash, in the same way Giri Pradakshina is done for Govardhana too. Okay, we can just go on what is called elaborating and then describing all the verses also. The third canto is full of such verses. I have taken 10 more minutes of the next valedictory speaker's time. Thank you.
Dr. Srinivasan, for a fairly detailed and technical talk on your topic, Vatsalya Rasa, as delineated in Krishna Vilasa Kavya. I'm not competent enough to critique and analyze that. I will probably pass it on to somebody who's more qualified, maybe Swamiji, if he wants to comment on it, or anybody in the audience who wants to comment on that. Maybe Dr. Venkatakrishnan, maybe you can step in and say a few words.
Can you start the valedictory address itself, or?
No, I just wanted you to, if you wanted to comment on Dr. Srinivasan's talk.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, sir. It was a pleasure hearing you. Pranam Shri Sadguru. Pranam Swami. Over to you, Padmanabhan.
Thank you, Ravi. I think Dr. Jayachandran, I think, has not joined. So now that ends the third plenary session, where we had a galaxy of 8 speakers speaking on various topics relating to Balakrishna. So now we'll move on to the valedictory session. The valedictory address will be delivered by Dr. M.A. Venkatakrishnan. Dr. M.A. about few words about Dr. M.A. Venkatakrishnan. He is retired head of the Department of Vaishnavism in the University of Madras. He is a true disciple of U.A.P.V. Anangaracharya Swami in personal life. He is very proficient in Sanskrit and Tamil languages and well-versed in scriptures in both languages. He studied the Vishishta Advaita and other Sri Vaishnava literature traditionally for more than 20 years under the great scholars like Mahamahapradhyaya, Pratibadi Bhayankara Anangaracharya Swami, Satabhishekam Govinda Narasimhacharya Swami, Velukudi K. Varadacharya Swami, and T.A. Krishnamacharya Swami. With all such high qualifications, he had been in the teaching profession for over 3 decades, mostly in the university. He was instrumental in introducing the course of Vaishnavism in the University of Madras at postgraduate level. He has guided close to 50 students for PhD and MPhil qualifications, and he has participated and presented papers in many national and international seminars. And he himself has also conducted many seminars, conferences, workshops. He has completed 2 major projects for UGC, Aitihyas and Nivahas, a study, and critical edition of Yatva Vyakaranam, author of 20 books and editor of the renowned monthly magazine Geetacharyan. He is currently the honorary coordinator for MA Divya Prabandham course through distance education, Shastra University. He is well known to TV audiences, talking on Divya Prabandham daily in various channels. His Upanyasam on Tirupavai during the Tamil month of Margazhi attracts a large audience. And he is also one of the pillars of Sri Vishnu Mohan's Foundation, guiding us, regularly gives lectures in the foundation. And for the past many years, I think his talk on the meaning of Sri Vishnu Sahasranama, 1 lecture per month, is going on at the foundation. So I now request Dr. Venkatakrishnan to give his valedictory address. Over to you, Dr. Venkatakrishnan.
अस्मत्गुरुसमारम्भां यतिशेखरमध्यमाम् லக்ஷ்மீவல்லபபர்யந்தாம் வந்தே குருபரம்பராம். ஆழ்வார்கள் வாழி அருளிச் செயல் வாழி தாழ்வாதுமில் குறவர்தாம் வாழி ஏழ்வாறுமுய்ய அவர்கள் உரைத்தவைகள் தாம் வாழி செய்யமறை தன்னுடனே சேர்ந்து. Pranam to everybody. I deem it a very great pleasure to be in your midst to deliver the valedictory address on the 3-day seminar of on Balakrishna. See, in fact, when we go through the life and history of Krishna, only the childhood place of Balakrishna is very much highlighted in almost all the works. Though Krishna lived for about 100 years, only his childhood place, like that is during the days he was brought up in that is Aipadi, Gokulam. That is very popular among all the literature, either in Sanskrit or in Tamil. For example, you take Mahabharata or other Puranas like Sri Bhagavata Purana, or later that is poets like Alvar, who have composed works in Tamil, as well as the Acharyas, that is disciples of Ramanuja, like Kuresha, and then even further later Acharyas like Vedanta Deshika in Sri Vaishnava Sampradaya, or even in the work like Krishna Karna Amrita of Leela Shuka. Almost all these works are covering major portion only about the Balakrishna Charita rather than Krishna as a young person or Krishna as an old person. In fact, if you calculate the age of Krishna at the time when he delivered Bhagavad Gita, that is during Mahabharata war, Krishna would have been around 80 years old, if you calculate exactly. But that is the only thing we say about what he has done in Bharata war and all that. But detailed exposition is only done on Krishna's earlier life. In one of the works of commentaries of Divya Prabandham, one Acharya said that that is the one Acharya by name Nanjiyar. What he said was, the Krishna Charita, while he stayed at Gokula, that is the Bala Chetita, what we call, is the middle portion of a sugar cane. The sugar cane, what will we do is, that is, we will leave the bottom portion, the root portion. I used to give lectures only in Tamil. And so just I will explain it in Tamil and then I will come to English also, because that is more comfortable for me. The karumbu என்று எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் கரும்பினுடைய கீழ்ப்பகுதி இருக்கும், அதெல்லாம் வேர் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அதை கழிச்சுடுவாளாம். மேல் பகுதி எல்லாம் இலை தழைன்னு அதையும் கழிச்சுடுவாளாம். இந்த நடுவில் இருக்கிற போர்ஷன் மட்டும்தான் எல்லாரும் ரொம்ப ரசித்து சாப்பிடுவாளாம். That is, the people will not take the bottom portion of a sugar cane as well as the top portion of the sugar cane. Top portion is full of leaves and all that, and that is not also tasty. But the people will enjoy only the middle portion of a sugar cane. In the same way, when Krishna's life comes, all the scholars, poets and other persons, Nanjiyar says, will enjoy only the middle portion of Krishna's life. That is during his stay at Gokula. The earlier portion, that is what Krishna born at Madhura and then came to Gokula and all that, these portions are not very much enjoyed because it is just like the root of a sugar cane. And once he left the Gokula, then whatever he did is like the top portion of the sugar cane, and that is also not very much tasty. See, this is the expression given by Nanjiyar in one of his work that is was stated in the Vyakyanam commentary of Madhurakavyalvar's Kanninun Chiruthambu. So, Balakrishna's life is very much interesting, and for that my lecture predecessor, that is Dr. K. Srinivasan, who happens to be my colleague, as well as that is I had the privilege of studying under here, that is along with him, studying along with him, that is we were classmates, and after that we were working together also. So he gave all the reasons for that is why we should contemplate upon the Krishna Leela, that is Balakrishna Leela, and so on. See, this seminar is conducted for about 3 days, and unfortunately I had been to Melkote, Mysore, the Tirunarayanapuram, to attend a domestic function at Melkote, and so I had very tight work there, and so I could not listen all the lectures of this seminar. But one particular topic seemed to be very much interesting for me, and so I went through that recordings of the seminar today morning. That is, but that lecture was delivered yesterday or day before, I don't know. One professor from Washington State University, if I remember correct, her name is Lynn and Yates. She was dealing with Krishna's that is butter stealing story, explained in Sanskrit and Tamil literature. So that topic seems to be very interesting, and so I wanted to listen her lecture, and I had the opportunity of listening to the lecture recording. Of course, she has done a lot of research on this particular topic. That is what we call in Tamil, Vennai Kalavu Kanda Charitiram. That is Krishna stealing the butter. In Sanskrit, it is called Navanita Chaurya Vrittantam. Navanitam is butter, and Chaurya is stealing it. The Vrittantam is a story or something like that. So Navanita Chaurya Vrittantam. And that has been very much that is enjoyed and discussed and elaborated in almost all the works which deals with Krishna. But in some places, I was not able to agree with her views totally, because, for example, I should say, she said that this stealing of butter is not at all found in earlier literature. If I remember correct, what she said was, that is professor, that is Washington State University professor, what she said was, the Krishna stealing butter is not very much described in Vishnu Purana. That is true. In Vishnu Purana, there is no reference for Krishna's stealing butter. It is in Vishnu Purana, it is said that Krishna was always very mischievous, very timid boy, and so Yashoda tied him into a mortar. That was given in Vishnu Purana. That is correct. But in any other Purana also, we don't find any big reference for Krishna stealing butter. She said that is a little bit that is a hurried conclusion, I think, because even in Mahabharata actually deals only with the life and the other things of Kuru Vamsha. But Krishna is also playing an important role in Mahabharata, you know. So there is a particular portion which introduces Krishna in Mahabharata. That is, in Mahabharata, I am telling Sabha Parva, and in the 52nd Adhyaya, in Sabha Parva, 52nd Adhyaya, the Krishna's story is given in very short form. It is not elaborately given there. It is only given in a nutshell. But even in that particular place, that is in Mahabharata, Sabha Parva, 52nd Adhyaya, I am quoting Shloka 57. That is once again for reference I am telling. Sabha Parva 52nd Adhyaya, Shloka 57. It describes about Krishna stealing butter. Tata sabalo govindo navanitam tata kshayam grasamanastu tatrayam gopi bir dadrishe tata damna dolu kale krishno gopi bishya nibanditaha. Here it is said that Krishna was stealing butter. Balo govindo navanitam tata kshayam grasamanastu. When he was stealing butter, gopi bir dadrishe tata. He was seen by the gopikas there. And so what they did was they tied him. Damna ulukale Krishna gopi bihi nibanditaha. By those gopikas, he was tied to a martyr. It has been said. See, it is in Mahabharata, it is not clearly said that he was tied to the martyr by his own mother, Yashoda. But it has been here in Mahabharata, it is said that gopi bihi. Gopi bihi means the cowherd ladies. Then we can say that Yashoda is also one among them, you know. She is also a gopika, because she is also belongs to that cowherd that is on the Gokulam. And so she would have tied him into the martyr. So Sri Krishna was stealing butter and he was tied to the martyr. That has been mentioned even in Mahabharata. I am telling, because Mahabharata is an ancient text, even older than the Puranas. And another statement made by that professor was that even in Sri Bhagavatam, the stealing of butter is not very much stated. But that is also, I think, a hurried conclusion. In Sri Bhagavatam, 10th Dashamaskanda and 10th book, 8th Adhyaya, the 30th Shloka, Astagrakye rachati vidim pitaka ulukala jaihi chitram shantar nihita yuvanaha nihita vayunaha shikya bandeshu tatvit dvanta kare dhrita maniganam swangamartha pradipam kale gopyo yarhi griha krityeshu subyagra chittaha. That is, in this verse clearly it is stated that I am not giving the exact translation of that verse, but I will just give the gist of it, that Krishna was stealing butter by using some stool or even ulukala, some marker. That is, the butter was kept in a high place, in a uri, in a higher place. And to get that butter, Krishna used pitaka ulukala. So he used some stool or marker and climbed on that, and then he stole that butter. And all these things were reported. This sloka is a complaint by the gopikas to Yashoda. See, Krishna is doing these kind of mischiefs in our houses. That is, even we keep the butter in a higher place. Krishna comes to our house in our absence and he steals it by using some stool or marker and so on, so forth. So this has been stated in Bhagavatam also. And then when we come to the verses of Alvar, we have got a lot of references. Of course, that professor also accepted about Alvar's references in her work. But one surprising thing was that she said that Sri Bhagavatam was very much influenced by Alvar's work. I am not able to understand that at all, because in my opinion, not only in my opinion, according to the tradition, Sri Bhagavatam is very old. Only Alvars came later. So, if at all, only Alvars would have been influenced by the statements in Sri Bhagavatam, and not Sri Bhagavatam to be influenced by Alvar's work. But always some scholars say that all those things are interpolations. So in original Bhagavata or Mahabharata, these things are not found, and they are only later interpretations, they say. How can they come to that conclusion I don't know. But anyhow, see, probably Alvars were only, that is influenced by the earlier works known as Bhagavata. See, if you take Harivamsham, there are a lot of references for Krishna stealing butter. How did he and Balarama, both of them went to several houses and stole butter, and they then brought the pot into the street and they broke it on the street, and they enjoyed the sound of the breaking of the pot and all that. All these things are stated in Harivamsha Purana. Harivamsha is an appendix to Mahabharata. So Harivamsha is exactly written only for extolling the greatness of Lord Krishna. Vyasa himself says that Shaurikata Lapa Gangayeva Punimahe. And I want to clear my tongue by using the Ganga water in the form of Shaurikatha, that is Krishna Leela. And then he composed the Harivamsha. In Harivamsha, this Balya Chaitita of Krishna is very much described, very much in detail. But all those things are not taken into consideration by the some of the Western scholars, I think. And if you go to the works of Alvar, in fact, she has quoted elaborately about the Thirumangi Alvar's verse, but actually she gave only the meaning, but not exactly the verse. But if you, I was also surprised to note that in that paper, it has been said that the earlier Alvar did not say anything about stealing of butter, but only his tying to the martyr was mentioned by the earlier Alvar. அதாவது வெண்ணெய் திருடினான் என்றதை முதல் ஆழ்வார்களெல்லாம் சொல்லவே இல்லை, அவனை உரலோடு கட்டி போட்டதை மட்டும்தான் சொல்றான் அப்படின்னு எல்லாம் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் இருந்த மாதிரி இருந்தது. That is also, I think it is wrong. See, the first ever ஆழ்வார், பொய்கை ஆழ்வார், that is the first ஆழ்வார். He says, விரலோடு வாய் தோய்ந்த வெண்ணெய் கண்டு ஆய்ச்சி உரலோடு உரப்பிணித்த நான்று. உரலோவாது ஏங்கி நினைந்து இருந்தலையே, ஏங்கி இருந்தலையே ஓங்கோத வண்ணா உரை. That is, Krishna was stealing the butter and he was just about to eat. That is, viralodu vai toinda. That is, his finger was at his mouth to eat the butter. But at that time, he was caught red-handed. See, even before eating the butter, just he was taking his finger full of butter to his mouth. And வாய் கிட்ட எடுத்துட்டு போனான் கைய. அதுக்குள்ள விரலோடு வாய் தோய்ந்த வெண்ணெய் கண்டு. Then what did Yashoda did? ஆய்ச்சி உரலோடு உரப்பிணித்த நான்று. Then ஆய்ச்சி, that is the cowherd girl, that is the lady Yashoda, she tied him into a martyr, and at that time உரலோவாதி ஏங்கி இருந்து, then he started weeping loudly and so on. So Alvars are enjoying his saulabhya. That has been very much explained in her paper also. And she said that even though he was a great supreme self, he came to this world as a small man and showed his saulabhya. So Kuраlavadi yengi irundilaye, yengi irundu aludalaye, ongoda vanna urai. So even the first Alvar, he says that Krishna stole butter, and because of that he caught red-handed, and then he was tied to martyr by Yashoda. And if you take the third Alvar, Pei Alvar, he says, Mannundum, Peichi Mulayundu Matadai, Vennai Vilunga Vehundu, Aichi Kanni Kayitinal Kattunna. That is, Lord, as the Lord, he Mannundu, he swallowed the entire world at the time of Pralaya, and he was not satisfied with that. Then in Krishna Avatara also, he drank the milk given by Yashoda. Sorry, not Yashoda, Putana, Peichi Mulayundum. That is, he drank the milk of Putana. With that also he was not satisfied. Then what did he do? Mannundum Peichi Mulayundum Matadai, Vennai Vilunga. He stole butter and ate it, and Vegundu Aichi Kanni Kayitinal Katta. Then Yashoda tied him to a martyr. Kattundirindalaye. The Pei Alvar also says the same thing. And if you take the other Alvars like Kulasekara Alvar, very beautifully describes about this Vennai Charitram, the Navanita Chaurya Charitram, Murudum Vennai Alaindu Totunum, Mugulanchiru Tamarai Kayum, Yadil Tambu Kondu Adipadarki Yelge Nilayum, Vendayir Toinda Shavayam. That is, I am not able to explain all the, that is, elaborate all these things because for want of time. And coming to Nammalvar, he was very much, that is, devoted to this particular charitra. In Thiruvaimozhi, he says, Matturu Kadavennai Kalavinil Uravidai Aapundu. That is, at the time of stealing butter, he was caught red-handed and he was tied to the martyr and he was remaining there itself without even breaking that rope. He stayed there. Yettiram, Yettiram, Yettiram. What is this? What is this? What is this? What a Saulabhya is this? Then thinking about this, Nammalvar, according to the tradition, he swooned. மயங்கி விழுந்துட்டாரா நம்மாழ்வார். எழுந்திருக்கிறதுக்கு 6 மாசம் ஆச்சு அப்படின்னெல்லாம் அவருடைய சரித்திரத்தில் he got up only after 6 months. That is, he was in, that is, I should say, coma stage for about 6 months, thinking about only this Krishna's charitra. So these kind of references are in Alvar's work. In another work, Aitiyagi Annayal, Andru Vennai Varthayul, Chittam Mundu Alukuttavappan. That is, Yashoda kept all the butter in one particular place. Suddenly she returned and then searched for that butter. And, oh, the butter is not there. That is the only thing she said. He did not say that butter has been stolen by his son Krishna and so on. She did not say anything. Oh, where is the butter? Andru Vennai Varthayul. That is, Vennai Varthai means the Vennai is not there. The butter is not there. That she only said that. Immediately, what happened? Krishna started weeping and said, no, no, I didn't do that, I didn't do that, I didn't do that. By that, he himself exposed himself that he only stole that butter. See, this is very beautifully, this verse is described by Vedanta Deshika in Sanskrit, in Gopala Vimshati, Hartum Kumbe Vinihitakarha, Swadu Hayyanga Veenam, Dritva Tama Grahana Chotulam, Mataram Jatarosham, Prayadishat Prachalita Padaha, Napagachan Natishtan, Mithya Gopaha Sapati Nayane, Milayan Vishwagopta. Vishwagopta means he is the protector of the whole universe. Vishwagopta. But what he did do? What did he do? Hartum Kumbe Vinihitakaraha. That is to steal butter. He just put his hands into the butter pot. Swadu Hayyanga Veenam. At that time, Yashoda came there. And Dhritva, on seeing Yashoda, he became frightened. Dhritva Tama Grahana Chatula, Mataram Jatarosham. Because Yashoda became very, very angry. Because she has already told him, don't go near butter. Because if you eat butter more and more, then it will spoil your health. So you should not eat more butter. She has already warned him. But still Krishna overlooking her word. And then he went to steal butter. And when Yashoda came there, he was afraid of her. Then what did he do that at that time? Prayadishat Prachalita Padaha. He wanted to run away from that place. And he even, raised one of his foot. But one of his feet, but he could not go there. So he stood like that in that posture. That is, one foot is on the floor and another foot is just raised. Prayadishat Prachalita Padaha. Na apagachan na tishtan. He neither stayed nor ran away. This appeared as if he is dancing for the butter. Vedanta Deshika explains very beautifully in the scene, as if seeing his own eyes. So these kinds of verses are found in Alvar's verses. Alvar's verses are only influenced from, as I said, in Mahabharata, as well as Puranas like Harivamsha and also Bhagavata Purana. So these are the Itigasa Purana's influence on Alvar's work, we should say. See, in my opinion, Alvar's influence on Bhagavata Purana is because they say that there are a lot of interpolations in Bhagavata Purana, but we don't accept all those things. In fact, I heard her saying that one of the decades, அதாவது ஒரு பதிகம் திருமங்கை ஆழ்வாருடைய பெரிய திருமொழியில 10:8-4 நினைக்கிறேன். அது that deals about Krishna's childhood place in 10 verses, not 10, 14 verses. That is Manamodai Tungala Ayar Polamodanal. It is beginning like this. And for some reason, what she said was, this particular decade has been interpolated into Thirumangai Alvar's work. This is not the original composition of Thirumangai Alvar, I think she said. These things we cannot accept because, see, for the entire work of Thirumangai Alvar, there are commentaries written in 12th century. 12th century itself, the commentaries have been written. See, that is written by one Acharya known as Periyavachan Pillai. And that Periyavachan Pillai has written commentary to this particular decade also. That is in that order. That is when he is commenting all the verses in order. He has commented upon these verses also. That is the commentary is still available in print. So, as far as so far, I have not heard any interpolation in Alvar's work, and only for the first time I am hearing that even the work, that is the verses are interpolation in Alvar's work. For the first time I am hearing from this seminar, but I want to just register my views in this. See. So, those verses we don't consider as interpolation in Divya Prabandham, because our strong opinion is that Divya Prabandham has got no interpolations at all. And following the works of Alvar, Kurattalvan, that is Srivatsanka Mishra or Kuresha, he was a direct disciple of Ramanuja. He has authored Panchastava, that is 5 stotras. And in those 5 stotras, he up and down he describes about Lord Krishna's Balachestita. Especially in Atimanushastava, there are number of verses, more than about 20 verses on Balachestita of Lord Krishna. Particularly about Navinita Chauryam. He has composed beautiful verses. Sadhye Gavyanihe, the Atimanushastava, verse number 38. Sadhye Gavyanivahe Nijadamni Bhumna Paryanta Satmusu Kimartam Achuchurastvam. See, when butter is very much available, plenty in your own house, why did you go to other houses and stole butter? He asked Lord Krishna himself, Mutnam Chakim Vejakato Gatasheshamagre. All right, you ate butter, let it be. Then why did you break that pot by throwing it into that is a floor? Gopi Janasya Parihasa Padam Kimasihi. Then you have become a laughing stock before the Gopikas, you know. Why do you do all these things? He asked Lord Krishna in the Atimanushastava. Then another verse, that is verse number 39. Yannamanata Navanita Machuchurastvam Tat Chadanaya Dite Madira Vis. That is, you stole butter, but somebody came at that time. So you want to hide that butter. Then what should you do? Either you should have put that butter into your mouth, or you should throw the butter into that pot itself. But what did you do? Tikda Mamuna Karapallavante Gatre Pramajya Niragaha Kila Nirvishankaha. What Krishna did was, he applied all those butter in his hand on his face itself. Why did he do that? Because Alvan says, that is in another place it has been explained by Acharya, that he thought that I have to hide this butter somewhere. Where can I hide this? You should either you should have ate it or you should have thrown it away. But he just applied it into his face. Why? Because he thought, see, the butter applied in my face is not even visible to me. Then how can it be visible to others? நான் என் முகத்துல தடவி கொண்டிருக்கிற வெண்ணெய் எனக்கே தெரியலன்னா மற்றவாளுக்கு எப்படி தெரியும்? அதனால இதுதான் சரியான இடம் நினைச்சிட்டு, that is the மௌக்திய of a child, that is ஒரு சின்ன குழந்தைக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய அறியாமை என்று இதை இப்படியெல்லாம் பண்ணினீங்க. Why did you do that? கூறத்தாழ்வான் asked. Then Tvam Anya Gopagriha Gavyamusham Yashoda Gurvi Todiyam Avmanam Amurshyamanaha Premnata Dama Parinama Jusha Babanda. Yashoda tied to you to a martyr, not by a rope, but her prema, by her love to you, because she could not tolerate the scoldings of the other people. So, Tadrikte Charitam na Arya Janaha Sahante. When Arya Janaha, the people like Alvar, when they hear this story, they are not able to bear it. Oh, the Lord of the whole universe is tied into a martyr. What is this? And then another verse, Matra yadi tvamasi dhamani sannibaddaha, tat shravina mudita chakshuda nirjarana. See, Badnasi Hantahardayam Bhagavan Kutastat Sarvohi Vashya Vishaye Vivurnoti Viryam. That is, oh Krishna, you have been tied to a martyr by your mother. If you want to reciprocate, do something that is retaliate, what should you do? You should have done something to Yashoda. That is, you should have tied Yashoda. But you did not do that. What did you do? By showing this Charitra, you have tied our Alvar. It is the Alvars have been bound by this Charitra, and then they became very much moved, you know. So what Korathalvan says, that instead of reciprocating or retaliating Yashoda, what did you do? உனக்கு ஏதாவது பிரதிக்கிரியை பண்ணணுமானா யசோதைக்கு பண்ணியிருக்கணும். ஆனா யசோதைக்கு பிரதிக்கிரியை பண்ணாமல் நீ என்ன பண்ணினாய்? எங்க ஆழ்வாருக்கு பண்ணி விட்டாய். இந்த சரித்திரத்தாலே ஆழ்வார்களை கட்டி வைத்து விட்டாய். You have tied ஆழ்வார் by this kind of charitra. Then finally, Korathalvan himself gives a reason that sarvahahi bhashya vishaye vivrunoti viryam. All those people will show their valor only to the people who are under their control. The people above them, they cannot show their valor. தனக்கு கீழே இருக்கிறவனிடத்துல தான் தன்னுடைய வீரியத்தை காட்ட முடியும். Because in that avatara, Yashoda was above you. So you cannot, you are not able to show your virya against her. So what did you do? Alvars are devoted to you. So what did you do? By showing this charitram, you tied Alvar. So Bhashya Vishaye Vivrunoti Viryam. தனக்கு கீழ்பட்டவாளன்றதுல வீரியத்தை காண்பிக்க முடியும். அதனால நீ என்ன பண்ணினா யசோதன் இடத்துல காண்பிக்க முடியல, அந்த கோபத்தை ஆழ்வார் இடத்துல காண்பித்தாய் என்று இப்படியெல்லாம் ரொம்ப பியூட்டிஃபுல்லி the Krishna's Balya Chetisas are explained in these verses. And finally, one more verse I want to mention here, a beautiful verse about Navanita Chaurya Vrittanta itself. That is very much, that is my Jnanacharya, Guru Pratyavadi Bhankara Manangaracharya used to say about this verse very often. But I don't know the author of this verse. Some Kavi, Gungumiti Kimbaramati Ambadadi Madhye, Dimbananu Bhutamiha Duramapayahi, Amba Navanitamiti Sambadati Krishna, Manda Hasitancha Maturati Ramyam. That is one day Yashoda was churning the curd, and the butter was coming out in that curd like bubbles, you know, bubbles. Then Krishna went near that pot and wanted to eat butter. So what he asked his mother was, Gumiti Kim Brahmati, my Amba, my mother, what is coming from that curd? Kim Brahmati, what is coming from that curd? Gum iti. Gum iti. That is Gummu Gummu Yanma Varade. What is that? Something coming from butter is gum. What that is coming from the curd? What is it? He thought that Yashoda will say that it is butter. Then he will ask for butter. But Yashoda, what did he do? If I say it is butter, then Krishna will ask for it. So somehow I want to dissuade him. So what did Yashoda did was, Amba nanu bhutamiha duramapayahi. Oh my child, that is bhutam. That is a demon. Don't come here. Duramapayahi. Go far away. Otherwise, what will happen? That bhutam demon will eat you. He will swallow you. That demon will swallow you. So don't come near. You go away. Yashoda said Krishna. Then Krishna thought for a while. Oh, I know that is very well. It is only butter. But Yashoda says that it is not butter, but it is a demon. It is a bhutam. And if I go near, that bhutam will swallow me. What shall I do now? Then he just think a thought for sing for just a while, and then just went near that pot, put his hand into the pot, and got a handful of butter and thrown it into her mouth, saying, "Oh, my mother, before the demon eating me, I will eat him, I will swallow him." Saying so, he just put butter into his mouth. அந்த பூதம் என்ன விழுங்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி நான் அந்த பூதத்தை விழுங்கிடுறேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு அந்த வெண்ணெயை எடுத்து வாயில போட்டுட்டான் நான் கண்ணன். அதை பார்த்த உடனே then he said, "Oh, my mother, you said it is demon, but it looked like butter. Will the demon also be like butter?" He asked his mother. Then Mandahasitancha Maturam Ramyam. At that time, Yashoda laughed for a while, and she became very happy that my son is so intelligent. Even if I say something, he is able to accomplish his task. So Yashoda became very happy. This is a kind of beautiful verse by a Kavi. I don't know who is the author of this Kavi. This kind of beautiful verses are found in innumerable number of books. That is right from Itihasa, then Purana, then Alvar's works, then so many Kavis. Let it be that that is Kavis of a particular tradition. That is like Kura Talvan and all that, or general Kavis like Leela Shuka, or even other Kavis. We find a lot of references for Lord Krishna's earlier life, and that is very beautiful. That is why Nanjir also said that this particular period of Krishna's life is like the middle portion of a sugar cane. That is so sweet, and this kind of sweetness is given to all of you for about 3 days by Vishnu Mohan Foundation. For that, all of us should be very much dedicated and beholden to this Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation. Always Vishnu Mohan Foundation is arranging very beautiful seminars from various scholars from various places, and each of the scholar is giving the thing in their own perspective, and everybody is very much happy to enjoy all these things. And I once again thank the organizers for giving me such a good opportunity to be part of this seminar. And usually I am delivering lectures, a lot of lectures I am delivering, but all those lectures are in my mother tongue in Tamil. And I find it very easy to explain all these verses in Tamil. And because the participants are from various places, I had been asked to deliver the lecture even in English. But if there are any mistakes in the expression, please excuse me. And I thank once again one and all for giving this great opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatakrishnan.
Yes.
Yeah, it was really nice hearing from you about the various Leelas of Balakrishna. And we are particularly happy that in spite of your very busy schedule, as you said, last 5 days you were, or 1 week you were out of Madras, and only today you returned, and I'm sure a lot of pending work was there for you, but in spite of that, you have taken time out and joined this conference. We are really thankful to you. Now, before I proceed with the formal vote of thanks, I'd like to know whether Swamiji would like to give any concluding remarks.
Narayana, Narayana. I'm very happy that these 3 days have gone so well. And I'm also feeling a little bad that it's ending now. I mean, each talk was a gem in itself. Really enjoyable it was. So I have to thank Sadhguru for her blessings that it has come well. For Balakrishna, we have felt his presence playing and dancing around us during these 3 days. And all the speakers who have given wonderful talks. And the whole Sripidam group, which has worked very hard for it. Like I said, I put burdens on their backs and they carry it very well with Sadhguru's grace. So Narayana, this concept of Balakrishna is huge. Like Mr. Jha was saying, we need 35 sessions to talk about it. He was saying it's quite right. There are still so many aspects of Krishna which we have not covered. Perhaps with Sadhguru's grace later this year we can do it. Narayana, Narayana, Narayana.
Thank you, Swamiji. I think Swamiji has also sort of maybe proposed a vote of thanks, so to say, but still it's my duty to propose a formal vote of thanks. As always, we start with thanking our Guru, Sri Sadguru Swami Nyananda Saraswati, and Bhagwan Sriman Narayana or Shri Krishna, whatever you say, without whose grace all these things, these seminars would not have been possible at all. So we offer our pranams to our Guru. Then it's my duty to thank Swami Sri Hari Prasad, who has conceived and arranged this seminar so beautifully, and invited so many speakers, brilliant speakers from various places, and given us an opportunity to sort of soak ourselves in this Krishna Anubhava for 3 days. Thank you, Swamiji. I thank Dr. M.A. Venkatakrishnan for delivering the valedictory address today. I'm not going to name all the speakers one by one, but collectively, let me thank all the speakers from all over the world who have joined this conference and given their valuable insights on the various aspects of Balakrishna. I also thank the audience who have joined the conference for their support. I have to thank Dr. Nedungadi Haridas for introducing 2 speakers to Swamiji and to the foundation, namely Ms. Rama Gopinathan Nair and Ms. Sharada Billodi. So for that, our thanks to Dr. Nedungadi Haridas, who has always been a very close to the foundation and a source of support. In this connection, I have a message. Ms. Rama Gopinathan Nair regrets that she is not able to join the webinar in person, and she conveys her namaskaram to all the scholars attending the webinar and to the devotees. I'll be failing in my duty if I do not thank Shyam, Mr. Shyam of Epix Entertainment and his team for the excellent technical support, which is very crucial to a webinar. Thanks, Shyam. Again, I'll not be naming the people, but I don't think I should thank the devotees of the ashram. It's not our culture to do so, but I acknowledge the work both in front of the camera as well as the behind the scenes work that they have put in. Many of them are very busy professionals, very busy in their own field. In spite of that, they've taken their time out, not only these 3 days, but several days earlier also. And I'm sure, of course, they're all doing it as an act of service to the Guru. I'm sure that Sri Sadguru's and Swamiji's blessings and grace will be showered on all of them. With this, I think I come to the end of the vote of thanks. The final item of the agenda will be the national anthem. So I request Mr. Shyam to play the national anthem, and I request everyone, wherever you are, please stand up when the national anthem is played. With this, I end my speech. Pranams to Sri Sadguru, pranams to Swamiji. Over to Shyam now.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे